The Iron Throne of Ice and Fire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Ascending Stairs. Highgarden, Rose Garden. The garden is full of carefully cultivated roses, and roses of various colors are in full bloom. Margaery Tyrell put away the letter and looked at the flowers with her elk-like eyes. The two letters that Green wrote to the Duke of Mace and Margaery in King's Landing were in Margaery's hands. Today was the third time she read Green's letter. The content of the letter to the Duke of Mace was about the progress of the matter, a total of 3 lines, and the language was concise and direct. The remaining dozens of lines were all about the novel military theory that her father liked to talk about all night at the banquet recently. Green further elaborated in the letter. Margaery only remembered that her father's face was flushed after reading the content, and he praised Green. Although Green is young, he has learned a lot of skills from me. The young man has a bright future. Margaery thought of her father's words at the time, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Margaery sighed secretly, and her grandmother did not come forward to stop it. As long as her father was happy, it was fine. The letter to Margaery. 2/3 of it was praising Margaery's beauty. Green praised all the parts of her body that were exposed, such as hair, eyes, nose, lips, etc. The words were beautiful enough, and you wouldn't feel offended or disgusted. Margaery read Green's letter with caution, but she was in a good mood unconsciously. Margaery felt that her maid had not wronged him by calling Green a bard behind his back. After praising Margaery's beauty, the letter was also about the progress of things, but it was more detailed than her father's letter. Margaery compared her father's letter, which was only brief and detailed. I don't know why she felt a little offended here. At the end, she told Green that he was entrusted with an important task by the king and would go to Essos. Margaery frowned slightly. Although Green said that it would not delay the plan, he did not tell her the specific date of return. Margaery quickly relaxed her brows. The Golden Rose valued the result, and she believed that Green knew the importance. Grandmother's teachings are still in my ears, and the everlasting Golden Rose family can take the initiative at any time. The reason why Margaery repeatedly studied was that she wanted to learn more about Green through the letters in her hands. People like Green were very unfamiliar to Margaery, and it would take more effort to control them. She was also looking forward to meeting Green again, and he owed her a suggestion. Miss Margaery, let's start the game. The laughter of Margaery's maids interrupted Margaery's thoughts. Margaery's tone was a little helpless. Sometimes I really envy your liveliness. I just took a break. Meager Tyrell's voice was the loudest among the maids. Miss Margaery, you have been here for a long time, Elro Tyrell said with concern. Margaery, you really should relax. Arlen Tyrell's voice was very light. Margaery, do you want to play a song for you? The maids talked to each other, but they were all concerned about Margaery. Margaret said helplessly, I know, I'm just busy recently and can't come to broadcast, don't worry about me. Maja glanced at the envelope on the table and said, Margaret, are you reading the letter of that bard again? Another bard, he has a sweet tongue? The maids laughed together. And Margaret couldn't help laughing out loud when she saw them. Crab Claw Peninsula, Whispering City. The blue sky is cloudless, and the fresh breeze blows, making people feel refreshed. At the gate of the castle, the carefully dressed Kaelii looked up. Mr. Al beside him blinked his eyes and said with a teasing tone, Good child, don't worry, it's a good thing for the people to love the Lord. Kaelii's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said, Mr. Al, under Green's arrangement, Kaelii has been studying with Mr. Al and has been exposed to a lot of new knowledge. The longer Kaelii spent, the more she admired Mr. Al's knowledge. She felt that she would never be able to reach Mr. Al's level in her life. Kaelii's expression quickly returned to normal. What is there to be shy about? Crab Claw Peninsula women always fight for what they want. Bachelor Al looked at the changes on Kaelii's little face and smiled kindly. Bachelor Al is a 4th-generation veteran of the Kleber family, Green's grandfather, father, mother, and himself. It can be said that he has spent most of his life in Whispering Castle and personally experienced the ups and downs of the Kleber family. In Bachelor Al's opinion, Green's behavior and actions are a variant of the Kleber family, very unlike Kleber. The family that only knows how to wield swords and swords has welcomed a head of the family who likes to use his brain. The Kleber family has experienced ups and downs and finally ushered in an opportunity to rise. Green's appearance is evidence. This opportunity may have been planted since Mrs. Kleber paid special attention to Green's knowledge teaching. Thinking of this, Bachelor Al couldn't help but straighten his old waist. I taught Green to read and write. The Kleber family has almost controlled nearly 2/3 of the land on the Crab Claw Peninsula, and has tens of thousands of people. The young lord will not stop his steps. Mr. Al believes that the remaining land of Crab Claw Peninsula will soon belong to the Crab Claw territory, and the Crab Claw family will establish its absolute rule over the Crab Claw Peninsula, becoming an important military noble in the king's territory. Mr. Al sighed secretly. This may be the beginning of a real war. Although Duke John and the nobles of the valley did not directly use swords, they caused too much blood to flow on the Crab Claw Peninsula. After more than 10 years of accumulation, it has become a blood feud. Mr. Al cheered up. He still has to live a few more years and continue to serve the Lord. By the way, the valley has also caused him to not add new books for several years. I can still pass him a knife. At the gate of the castle, Green jumped off the horse. Lord Green, Kalia lifted her skirt, walked quickly, and rushed towards Green. Green felt the soft fragrance, but not. In order to show the majesty of the Lord, he has been wearing the ancestral armor of Kalia. The two hugged each other, and Green patted Kalia on the back. His face was gentle, but his heart was dazed. Have I done something that I have forgotten? Mr. Al grinned, revealing his few remaining teeth. Lord Green, Kalia is growing up, and Kleber has never lacked courage. The two separated their bodies. Green laughed softly, and reached out to stroke Kalia's black hair. Green glanced at Mr. Al and said, Mr. Al, I'm very happy to see that you are still in good health. You seem to be several years younger than before I left. Mr. Al stroked his chest and said, Lord Green, thank you for your concern. I deal with letters from the territory every day, so I can see good news every day, and I am always happy physically and mentally. Green smiled and nodded, and said, Come on, Sam. Samuel heard Green's voice, walked out from behind, and saluted Mr. Al shyly. Good day, Mr. Al. His name is Samuel Tarley, from the River Bay, and he will serve as your affairs officer, Mr. Al said kindly. Samuel, you have a pair of bachelor's eyes. Welcome. Samuel hurriedly nodded to thank him, and scratched the back of his head shyly. At this time, Kalia stared at Green and said, Lord Green, I have prepared hot water for you. Green raised his eyebrows and said to everyone, Let's go in. 3 days later, Crab Manor outside King's Landing. The blue sky was clear and there was not a single cloud in sight. The hot and humid air made it hard to breathe. Dick held the dagger tightly in his hand and approached a sturdy rooster lightly. The distance was about the same. Just as Dick was about to raise his arm, the rooster flew away from Dick, leaving only a few feathers. Dick gritted his teeth and was about to chase after it, but was stopped by Jeffrey. Dick, you only have one chance. If you fail to hit the rooster, you are already in danger. The enemy is not a chicken to be slaughtered. Hearing this, Dick sat down on the ground, a little dejected. In the first stage of training the dagger, the chicken was tied with one leg. As long as he moved quickly, he could hit the rooster with one hit. Recently, Crab Manor has been eating roast chicken every day, all of which were slaughtered by Dick. Regardless of the reason, Dick showed good perseverance, and Jeffrey's evaluation of Dick has improved a lot. Wrist strength and speed still need to be trained. Rest for a while, and then we will continue. Dick stood up, patted his clothes, straightened his back, and said, Okay, Sir Jeffrey. I think I have found some tricks, and I just want to think about it. As Dick finished speaking, Jeffrey frowned imperceptibly. Jeffrey thought about it again, did not speak, but just nodded. Some personalities cannot be changed, as long as the goal can be achieved. Jeffrey stopped and said, You have to master it within a week. If you can meet the requirements within a week, I will take you and your sister to Whispering City to meet Lord Green. After a pause, Jeffrey stared at Dick and said, If you can't complete it, I can only let you and your sister stay here. Dick, this is Lord Green's order. Dick's pupils shrank and said, Stay here? Sir Jeffrey, I don't quite understand what this sentence means. Jeffrey shook his head and said, No, Sir Dick, in fact, you understand it very well. I am an illiterate hunter. I am just repeating Lord Green's original words. Don't question Lord Green. Do you understand? Jeffrey's eyes became sharp, making Dick feel the danger. Dick's Adam's apple rolled, swallowed his saliva, and pretended to be relaxed. Don't worry, I think I have no problem. Please tell Lord Green for me that I will never let him down." Joffrey nodded silently and started walking again. After Joffrey disappeared, Dick wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was like this again. Dick was threatened almost every day, and the heavy pressure made him breathless. Dick looked at the direction of his sister's room for a while, and forced himself to cheer up. At least now I have good food, good clothes, and a good place to live. This little bit of suffering. Dick wanted to cry. It was really hard. He really wanted to go back. He didn't want to go back to the old days at all, didn't want to go back to the dirty and smelly place. He liked his sister's current appearance as a noble lady. He is a brother, for Yulia, and for himself, he must be strong. Dick suddenly felt full of strength, staring at the energetic rooster for a while. His shoulders collapsed again. How could this little thing be so flexible? It would be better if it didn't have wings. Red Castle, Prime Minister's bedroom. Jon Arryn was the only one in the room. He threw the note into the brazier with a heavy face and trembling hands, and the flames rose immediately. The note that Prime Minister Jon burned was sent secretly by Lord Stannis Baratheon. After seeing the content, he had no intention of lying in bed to recuperate. Stannis suspected that the 3 legitimate children of King Robert and Cersei Lannister were not King Robert's blood. Stannis pointed out that the illegitimate children of Robert he knew all had black hair, while the 3 children born to Cersei, Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen, all had golden hair. Although Lord Jon and Lord Stannis disagreed on many political issues, Lord Jon trusted Lord Stannis very much. Prime Minister Jon felt that if he had to choose the most honest person in the 7 kingdoms, that person would be Stannis Baratheon. Jon looked bitter. If this matter was true, it would cause great turmoil in the entire kingdom. If it was not handled properly, it would easily turn into a war, and the scale of the war would not be less than the war more than a decade ago. This matter was too big to be handed over to anyone. He did not dare to trust anyone, so he had to investigate it himself. The first thing that Duke Jon thought of was the book Genealogy and History of the Major Nobles of the 7 Kingdoms in the hands of Grand Maester Pycelle. This book records the appearance descriptions of the children of the Baratheon family from generation to generation. Secondly, the illegitimate children left by King Robert outside are ready-made evidence, and each one needs to be investigated and recorded. If it is true. Prime Minister Jon closed his eyes with a sad look. This is not only a shame for the royal family, but also a shame for the king's hand. Duke Jon dragged his sick body and began to secretly mobilize the people he brought from the Vale. That night, Petyr Baelish learned from Lysa Tully that Duke Jon suddenly mobilized his confidants in the Vale. Duke Jon hid it from everyone, but he couldn't hide it from his wife Lysa. Petyr's gray-green eyes trembled, and he felt that something big was about to happen in the Red Castle. What could it be? Petyr fell into deep thought, making Lysa Tully feel that his attitude was careless. Petyr, we haven't seen each other for several days. I can't feel your love, which makes me sad. Petyr's expression changed naturally, lowered his head, and said with a little surprise, My Lysa, I just suddenly remembered our youth. I have white hair now, but you are still so charming. There was only deep love in Petyr's eyes. Lysa hugged Petyr tightly, her eyes were moist. Littlefinger, you are still the handsome boy in Riverrun who only loves me. Petyr lifted Lysa's chin, lowered his head and left a warm touch on her forehead. My Lysa, I will love you forever. Petyr raised the corners of his lips, his eyes flickered. The chaotic ascending stairs may be just around the corner. Chapter 102:30 Captains. Whispering City, Lord's Hall. Green took the horn cup handed over by Kalia, took a sip of the territory's special red wine, and frowned naturally. It's still so hard to drink. Green handed the horn cup back to Kalia, and said to the short and strong man kneeling on one knee below, Rake, the descendant of the ancestors, I accept your loyalty. Rake's no, early 30 years old, illegitimate son of the North, leader of the Vale Sea mercenary group, Petyr's gift. As he said, Green got up from the chair and walked towards Rick. Tap tap. Green stood in front of Rick, looked down for a while, choked, and drew his sword. Green stared at Rick, who lowered his head and did not move, and nodded his chin slightly. Rick's right shoulder felt the cold sword, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. He felt like a trout waiting to be slaughtered. He had no chance of survival. Rick didn't dare to move at all. In a moment, the back of the sea mercenary Rick was covered with fine cold sweat. Rick's no, I hope the next time I draw my sword will be for my sea knights. Hearing this, Rick couldn't help but raise his head and look at the owner of the voice. Rick suppressed the surging in his heart, and held the long sword against his shoulder with an excited tone, as if he was shouting, "Earl Green, I will always be at your service. I swear to the new and old gods that I will be loyal until death." Green put away his sword, glanced at the excited Rick, turned around and walked up the steps, and sat back on the Lord's wooden chair. Green lowered his eyes and stared at Rick, without speaking again. Under Green's gaze, Rick calmed down his excited mood and lowered his head nervously. Green then said, "Rick, I order you to recruit sailors in Mermaid Harbor, enough sailors for 3 ships to sail on the ocean. I will follow your orders, my lord. Get up, Rick." Green's gentle tone at this moment made Rick's heart flustered, and he looked more respectful after getting up. Green looked at Fury standing aside, and said, "Captain Fury, please settle Rick's family for me." Before Fury could reply, Rick's eyes trembled slightly, and he took the lead to say, "My lord, thank you for your kindness." Green glanced at Rick and showed a satisfied look. "Rick, Kleber is a descendant of the ancestors. You will have a new life. Go down." Rick nodded and left the Lord's Hall with Fury. After the two left, Green's slender fingers tapped the armrest of the chair. He was thinking about his cousin, Lyanna Kleber, whom he had met yesterday. Lyanna had given up the inheritance right of Kleber, and Green needed to make corresponding arrangements. Lyanna had married once for the benefit of her family. Now she was beautiful on her own or looking for true love. Green did not intend to interfere with Lyanna's emotional choices. Will she meet a bad person again? Please listen to the whispers of the crypt. And Whispering City will always be Lyanna's home. As long as Green is still there, Miss Lyanna will always be treated well and will always be protected by Green. Therefore, as long as Green is still there, the people who should be worried are those who are favored by Lyanna Crab. A week later, after Green inspected the new farm in Crab's old land, he came to Whispering Castle, which was once Crab's castle, with his retainer Knight Mason Baker. Whispering Castle is now an abandoned castle overgrown with weeds. The castle is built of ancient rocks without mortar and stands on the top of the cliff. Thick moss grows between the cracks and the rocks, trees emerge from the ground, the walls on the edge of the cliff have collapsed, and clusters of poisonous red vines grow on the rubble. 50 feet below, the waves rushed into an old, dilapidated lighthouse. Behind the tower was the entrance to a large cave. The sea had eroded holes under the cliffs, and when the waves passed through the underground holes and passages, they made a rumbling sound, which is why the Whispering Castle got its name. There is another legend that the legendary hero of Crab Claw Peninsula, Clarence Crab, was 8 feet tall and strong enough to pull up a pine tree with one hand and throw it half a mile. No horse could bear his weight, so he could only ride a bison. Clarence's wife was a forest witch. Every time he killed a person, he would bring the head home and ask his forest witch wife to kiss the head's lips to resurrect it. These people were lords, wizards, knights, pirates, and one of them was the king of Duskendale. After they were resurrected, because they only had heads, they could not speak too loudly. In order to pass the time, they never shut up, so Crab's home castle was called Whispering Castle. Green stared at the ruined ancestral castle for a while, and said, "Mason, I plan to repair the ancestral castle." Mason, as a descendant of the Knights of Kleber's family, was naturally very happy to hear Green's words. Mason grew up in Whispering Castle and had a special feeling for it. In Mason's memory, Whispering Castle at that time was at most half ruin. Yes, it seems that Kleber's ancestors never cared about the living environment. As long as people could live there, they were veritable half-wild nobles. After the Usurper War, as Mrs. Kleber, Green's mother, led the remaining tribesmen to migrate westward, today's Whispering City. More than a decade later, Kleber's ancestral castle was already in ruins. "Loyal Knight Mason, I plan to leave this matter to you." Mason touched Green's chest and nodded. "My lord, I am honored to be entrusted with the important task of rebuilding Kleber's ancestral castle." Green nodded slightly. Restoring the ancestral castle is a sign that Green has completed the recovery of Kleber's old land. Kleber's eastward advance is already in the final stage. Whisper Castle is not only a symbol of the Kleber family's ruling power, but also related to the Kleber family's title. After the restoration of the ancestral castle is completed, Green plans to change the name of Whisper Castle. What name should it be called? How about changing it to Blue Castle? It can be regarded as a distant echo of the Red Castle in King's Landing. Before parting, Green appointed Mason Baker as the commander of the Garrison Corps. From the name of the Garrison Corps, we can know the clear authority. Mason will be responsible for the overall defense of Kleber's territory. After parting with Mason, Green did not stop and inspected the current garrisons of the Survey Corps in the Thorn Corps. After meeting Green, the commander of the Survey Corps, Perpili, and the commander of the Thorn Corps received the same order to recommend 30 captains. The main purpose of Green's establishment of 30 captains is to further strengthen the control of the Corps, and the ultimate goal is to be able to use them as one's arm. The lowest level officer of the Kleber Corps is the Decapitator, and the next level is the Centurion. The newly established 30 captains are higher than the Decapitator and lower than the Centurion. After the establishment of the 30-man, the officers under a Centurion are generally 1 direct 10-man, 3 30-man, and 9 10-man, that is, there are 3 10-man under each 30-man. As for the name of the 30-man, Green was worried about the drama, so he didn't name it the platoon leader. The corps commander of the Kleber Legion is equivalent to the 1,000-man in terms of scale. After the selection of 30-man of each corps is completed, Green will set up the next level of selection of Centurions, 3 Centurions. Starting next year, 298th year of the Westeros calendar, Green will hold a banquet for officers of all levels every year. For example, the 10-man banquet. At that time, all the 10-man of the Kleber Legion will gather together to attend the banquet hosted by Green himself. By analogy, there are also 30-man banquet, Centurion banquet, 3 Centurion banquet, etc. Green will hold it once a year, just like the annual festival of the Kleber territory. These are just one of the means by which Green controls the military power. No matter how large the scale of the Kleber Legion will be in the future, Green will firmly control it in his own hands, starting from now. When Green returned to Mermaid Harbor, it had been exactly 1 month since he last left. Mermaid Harbor, Government Office. Green looked at Dick, who had changed so much, and nodded secretly. Dick was still very thin, but he stood up straight, and his manners were like those of a nobleman. His eyes still liked to move around, but compared to before, they were much better, and people would not mistake him for a thief at first glance. Green would not force 100 points, 60 points was a pass, and Dick, who now had more than 70 points, was good enough for Green. Well, Lord Green has always been strict with himself and lenient with others. Green glanced at Yulia, who had completely turned into a noble lady, and showed a look of satisfaction. "Sit down, Dick." Yulia, Green's gentle voice made Dick and Yulia tremble at the same time. Perhaps, Green's cold face would make them feel more at ease. Green smiled and said, "Sit down." "Sit down." Yulia was better, Dick trembled directly, and then they all sat down. After a pause, Green said, "Dick and Yulia, I have never considered you as outsiders. You have always been my people. But, even if you are a member of my tribe, you should be punished if you make a mistake." The smile on Dick's face froze instantly, and he nodded tremblingly. Green said to Yulia, "Yulia, you will get a manor on Crab Claw Peninsula and be protected by Kleber." Yulia seemed to be confirming whether she had heard it wrong, with an incredible look on her face. She thought that Green dressed her up as a noble lady because Yulia's mood was complicated and she didn't know what to feel for a while. Yulia stood up and nodded to Green, lifting her skirt. "Count Green, thank you for your kindness. I will always remember your kindness." Green smiled and nodded, looking at Dick, who was looking very happy. Feeling Green's gaze, Dick immediately restrained his smile. "Dick Wishu, your sister is going to get married. Whether Yulia can maintain a good life depends on you." Dick stopped Yulia from speaking, stared at his sister and nodded. Dick gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Green, please give me your orders. I am confident that I can complete the task." Dick has a certain confidence in his skills in killing chickens, and, for Yulia, he can risk his life. As long as his sister can continue to live a good life, he is not afraid of sacrifice. Green looked at Dick and Yulia, who were about to part with each other, and nodded secretly. "Dick, you are one of my people. I will not put your life in danger, or arrange any dangerous tasks like killing people. If possible, I hope you live well and have a castle of your own." After a pause, Green continued, "When the mission is completed and you and your sister are reunited, you will not only get my reward, but I will also allow you to legally own the Kleber surname. Julia, who has a legitimate child, will find a husband that satisfies her and become the mistress of a territory. She will love her husband and raise their children together. And you, Dick, you will have your own territory and castle, and your legitimate child will become your legal heir." Why did the surprise come so suddenly? Dick's eyes turned red and he said, "Lord Green, Dick couldn't go on and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes fiercely. He couldn't cry, it was too embarrassing. Green came over and patted Dick's arm. It's about the future of the family. A strong crab is your foundation. Work hard for the strength of the family, and the family will protect you. Dick, for your sister and for yourself, complete my task well. Winterfell in the north. Winterfell is located in the center of the northern region of the Seven Kingdoms, and the King's Road connects it with King's Landing and the Wall. Winterfell is a huge castle covering several acres, including 2 thick walls and a village located at the gate. Winterfell itself is built around an ancient godswood and a hot spring. Steaming hot water is transported between the walls through pipes, flowing through the high walls like blood in the human body to warm each room, making Winterfell more comfortable than other castles in the harsh north in winter. Among all the rooms in the main castle of Winterfell, Catelyn's bedroom is the most stuffy, so that there is rarely a need to light a fire in the fireplace for heating. Catelyn Tully is the wife of Lord Eddard Stark, the eldest daughter of Hoster Tully, the Duke of Riverrun in the Riverlands. Eddard Stark could never stand this heat. He said that the people of the Stark family were born to live with ice and snow. Catelyn smiled and replied, if that is true, then their castle is really built in the wrong place. Eddard Stark is the head of the Stark family, the Duke of Winterfell, the Warden of the North, and his nickname is Ned. After making love with his wife, Eddard Stark climbed up from the bed, pulled open the heavy brocade curtains, pushed open a narrow window, and the coldness of the night immediately poured into the bedroom. The 35-year-old Eddard was burly and always had a serious look on his face. He had a long face of the Stark family, dark brown hair, gray eyes, and a neatly trimmed beard that had begun to turn gray. Catelyn pulled the warm fur over her chin and looked at her husband silently. She was still a little painful, but it was a pain that felt good. Catelyn has auburn hair and blue eyes. She is over 30 and has given birth to 5 children, but she is still beautiful. Catelyn, I received a letter from Robert a few days ago. He said that John is in poor health and asked me to come to King's Landing to share the government affairs of the Prime Minister. Hearing this, Catelyn sat up from the bed. Her tone was a little angry. Duke Orin? Is it serious? My poor sister, Ned, you should have told me about this earlier. Sorry, Catelyn, I'm always uneasy and don't want you to worry with me. Catelyn snorted and said, the lone wolf dies, and the pack lives. Eddard shook his head and said, I can't argue with the Tullys. Catelyn glanced at Eddard and comforted him. Grand Mr. Pycelle is a great doctor, don't worry too much. After a pause, Catelyn suddenly said, King Robert actually asked you to go to King's Landing, so, could he be terminally ill? Eddard nodded and said, that's what I'm worried about too, but I don't think so. I know Robert. If this is the case, he will write it down. Catelyn was relieved. What she was most worried about was Lysa and Lysa's youngest son. Ned, what do you want to do? After thinking for a while, Eddard said, winter is coming, my home is here, and my responsibility is in the north. At this time, Catelyn was worried and hesitant. He won't care about these. He is the king now, and the king cannot be treated as an ordinary person. If you refuse him, he will wonder the reason, and then suspect whether you have 2 hearts because of this. Can't you see the danger that may be brought to us after the refusal? Lord Eddard shook his head and said firmly, Robert will never do anything against me. He loves me more than his brothers. If I refuse, he will be furious and scold me, but after a while he will sneer at this matter. He is just like this. Catelyn disagreed. She felt that Eddard was sometimes too naive, and advised, that was him in the past. The king now has become a stranger to you. Eddard's tone was sad. My father only went to the south once in his life, and he never came back. King's Landing will always be a painful memory for Lord Eddard. His father and brother both died there. Catelyn didn't care about the fur blanket slipping off her body, and reached out to her husband who looked sad. Ned, Lord Eddard came over and held his wife's slender fingers with his big hand. What are you going to do? Eddard patted Catelyn's hand and said, tomorrow morning, I will ask Mr. Lewin to arrange Raven. I want to contact Brimley to understand the situation first, and then make a decision. For some reason, Catelyn suddenly felt scared and hugged her husband deeply. Chapter 103 Imperial Conference. The Red Keep, the Throne Room, the Royal Meeting. The furnishings in the throne room are extremely gorgeous, with Mirish carpets on the floor. In the corner of the room is a wooden screen from the Summer Isles, which is carved with hundreds of lifelike and colorful rare animals. The walls are covered with exquisite brocades from Norvis, Cahir and Lys. On both sides of the door are a pair of Valyrian Sphinx statues, with round red garnet eyes that look piercing on the black marble face. At the head of the conference table, The king's chair with a golden crown and stag pattern on the backrest is empty. Lord Jon Arryn sits to the right of the king's chair, which symbolizes the king's right hand. The other royal ministers sitting around the long table are, Law Minister Renly Baratheon, Finance Minister Petyr Baelish, King's Good Captain Barristan Selmy, Grand Maester Pycelle, and Intelligence Master Varys. In addition to the king's chair at the head, the seat of Sea Lord Stannis Baratheon is also empty. The recent rush has made Prime Minister Jon thinner than before, his eyes are sunken, his face is pale, and there is no trace of blood on his face. Prime Minister Jon sighed secretly, but still asked, "There are only 6 of us, and Stannis still hasn't come." After Prime Minister Jon finished speaking, the long table seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Petyr was dressed neatly, like a monk. His gray-green eyes moved slightly, and after scanning the expressions of everyone present, he said, "Prime Minister, you know Duke Stannis. He is busy with fleet affairs and it is difficult for him to get away." Renly laughed and said in a teasing tone, "Lord Petyr, your words are too convincing. I am a little suspicious that the upright Stannis bribed you." Petyr smiled and shook his head. "It would be my honor, and I will never forget it." Everyone laughed, breaking the solemnity of the throne room. Prime Minister Jon looked at Renly, who was smiling. Renly was wearing a dark green velvet doublet embroidered with 12 golden stags, and a gold-woven half-cape hung from one shoulder, secured by an emerald brooch. When Robert seized the Iron Throne, Renly was only a 7-year-old boy. Now Renly looked like Robert, as if time had gone back, allowing him to see the heroic Robert who had returned victorious from the Trident. Prime Minister Jon stopped reminiscing, as he had called the royal court meeting today for an important matter. Regarding the issue of royal bloodline, although his investigation was less than halfway through, he could now say that he had almost confirmed that Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen were not Robert's bloodline. After collecting all the hard evidence, he would report it to King Robert in person. After this matter was revealed, Prime Minister Jon could already foresee how much shock the kingdom would cause under King Robert's wrath. This matter could not be concealed, and it must not be concealed. As the hand of the king, Duke Jon would be derelict of duty if King Robert was delayed for even a moment in learning the truth under irrefutable evidence. Again, this matter is of great importance. At that time, the only thing Prime Minister Jon could do was to persuade King Robert not to hold a public trial, but to deal with Cersei Lannister and her bastard in private. For example, all the people involved died of illness. King Robert is still young and full of vitality. He will marry a new queen and will also welcome a true legitimate heir. This is the best response Prime Minister Jon can think of. In this way, at least the 7 kingdoms will not be shaken, and the kingdom will be able to smoothly overcome the impact of this incident. However, Prime Minister Jon knows King Robert's temper very well. This is his extravagant hope. He has no confidence in persuading King Robert. He can only say that he will give it a try. Maybe King Robert will be able to remain rational for the stability of the kingdom. What Prime Minister Jon has to do now is to take precautions and deal with the worst situation in advance. He must first find another appropriate reason to reasonably blockade King's Landing, and indirectly control the Lannisters in King's Landing without arousing suspicion from others. Prime Minister Jon glanced at the ministers present, and slowly said, "My lords, I believe you have all heard about the Prime Minister's study. I think some people have even mastered things that I have forgotten." Grand Maester Pycelle, who was sitting at the end of the long table, said, "Duke Jon, the secret passage leading to the Prime Minister's study did not appear in recent years. It is a trouble left to you by the old dragon. This is a hidden danger caused by the old dragon. This also shows that the remnants of the old dragon have not given up yet." Pycelle has a kind face, with a few strands of white hair hanging on both sides of his long bald forehead, a long snow-white beard flowing to his chest, and his bachelor's necklace made of 24 metal pieces hanging from his throat to his chest. The kings that Pycelle served include, Aegon V, Jaehaerys II, Aerys II, Mad King, Robert I. Petyr didn't show it on his face, but in his heart he looked down on Pycelle, who only knew how to flatter. Normal people could tell that Prime Minister Jon was just sighing, but Pycelle was eager to excuse Prime Minister Jon. There was no need to specifically excuse the incident of the mezzanine in the Prime Minister's study. Everyone knew that this was one of the legacies left by the Targaryen dynasty. Baratheon's identity was a usurper, so it was normal for him to have some omissions in inheriting the legacy. Looking deeper, King Robert should bear greater responsibility because he was the master of the Red Keep. Now that Pycelle said this, Petyr felt that Pycelle's words seemed to be trying to please Prime Minister Jon, but he inadvertently made Prime Minister Jon bear all the responsibilities. Petyr's eyes moved slightly. Was Pycelle getting old and confused, or did he have other intentions? Petyr's eyes met with Varys, who had been silent, and they both looked away. Petyr raised the corner of his lips, and he deliberately tried to test the old and frail Grand Maester Pycelle. Grand Maester Pycelle, are the remnants of the old dragon still active? Why do I feel that? Are you trying to say that Prime Minister Jon and Lord Varys have been derelict in their duties? Petyr stared at Pycelle and continued, I think this is a joke. Of course, I am joking too. Pycelle stood up tremblingly, and his maester's necklace jingled. Pycelle nodded and said, Lord Jon, I have no such intention. Lord Petyr misunderstood my meaning. I am just being fair. Prime Minister Jon waved his hand to signal Pycelle to sit down. He glanced at Petyr, who looked helpless, and said, Grand Maester Pycelle, I have never misunderstood you. I have always trusted you. Pycelle, who sat down, nodded and thanked him. He ignored Petyr, the instigator, from beginning to end. Petyr did not find any flaws for the time being. Pycelle's behavior was no different from usual. He was afraid that he would offend Prime Minister Jon and lose his position in the royal meeting. Petyr shrugged and leaned back in his chair, but began to be wary of Pycelle, who looked harmless. Petyr had already decided in his heart to bribe the young maids around Pycelle and control his every move. Petyr, who was always calculating, already had a legitimate excuse. He would find a suitable opportunity to personally contact Pycelle in the name of apology. Some things can only be confirmed with one's own eyes. Therefore, the king's counselors never talked nonsense for no reason in the king's council, except for Renly. Prime Minister Jon did not forget the purpose of today. He paused and continued, after this incident, I always feel uneasy. I am old, but I don't want to leave the problems that occurred when I was the hand of the king to the next hand of the king. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Prime Minister Jon almost at the same time. Facing everyone's gaze, Prime Minister Jon said, 1 month, at most 3 months. I will seal off the entire King's Landing and thoroughly investigate all the secret passages left by the Targaryens in King's Landing. Anyone related to the secret passages must be arrested. Prime Minister Jon's words made the throne room suddenly quiet. Renly was surprised and asked, Lord Jon, did I hear you wrong? Blockade King's Landing for 3 months. Petyr frowned and said coldly, Lord Renly, the Prime Minister means a maximum of 3 months. Everyone knows that Petyr is a confidant of the Vale who is promoted by Prime Minister Jon. They are his own people. Petyr also always stated that he is always Prime Minister Jon's man in the Royal Council. Petyr's consistent actions allow him to represent Prime Minister Jon in many occasions even without Prime Minister Jon's authorization, and it will not arouse anyone's suspicion. This is one of Petyr's methods in the game of power. Renly spread his hands, but his tone was not heavy. Lord Jon, will it make too much noise? If you are not careful, it will cause riots. There are more than 500,000 people in King's Landing. Prime Minister Jon's eyes became sharp, and he swept his eyes across the people present, saying, I need the support of all the adults. Varys stood up from his chair and nodded, and spoke first without any hesitation. Lord Jon, I support your decision. It is my great honor to serve you. This is also my duty. Everyone looked at Varys, who was the first to stand up and express his support, and many people were puzzled. Regarding the secret passage incident in the Prime Minister's study, everyone suspected Varys, the chief intelligence officer in charge of intelligence collection during the Targaryen period, and this naturally included Prime Minister Jon himself. Although Prime Minister Jon suspected that Varys was an insider, he would not deliberately embarrass Varys before getting evidence. This was the honor that Lord Jon had insisted on all his life. At this moment, Varys' actions not only directly dispelled Lord Jon's defensiveness, but also increased his trust in him. Petyr looked at Varys, who looked sincere, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his lips. When Varys sat down, he seemed to feel Petyr's gaze and nodded slightly to Petyr. Petyr smiled slightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. After more than 10 years as the hand of the king, the people around him had already figured out the temperament of Duke Jon, not to mention Varys, who was the chief of intelligence in front of the king. Captain Barristan Selmy of the King's Guard, who had always been sitting like a statue, suddenly said, Mr. Prime Minister, the blockade of King's Landing requires the personal signature of His Majesty the King. Captain Barristan of the King's Guard, like other members of the King's Guard, wore silver armor and a white cloak. Barristan, who was already 60 years old, was tall and had a pair of blue eyes that exuded a sad atmosphere under his white hair. Although he was old, he still looked strong and elegant. Barristan Selmy was known as Barristan the Fearless. He was the eldest son of Earl Lionel Selmy of Harvest Hall and Stormlands. At the age of 10, Barristan became a mysterious knight with armor donated by others. He participated in the tournament held in Black Harbor and challenged Prince Duncan, who no one dared to challenge. Since then, he has been known as Barristan the Fearless. In the Battle of the Ninipani Kings, Barristan rushed into the Golden Company alone and successfully killed the last Blackfire, the Violent Malice, one-on-one, ending the rebellion of the Blackfire pretender to the throne, earning himself immortality. Since then, his name has spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. At the age of 23, Barristan gave up his family's inheritance rights and put on the white robes at the recommendation of Gerald Hightower, the then captain of the King's Guard. After the War of the Usurper, although Barristan fought bravely for the Targaryen royal family, King Robert still pardoned him and appointed him as the captain of the King's Guard. Although Barristan had moral reservations about serving King Robert, he still faithfully fulfilled his duties. Prime Minister John looked at Barristan, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of fatigue. "Sir Barristan, I will get His Majesty Robert's approval first." Barristan nodded and said, "I will perform my duty then." Renly spread his hands and said with a smile, "Duke John, remember to notify me in advance before closing the city. I do not intend to be locked up here unless Robert orders me to. I will go to the royal forest to hunt, and I will come back when you finish your business." Prime Minister John's pale lips moved slightly, but he did not speak, just nodded. Petyr said to Prime Minister John, "Prime Minister, we have to consider the food issue. There are hundreds of thousands of mouths in King's Landing." Prime Minister John already had a corresponding plan. "I will not restrict the flow of food into King's Landing. Petyr, I'll leave this matter to you." Petyr stroked his chest gracefully. "As you wish, Prime Minister." Pycelle looked at Petyr and said, "Lord Petyr, this is not a small amount of money. Can the kingdom treasury take out this amount of gold dragons?" Petyr curled the corners of his lips, looked at Pycelle, and said with a sarcastic tone, "You mean the kingdom treasury? Grand Maester Pycelle, don't pretend. You and I both know that the treasury has been empty for many years. Even rats will despise that place now." After answering Pycelle, Petyr said to Prime Minister John, "Prime Minister, I think the Archbishop would be happy to help us at this time. I will contact him in advance." Prime Minister John sighed and said, "Petyr, we still need the help of the High Septon to stabilize the hearts of the people in King's Landing." At this time, his plan had been approved by the Royal Council. Everything went well. Prime Minister John breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, fatigue suddenly emerged in his body, forcing him to lean back in his chair. Petyr, who looked worried, was about to speak, but was interrupted by a sudden movement. Everyone in the Royal Council heard the loud voice of "The Queen has arrived." Chapter 104 Imperial Meeting 2. The Queen has arrived. A heavy wooden door in the throne room was pushed open, and Cersei Lannister appeared. She wore the Queen's crown and a red off-shoulder dress, and walked slowly into the hall. Behind Cersei was her loyal guard, Jaime Lannister. The ministers in front of the king were surprised, and they all stood up and saluted in the direction of Cersei. Jon Arryn looked at Queen Cersei with a complicated look. Cersei stood still and looked at Prime Minister Jon, who was still sitting upright, and their eyes just collided. Prime Minister Jon sighed secretly. Before the matter was revealed, Cersei was still the queen representing the royal family. Jon grabbed the armrest with his trembling hands, stood up from the wooden chair representing the hand of the king, and nodded to Cersei. Queen Cersei raised her smooth chin, and a small arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Cersei looked around, glanced at the empty first seat, and then at Prime Minister Jon, who was sitting next to it. Cersei walked to the seat opposite the king's chair and said, "Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'll sit here. Sir Jaime, please help me move a chair." Jaime didn't care about the occasional glances from others, and placed a wooden chair behind Cersei with a curled lip. Barristan glanced at Jaime in silver armor and white robes, and closed his eyes, as if to turn a blind eye. Barristan strongly disagreed with Jaime Lannister's choice. As a member of the King's Guard, Jaime broke his oath and killed the king he was supposed to protect. His white robe should be changed to black. Moreover, Barristan looked down on Jaime, who had obviously fallen. After Queen Cersei sat down, Everyone sat back in their chairs. Renly raised his lips and said, "Your Highness Cersei, why did you suddenly come here today? You are a rare guest. The last time you appeared here, I can't remember clearly. It seems to be several years ago." Cersei didn't like Renly, who looked like Robert, at all. She was also tired of the teasing in Renly's words. Cersei snorted coldly, looked at Renly with her beautiful eyes, and raised her lips. "Duke Renly, if your sincerity is sincere enough, I will attend every royal meeting, for you and for the Seven Kingdoms." Renly laughed and stopped talking. It was a political tacit understanding for everyone to exclude Queen Cersei, who represented Lannister, from the royal meeting. Even if there was a little sign, he didn't want to give people a handle. After Renly's laughter, everyone present had different thoughts, and the hall was very silent for a while. The atmosphere on the long table became more and more solemn. Peter's eyes moved slightly and looked at Prime Minister Jon with a heavy face. Sensing Peter's gaze, Prime Minister Jon nodded his chin imperceptibly. Peter's gaze moved to the direction of Queen Cersei and broke the silence. "Your Majesty, please forgive me for being so presumptuous. What do you want?" "Peter is at your service at any time." Before Peter finished speaking, he felt a contempt from Queen Cersei. Queen Cersei didn't want to pay any attention to Peter, the mouthpiece. Peter showed a helpless expression, shrugged his shoulders, and stopped talking. Will Peter secretly hate Cersei for ignoring him? The answer is no. Including Peter, everyone in the Red Castle has long been accustomed to Cersei's domineering attitude. Habits become natural. If Cersei treats him gently, Peter will doubt whether there is any conspiracy hidden in it. After a while, Prime Minister Jon slowly said, "Queen Cersei, please speak frankly." Although Queen Cersei showed a satisfied smile, she did not hide her disgust for Jon. "Duke Arryn, I think your health is indeed very problematic. I will arrange for the maid to light candles for you in the September and pray for your early recovery." Prime Minister Jon frowned. The timing of Queen Cersei's appearance was too coincidental, which made him wonder if there was any mistake in the secret investigation. As soon as this suspicion appeared in his mind, it was immediately dispelled by Prime Minister Jon. If it had been exposed, according to Cersei's character, she would not sit across from him and have the leisure to mock him. Prime Minister Jon's eyes were a little sharp. "Queen Cersei, please speak frankly. The Royal Council needs to continue to discuss the affairs of the kingdom." After Prime Minister Jon's voice fell, before Cersei could react, Mr. Pycelle suddenly spoke. "Your Majesty, the hand of the king never speaks empty words. Before you arrived, we were discussing the blockade of King's Landing. We still have many issues to discuss." Peter's eyes trembled slightly. He felt that the cunning old fox had finally revealed its tail. Grand Maester Pycelle, who seemed a little confused on the surface, took the initiative to speak for Prime Minister Jon, which was also in line with Pycelle's usual behavior of flattering the Prime Minister. "But it also depends on the occasion. Even if it is exactly the same thing, if it is placed in a different occasion, it may bring completely different effects. For example, now that Queen Cersei is present, Pycelle's words are actually equivalent to destroying Prime Minister Jon's proposal to block the city. Although the blockade plan proposed by Prime Minister Jon in the Royal Council has won the support of most of the Royal Council ministers, there is still one last procedure of the Royal Council. That is voting. Only proposals that have passed the voting process of the Royal Council are legal. There is only one step left, but it was interrupted by Queen Cersei. Now, Pycelle accidentally told this matter in front of Queen Cersei, and what was originally a foregone conclusion had unexpected variables. When the bigwigs in the throne room were fighting, Green was in the narrow sea with huge waves. Rick Snow shouted, "Lord Green, we are being targeted by pirates, but don't worry, the wind direction is in our favor, and we can get rid of them before dark." Green glanced at the 3 black dots in the distance and shouted, "Rick, you are now the commander of the Crab Fleet." Green took a few steps, grabbed a rope, pointed in the direction of the pirate ship, and shouted, "Get over there, you have the final say." Rick also aroused the fighting spirit. He wiped the seawater off his face and shouted, "First mate, prepare to turn, full left rudder. Hold the rope tightly." The first mate on the ship immediately responded loudly, "Yes, Captain." Full left rudder. The hull gradually tilted. Rick observed the waves and ordered, "Straighten the course." "Yes. Straighten the course." The sailors on the ship shouted loudly and desperately pulled the ropes connected to the sails to control the direction of the sails. The boat crashed through the layers of waves, and the Kraber sailboat dragged out a large piece of white waves. Green's ears were full of the sound of splashing water. He took the special longbow from Martyr Baker. Martyr, follow me closely. Martyr, who was full of quivers, responded loudly, Lord Green, please rest assured. The people on the pirate ship also found that the prey was adjusting the ship's direction and actively approaching them. They were 3 ships, and the other side had only 2 ships. The advantage was mine. The pirate captain held the railing and shouted arrogantly, who do they think they are? I am the king of the sea. Pull the boat over. When the 2 sides could see each other clearly, the sea calmed down a little. Retract the sails. Prepare for boarding. Retract the sails. Prepare for boarding. At about the same time, the captains on both sides issued the same order. Montan on the other boat put on the iron bucket helmet. Ange, the wind and waves are still strong. Don't get too far forward. Be careful not to fall off. Ange observed the surroundings with sharp eyes and nodded. Montan, I'm almost used to the shaking of the boat. The main reason is that the boat is too narrow, so you need to pay attention. Montan pulled up the visor, smiled, and said in a silly voice, have you decided who to marry? Ange was indeed welcomed by the spearwomen in the Kleber territory, especially after he couldn't help but defeat a few spearwomen who looked too strong in his opinion. Ange, who seemed to be very popular, actually had a hardship that he couldn't say. Ange wanted to change the subject, and suddenly said, Montan, why do I feel that you have been avoiding Lord Green recently? Don't you usually like to follow the Lord the most? Montan wanted to scratch his head, but his fingers touched the cold helmet, so he withdrew his hand. Montan looked at Ange with blank eyes and said, Ange, I didn't pay attention to these. You may have seen it wrong. As he said that, Montan turned his sight to the pirate ship approaching in the distance, raised his round shield, and said, I'm going to the front. The ship was still shaking violently, but Montan's steps were very steady. Ange glanced at Montan's fat back in confusion, and then withdrew his gaze. There was still some time before the boarding battle, and Ange carefully checked the bow and arrow again. Red Keep, Throne Room. Queen Cersei's lips showed a sarcastic arc, and her tone was cold. Jon Arryn, not only do you have health problems, but you are also confused by the way. Cersei's words seemed to solidify the entire throne room. Facing all the eyes focused on her, Cersei raised her chin proudly and snorted coldly. Prime Minister Jon couldn't help but clench his fist, and said in a warning tone, Queen Lannister, this is the royal meeting, not your inner chamber. After that, Prime Minister Jon's throat itched and couldn't help coughing. Petyr hurriedly got up and walked over, but Prime Minister Jon waved him off. Queen Cersei, who was originally very annoyed by Jon's mention of inner chamber, was immediately pleased when she saw Prime Minister Jon's extremely embarrassed appearance. After finally stopping coughing, Prime Minister Jon leaned weakly on the back of the chair like a helpless and weak old man. Will Cersei sympathize with a weak Prime Minister Jon? Cersei never sympathizes with a weak. She only gloats over others' misfortunes and adds insult to injury. It would be considered a great mercy for her to sit back and watch without helping. Queen Cersei looked at Prime Minister Jon and said slowly, Is Lord Arryn interested in my bedroom? When did this start? Hand of the King, you rarely make me curious. You? Lord Jon's chest rose and fell more. Queen Cersei, don't tarnish my honor at will. Queen Cersei said coldly, only cowards will block King's Landing for their own safety. I will give you a skirt next time you come. Facing some suspicious eyes around him, Prime Minister Jon felt that he was about to vomit blood in anger. How could the old Lion Lord Tywin have such a daughter? Cersei naturally didn't know that Prime Minister Jon was under the guise of investigating the secret passage, but his real purpose was to control the situation and block King's Landing in advance after the royal bloodline problem was revealed. Cersei thought that old Jon was frightened by the discovery of the secret passage, so he wanted to make a big move. According to Cersei's guess, Prime Minister Jon's behavior was a coward's behavior. The words that most angered Prime Minister Jon were not Cersei's words about giving her a skirt, but of course that didn't make him angry. It was mainly Cersei's ambiguous words. Prime Minister Jon felt that he had truly witnessed Cersei's promiscuity, and this was the queen he personally selected for King Robert. Everyone knows that there are no secrets in the Red Keep. Doesn't she care about her reputation? Of course Cersei doesn't care about her reputation. It's just that Queen Cersei's chief steward Glenn Crab started a bad start. In Cersei's opinion, whoever dared to slander her, at most she would send Glenn to get him killed. She missed a feeling at that time. Cersei Lannister, have never known what fear is. In the confrontation between the Prime Minister and the Queen, none of the ministers could intervene, except for the king's younger brother, Renly. Renly really wanted to help Prime Minister Jon, but he couldn't find a suitable opportunity. On the one hand, the Baratheon family is naturally close to Prime Minister Jon, and on the other hand, Renly once planned to pull Cersei Lannister down from the position of queen and let Margaery Tyrell become the new queen. While attacking the Lannister forces, he could also get the support of the Golden Rose family. Unfortunately, the plan has just begun. Jaime madly scattered golden dragons everywhere, and inquired and investigated everywhere like crazy, forcing him to temporarily stop his actions and carefully lead the clues to the Riverland. After all, the conspiracy is dark. Everyone is using it, but no one likes it. If it is accidentally exposed, it will tarnish the honor of the Baratheon family. Faced with Jaime's chaotic punches, Renly had to avoid it for the sake of the overall situation. Renly and his confidant consultants planned the plan for a long time, and only saw some results, but it ended like a child's play. In the solemn atmosphere, Renly suddenly laughed, and his laughter was heroic, just like King Robert. Renly used his own way to ease the atmosphere. Your Highness, Cersei, you may not know Lord Jon very well. He never understands what humor is, and King Robert always can't stand this. As Renly finished speaking, everyone laughed. Cersei snorted and didn't say anything else, not because Renly's words had any effect. Renly's words mentioned King Robert as a warning. He was reminding King Robert and Prime Minister Jon that the relationship between them was special and deep, and asked Queen Cersei not to force it too much. The arrogant Cersei didn't realize the deep meaning of Renly's words at all. She just felt sick when she saw Renly's face that looked like young Robert. Cersei hated everything and everyone related to King Robert. Misunderstandings can sometimes be beautiful. At this moment, Renly suddenly felt that although Cersei was a little willful, she would still know when to advance and retreat at critical moments. If she wasn't from the Lannister family, she would be a qualified queen. Renly's smile was carefree, and he continued, Your Highness Cersei, you suddenly attended the royal meeting. I think there must be something important. Let's discuss your matter first. After speaking, Renly looked at Prime Minister Jon. Renly is still too young. Jon sighed secretly, and did not say anything, just nodded slightly. Cersei looked at Renly with a smile on his face, and couldn't help rolling her eyes slightly. Prime Minister Jon, I heard that because of your health condition, Petyr is now fulfilling the duties of Prime Minister on your behalf. Information heard from Green. Are you planning to train Petyr to be the successor to the Hand of the King? My lords, I may have a recommendation position, please vote for it. Chapter 105 Imperial Conference, End. The content of Cersei Lannister's words made Petyr Baelish's heart tremble. Petyr spread his hands and said helplessly, Your Majesty, this. I have to say it is very tempting. I hope the truth is so, but I know that I am not capable enough. I am just the herald. Varys clasped his hands and said in a comforting tone, Lord Petyr, your talent is obvious to all. In fact, there is no need to belittle yourself. Petyr's eyes twitched. Lord Varys, I only know how to do my duty. Varys immediately replied, This is the most rare quality. Petyr's tone was ironic. Loyalty to duty is not worth praising. Why do I feel that you have something to say? Varys nodded slightly, his eyes shining. I just want to use Lord Petyr to inspire me who is mediocre. After all, only your excellence is well known. I hate him. Petyr said coldly, Lord Varys, your special ability that is pervasive is obvious to all. Varys said modestly, the king needs someone who can get information. I happen to be here. This is nothing compared to your ability to govern the country. You can be said to be irreplaceable. Varys' sweet words were full of irony to Petyr. Petyr's words began to be a little angry. I would like to know who can replace you. Varys' tone was still modest. Lord Petyr, don't worry, as long as you can read, anyone can do it. Petyr's smile deepened, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Varys seemed to be unaware of Petyr's anger, and his posture became more humble. Why did Petyr and Varys suddenly argue inexplicably? They were deliberately diverting attention. They, who made a living by scheming and maneuvering, tacitly chose not to let Queen Cersei continue to speak. They all felt that Queen Cersei's next words would definitely be shocking, and they were not prepared for it. After a few more sentences, the quarrel will naturally escalate, and Petyr or Varys will leave the meeting angrily, or leave at the same time, forcibly ending the meeting. Queen Cersei can only do it at the next meeting, because of the time difference. If they find out that it is not in their favor, Cersei will not have the next chance. How it will develop in the end depends on whether it is profitable. The idea is good and conforms to the rules of the game of power, but it's a pity that they ran into Cersei. Enough. You two, be quiet, Cersei's cry directly interrupted the rhythm of Petyr and Varys. Cersei didn't see anything, she just simply thought that these two men, a man and half a man, are so noisy. Dare to bicker in front of her, do you take me seriously? Cersei ignored the different expressions of others and said impatiently, Lord Arlene, I came here today to recommend the successor to the king's hand. As Cersei's voice fell, the throne room seemed to freeze in an instant, and everyone present was stunned. Seeing the reactions on everyone's faces, Queen Cersei raised her smooth chin with a proud look. Green's tricks are very much to my liking. The ministers in the royal court were not so shocked by Cersei's words, but more surprised by her willfulness. The royal court has its own rules of the game, and they can't guess Queen Cersei. Does she not understand, or is she deliberately ignoring it? Did the Lion family in the West finally lose patience when they saw that he was seriously ill? Queen Cersei suddenly broke into the royal court meeting today, and Prime Minister Jon suspected that Tywin Lannister was behind this. Prime Minister Jon felt complicated and said in a cold tone, Queen Cersei, I have never forgotten my duties. I have already made arrangements for this matter. Cersei sneered and said, Lord Arryn, you dare not even ask who I recommend. Are you going to leave the hand of the king too? At this point, Cersei deliberately paused for a while and said sarcastically, are you going to pass it on to your youngest son, Robert Arryn? You, cough cough cough. Prime Minister Jon was so angry about Cersei's nonsense that he couldn't help coughing again. Renly Baratheon laughed and said in a teasing tone, Your Highness Cersei, little Robert is still young and needs a long time to grow up. Your humor makes me laugh. Renly's frivolous tone rarely made Cersei angry, because his words made some sense. Cersei did doubt whether the Arryn family would always hold a position of prime minister. Although Jon's heir was young, Cersei only temporarily lowered her guard because the Arryn family represented the Vale, and there were more than just the Arryn family in the Vale. Cersei doesn't want to wait until Joffrey sits on the Iron Throne and let the Arryn family or the nobles of the Vale continue to wander around in front of her. At that time, all the eyesores will be expelled by her, and only her Lannisters will be left in the Red Castle. Jon stopped coughing and stared at Cersei for a while, then said, It seems that among all the people present, only Her Majesty the Queen has no selfish motives. Prime Minister Jon has already determined that the successor to the king's hand that Cersei has gone to great lengths to recommend is Lord Tywin. Cersei's identity is the Queen, and Tywin is her father. No matter how she defends her father, she can't avoid selfishness. Moreover, he can't die for the time being. When he solves the problem of the royal bloodline, at least when King Robert is alive, half of the Lannister will not be able to appear in the Red Castle again. So, I give you the opportunity to formally propose the successor to the king's hand, and you don't affect my closure of the city. Let's trade fairly. Petyr lowered his eyes, his gaze deep. He felt that although something unexpected happened today, it made him realize a great opportunity. Petyr's gray-green eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at Prime Minister Jon, whose face was flushed with sickness. According to Queen Cersei's previous words, while Prime Minister Jon was seriously ill, the matter of acting as the Prime Minister as a herald should also be taken on his own initiative. The nobles have noticed him, and they will not allow outsiders to interfere with the power of the Prime Minister for a long time. Prime Minister Jon's value to Petyr has been greatly reduced. No, he still has the last bit of the greatest value left, creating a ladder for me to rise. Petyr lowered his eyelids, hiding the coldness in his eyes. Cersei snorted lightly and said, I am the queen, so I am naturally public-spirited. Under the sunlight, Cersei's curly golden hair hanging on her collarbone shone. I, Cersei Lannister, recommend Lord Mace Tyrell of Highgarden as the successor to the king's hand as the queen. Queen Cersei's speech at the royal meeting shocked everyone. Queen Cersei raised her lips and said contemptuously, What do you think? Lord Arryn, do you still want to question your queen without reason? Cersei was very satisfied with the effect he had created at the pre-meeting. None of the incompetent royal ministers was her opponent. Cersei took a long breath slowly, suppressed her warm excitement, and moved her slender and white legs under her skirt. Petyr's eyes trembled. It was definitely not good news for him that Lord Mace would take over as the king's hand. The powerful Golden Rose family had the ability to stabilize the situation in the kingdom in a short period of time. Without a chaotic situation, his ladder of advancement would not appear. Petyr's thoughts were racing, and he could not stop it directly. There are no secrets in the Red Keep. What happened in the royal meeting today will sooner or later be known by the Golden Rose family. Petyr does not want to offend the Tyrell family directly. Petyr's heart moved, run to the wolf. Lord Jon moved his lips. What he is most worried about now is whether the Tyrell family and the Lannister family have already reached an alliance in secret. If the Lion and the Rose have already formed an alliance, when the royal bloodline issue is revealed, it will be the time for the war to begin. At that time, the royal bloodline issue will become the best excuse for the Lannisters to completely bind the Westerland and the Reach. When the fundamental interests of the family conflict, no one will pay attention to the facts themselves. If this war breaks out, the Seven Kingdoms will be involved, and its scale will not be less than that of the war more than a decade ago, or even worse. For the stability of the kingdom, does he have to take the initiative to cover up the ugly truth and tarnish his honor with his own hands? Prime Minister Jon couldn't make up his mind for a while. His poor health has made it difficult to cope with a complex situation. Petyr looked at Prime Minister Jon, who had been closing his eyes and not saying anything, and was secretly anxious. Petyr had to remind him, Prime Minister, you should respect Queen Cersei's recommendation, and the Royal Council should not ignore the Queen's advice. You can report the successor of the King's Hand to His Majesty Robert. Prime Minister Jon opened his eyes, and a light flashed in his turbid eyes. King Robert has been ignoring government affairs for many years, so Jon has become accustomed to solving all problems in his own hands. Queen Cersei can recommend candidates, but the final choice of candidates lies with King Robert. Who will King Robert appoint as the next King's Hand? For this, Duke Jon already knew the answer. Duke Jon was moved by Petyr's timely reminder. He has always been optimistic about Petyr's talents, but it's a pity that his birth is not noble enough, otherwise. Duke Jon retracted his thoughts and said, Queen Cersei, I will report the candidate you recommend to King Robert. Duke Jon forced himself to cheer up. Regardless of whether the Lion and the Rose have reached an alliance, he will find a way to separate them. Perhaps, the fact that Queen Cersei personally recommended the Duke of Mace as the candidate for Prime Minister is a good opportunity in itself. Cersei nodded coldly. At this time, Renly suddenly said, Lord Jon, please report my name as well. I recommend myself as the next hand of the king. Renly's smiling words made it difficult to tell whether he was joking for a while. Prime Minister Jon looked at Renly. Renly, are you serious? Renly shrugged, and Prime Minister Jon nodded his chin slightly with a complicated expression. Why did Renly suddenly recommend himself? Prime Minister Jon sighed secretly. Renly was still too young and always impulsive. Did he feel betrayed? Prime Minister Jon knew the deep friendship between Renly and Loras Tyrell, but Loras could not represent the Golden Rose family. Loras Tyrell is the third son of Mace Tyrell, the Duke of Highgarden, and is known as the Knight of Flowers. When Renly was at Storm's End, he took Loras Tyrell in as his squire, and since then he and Loras have established a strong friendship. Standing behind Cersei, Jaime clenched his fists at the smiling Renly, with the coldness hidden in his green eyes. Jaime will not forget the hatred that Renly had secretly hurt Cersei. Grim has promised Jaime to help him plot against Renly. Chapter 89. Lannisters must pay their debts, but for Cersei's safety, Jaime is willing to be patient enough to wait for Grim to return from Essos. Cersei's matter was not over yet, and she said, Lord Arlene, Highgarden is far away in the south, and we must invite Lord Mace to come as soon as possible. Prime Minister Jon frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Queen Cersei, I am still the Prime Minister of the kingdom. Lord Mace has not yet been appointed as the new Prime Minister by King Robert. Lord Mace is now one of the candidates, Cersei said contemptuously. Of course I know that Lord Mace is not the Prime Minister of the kingdom yet. Since he is already a candidate for the Prime Minister, it is natural to invite him to the Red Castle. This is due respect. Cersei snorted coldly and continued, if you can invite Lord Mace in advance, it will be more decent than asking a finance minister to run errands for you. Petyr, Prime Minister Jon has confirmed that the mastermind behind all this today is Lord Tywin, who is far away in Casterly Rock. If it were not for Lord Tywin's plan, he would not believe that Queen Cersei could think of these things herself. Cersei does not have this kind of political means to attack him one by one. Willful and never calm, this is Cersei Lannister, the former Light of the West. At this time, Pycelle stood up tremblingly and said, Duke John, if you can get the support of grain from the Reach, you will be able to appease the people when you close the city. Hearing this, Prime Minister John looked at Petyr. Petyr smiled elegantly and said respectfully, Prime Minister, I can imagine that the price of grain in King's Landing will become very outrageous. I dare not overestimate the character of the grain merchants in King's Landing. Petyr did not cooperate with Prime Minister John this time and deliberately answered nonsense that was not nonsense. Prime Minister John frowned slightly. That's it, I guess Petyr is also very confused at the moment. He has only seen how difficult Cersei is today. Only he knows the real purpose of his closing the city. After Robert sat on the Iron Throne, the Golden Rose family was excluded from the Red Castle. The Red Castle is the power center of the Seven Kingdoms. The powerful Golden Rose family will not give up this opportunity easily. He has to pay attention to this matter. Things have changed, and Prime Minister John had no choice but to adjust the original plan. After thinking for a while, Prime Minister John said helplessly, Don't be in a hurry to seal the city, Queen Cersei. I will write a letter personally to invite the Duke of Mace. Hearing that the Duke of John agreed to her request, Cersei showed a satisfied look. Varys clasped his hands, nodded slightly, and said to Queen Cersei, Your Majesty, I have to remind you that there is no position suitable for the Duke of Highgarden in the Red Keep for the time being. Chapter 106 Targaryen. Cersei Lannister leaned back in the chair, put his hands on the armrests, and said in a cold tone, Varys, what answer do you want from me? Cersei's question made Varys stunned for a moment. Varys glanced at Jon Arryn and stopped talking. Queen Cersei snorted and raised her smooth chin. Renly Baratheon looked at the frustrated Varys with amusement and said, Your Highness Cersei, it seems that you have a better idea? We are willing to ask you for advice humbly. Cersei glanced at Renly, rolled her eyes secretly, and said coldly, Let the Duke of Mace serve as the Prime Minister's advisor temporarily, and he can also share some of the Prime Minister's responsibilities in advance. The rest of the matter can be discussed and decided by yourselves. At this time, Renly also noticed that something was wrong. Cersei today was very different from what he remembered. Renly's eyes moved and looked at Prime Minister Jon. Seeing that Renly finally noticed the problem, Prime Minister Jon was relieved and nodded his chin imperceptibly. The Lannisters have joined forces with the Tyrells, and they are planning to seize power. Renly restrained his smile and said to Cersei, Queen Cersei, this is not a good idea. Lord Jon is still the Prime Minister of the kingdom. Cersei looked at Renly with contempt in her eyes. Lord Renly, if the Prime Minister can perform his duties normally, is it necessary for your queen to appear in the royal meeting? Renly opened his mouth, paused, and then answered, Lord Jon's health is gradually improving. Cersei responded coldly, You yourself admitted that Lord Arryn's health is worrying. Renly spread his hands and forced a smile. No wonder Brother Robert doesn't like Cersei. This arrogant look, I wouldn't like it if I were in his place. Today, Cersei is not only unreasonable, but also well-founded, making it difficult for them to refute. Renly, like Prime Minister Jon, thinks that Tywin Lannister is behind what happened today, and all this is secretly planned by the Old Lion. Seeing that Prime Minister Jon's health was in trouble, the Lion was ready to pounce. Renly secretly warned himself that the Lannisters had never given up their ambition to control the Red Castle, and he must not take it lightly. Petyr Baelish saw that Renly was silent, raised the corners of his lips, and said in a hoarse voice, My noble queen. Cersei interrupted Petyr who had just spoken, Enough. You are talking one after another. Are you planning to join forces to deal with your queen? Why doesn't Cersei like Petyr? It's not because Petyr's birth is not noble enough. In Cersei's eyes, Petyr is now Prime Minister Jon's running dog, so she is too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Petyr's mouth twitched, he shrugged helplessly, and closed his mouth with a bitter expression. Everyone was about to stand up and apologize helplessly, but Prime Minister Jon stretched out his hand to suppress them and stop their actions. Prime Minister Jon stared at Queen Cersei, who was still angry, and said, Queen Cersei, the Royal Council is supposed to be a place where everyone can speak freely and express their own opinions. The Royal Council will not deliberately offend the Queen of the Kingdom. Cersei's face looked a little better. HMPH, I dare not. After Cersei's voice fell, Prime Minister Jon's eyes twitched. Pycelle glanced at Prime Minister Jon, whose face was slightly dark, and said, Your Majesty. Please rest assured that Duke Jon will pay attention to your suggestions. Prime Minister Jon saw Queen Cersei staring at him and nodded stiffly. My lords, this is the end of today. I hope you can move faster and don't affect the king's debauchery." After saying that, Cersei stood up from her seat, and everyone also stood up and nodded to Queen Cersei. Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly, glanced at everyone with her beautiful eyes, nodded, and turned to leave the throne room. After Cersei left, everyone sat back in their chairs. Petyr spread his hands and raised the corners of his lips. "My lords, I will never face the roar of a lioness again." Everyone laughed quietly, and the solemn atmosphere in the throne room was eased by Petyr's half-joking words. Petyr was sending a subtle signal for Prime Minister Jon. Even without Petyr's hint, everyone knew it well, and it was also a political tacit understanding that the future royal council would refuse the intervention of Lannister. Cersei's sudden appearance just caught them off guard, making Prime Minister Jon and his men temporarily passive, but the key to the game of power is not the temporary victory or defeat. In the game of power, you must have enough patience, and the ministers of the royal court are not lacking in patience. The game of power has just begun. Red Keep, Meagher's Tower. Cersei, who changed into a tulle-slit robe, sipped the summer red happily. The great victory in the royal council made her feel comfortable. She loved this feeling very much, and this feeling had surpassed the pleasure on the bed. In the days before Green left King's Landing, he told Cersei about all kinds of things that might happen at the royal council, just like telling a story. Green's tongue was still sweet, and Cersei was also very interested in listening to him those days. Green's brilliance was that he used language skills to make Cersei feel that she understood it by herself, not taught by Green. Cersei, a dignified Lannister lioness, never need anyone to teach her how to do things. Judging from today's results, Cersei has won the royal council. According to the rules of the game of power, today is not the end. Cersei has only won a temporary victory. But will Cersei worry about what will happen next? The answer is no. From Cersei's perspective, there is only winning and losing in the power struggle. Since she has won, the royal counselor must obey. If the loser dares to play tricks, it means declaring war on her. The roar of the lioness will make them personally experience how serious the price of daring to offend her is. Cersei's beautiful eyes looked out the window and took another sip of summer red, curling the corners of her lips. At that time, it was just her whim, and she didn't expect to get a very useful official. Cersei raised the cup and shook it slightly a few times. Is Green's loyalty reliable? The more Green can show his value, the more Cersei will doubt Green's loyalty to her. Cersei's desire for control is very strong. Although Green's performance has always satisfied her, she always feels that it is a little bit short. It is this little bit that only Cersei can do it herself, confirm and supplement. After drinking the remaining wine in the cup in one gulp, Cersei's face was full of pride that could not be hidden. She sighed in her heart. The biggest regret of the old line is that there is no real heir. I could have been the most ideal heir. But unfortunately I was born without. After sighing, Cersei's eyes flickered. She has played the role of a dutiful daughter, a blushing and shy bride, and a well-behaved and obedient wife. She has endured Robert's drunken groping and Jaime's molten jealousy. Cersei believes that the one who laughs last will laugh the best. She has always promised herself in her heart that she will give the entire 7 kingdoms as her compensation. Now, the expected day is just around the corner, and the person she hates the most will soon turn into ashes. The narrow sea was turbulent. 2 pirate ships approached Green's ship from the left and right. The sailors on both sides received orders to engage in boating battles. When they got close, they desperately threw thick ropes with iron hooks to the other side, and the ropes flew everywhere. Green stood firmly on a high place, waiting for the boating battle to begin. Rick Snow shouted, "Prepare for battle, yes! Prepare for battle, fight! Fight! Fight!" Everyone responded one after another, faithfully carrying out the captain's orders. The wind and waves were still strong, and they would be thrown out if they were not careful. No one tried to jump over using the ropes. They were all silently waiting for the ship to dock. Bump! The turbulent wind and waves increased the force of the collision between the ships, and the people on the ships instantly staggered and fell forward and backward. Many people were thrown directly into the rolling waves and could not be saved. Bump! Not long after, the ship collided with another pirate ship. Everyone held on to the ropes that could stabilize their bodies. Rick roared, "Draw your swords!" Rick held a small round shield in one hand and a short sword in the other, pushing everyone aside and standing in the front. The performance of the pirates was not much better. Many people were still secretly cursing whether their captain was crazy. They could not understand the anger of the pirate captain being provoked by the prey. Green was also a little surprised by the pirate's madness. Just now, he thought that the ship under his feet was about to fall apart. Green reflected that the micromanagement of the ship should still be handed over to the captain. At least today is not a weather suitable for boarding battles. The pirates screamed and killed from both sides with weapons raised. The two sides immediately fell into a bloody battle. Although the narrow space on the ship made it difficult to take advantage of the number of people, the pirates' offensive on both sides put them at a disadvantage from the beginning. Green drew his bow and arrow and began to lock on the target. Whoosh! Every time Green shot an arrow, Martyr Baker on the side could hear the heart-shaking sound of breaking through the air. Whichever pirate shouted the loudest was Green's target. Whoosh! 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 Green harvested life after life, and every arrow he shot would accurately take away a pirate. Green's strong physical fitness allowed him to shoot out a quiver in a short time. Green stretched out his hand, and Martyr, who was full of quivers, immediately handed over a new quiver. Rek relied on his years of experience in maritime combat and waved his dagger steadily on the shaking deck. As soon as Rek killed the third pirate, he attracted the attention of the pirates, and they all rushed towards him. Rek clenched his small round shield and thought to himself. This was a battle that could be completely avoided. This was a battle that he could not afford to lose, because his lord was on the ship. The madness of these pirates exceeded Rek's expectations. What he regretted most now was that he did not persuade Earl Green. He had always been steady, but today he suddenly became passionate. Now, it's no use regretting it. Things have come to this point, only fighting, for honor, never admit defeat. Rick was full of fighting spirit and was about to charge, but he stopped. Whoosh! 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 Before the pirates could get close to Rick, they fell on the deck one by one, and some were even nailed to the poles by arrows. Rick's pupils shrank, and he looked back in disbelief at the direction where the arrows came from. At this time, Green took another quiver handed by Martyr. He drew his bow and put an arrow on it. With a whoosh, the sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Green's harvest began again. Rick couldn't help but shout, "Long live the Lord, long live the mermaid, for Crab, long live the Whispering Castle." With the support of Green's staff, the morale of the sailors was high. Pentus, Governor Illyrio's mansion. Although Governor Illyrio was bloated and fat, he took unexpectedly light and elegant steps. With his steps, Illyrio's fat body kept shaking under the loose fiery red seal clothes. Viserys Targaryen, who was leaning on the bench, glanced at Illyrio and said, "My future finance minister, Governor Illyrio, do you have any good news?" Viserys already knew that Illyrio was contacting the Carls tribe in the Dothraki Sea. But he was very dissatisfied with the speed of progress. Viserys wanted to lead his troops back to Westeros tomorrow to retake his Iron Throne. Illyrio seemed not to notice the dissatisfaction on Viserys's face, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty. May you receive the blessing of the Lord of Light." Viserys curled his lips and said, "Illyrio, what I need is not a blessing, but a mighty army to retake the Iron Throne. My Majesty, you will receive good news soon. The return gift for the marriage will be 10,000 cavalry." "Oh?" Viserys sat up straight and asked hurriedly, "How long will it take?" Illyrio said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Dothraki have their own customs. You need some patience. For the Iron Throne, it is worth it." Viserys was already smiling. "Of course, I will be patient." Illyrio nodded and praised, "You are a natural-born king." Viserys was excited for a short while, and he warned worriedly, "Illyrio, but don't make me wait too long." The smile on Illyrio's face froze for a moment, and Viserys, who was arrogant, naturally did not notice it. "Your Majesty, please believe in my loyalty. I am also very anxious. You have only one princess, and I must negotiate with the Dothraki before I can feel at ease." Viserys suddenly said, "Dany is too thin. Are you sure they like such a young woman?" "Princess Daenerys has the blood of ancient Valyria, and she has a distinguished background. She is the daughter of the old king and the sister of the new king. Now with your careful dressing, she looks quite royal." Illyrio showed his yellow teeth and continued, "You can definitely exchange her for 10,000 Dothraki roaring warriors." Viserys temporarily put aside his doubts after hearing Illyrio's words. Illyrio said again, "Then what do you want from me?" "I am only concerned about my troops now. I just received information from King's Landing that the false King Robert has reassigned someone to be responsible for hunting down the Targaryens. Viserys stood up with panic in his eyes and a trembling voice. Sooner or later, I will execute these usurpers with my own hands. Illyrio lowered his head slightly. Your Majesty, it is absolutely safe here. They are delusional. Viserys seemed to sense his own loss of composure, stroked his hair, and said gloomily, Illyrio, I believe you. I don't want the pursuers to appear in front of me. I want you to throw them all into the sea. Illyrio kept smiling and said, My Majesty, if you knew who this person in charge is, perhaps the stupidity of the false king will make you feel happy. Chapter 107 Targaryen 2. Governor Illyrio's Mansion. Viserys Targaryen was uninterested. Who else could it be? No matter who it is, you must get rid of it quickly. Now is a critical moment, an important moment that future historians will write down, and I don't want any accidents to happen. Illyrio said bluntly, My lord, this man has an army. Viserys curled his lips. Since they are being used by the false king at will, they are just small nobles. When I take back the Iron Throne, I will hang all these running dogs of the false king. Illyrio replied respectfully, This is appropriate. The betrayer should be punished, but, Illyrio continued with a smile, this family has never betrayed. They followed Prince Rhaegar to fight. Even when Prince Rhaegar died and everyone knelt down to surrender, they still fought to the end until the last person died. Illyrio glanced at Viserys, whose face was agitated, and sighed. He then said, After the false king seized the Iron Throne, because there was only one posthumous child left in his family, he pardoned the loyal old ministers of the dragon family on the surface, but he has been suppressing them for more than 10 years. You can imagine how difficult their situation is. Viserys' lavender eyes flashed with anger. Illyrio, the assassins hired by the usurper have been keeping a close eye on me. I can assure you of this. I am the last descendant of the true dragon. As long as I am alive, the false king will be unable to sleep or eat. So what if they were loyal? In the end, they still became the running dogs of the false king. It's a pity. If they could hold on for a while longer, they could get my compensation when I take back the Iron Throne. Now, as he said that, Viserys sneered, What's his name? I will not pardon his family, Illyrio replied. Green Crab, Earl of Whispering Castle, the actual controller of Crab Claw Peninsula, and the first military noble in the crown. As Illyrio finished speaking, Viserys, who was leaning on the chair, suddenly sat up straight and asked hurriedly, The first military noble in the crown? How many soldiers does he have? Illyrio smiled slightly. Although the Crab Claw Peninsula is barren, everyone there is a qualified warrior. If you get the loyalty of Earl Green, you will have tens of thousands of soldiers. When you led thousands of troops back to Westeros, he will be a very good insider. Viserys only paid attention to the number of troops. For him, as long as he could get 10,000 soldiers, he could immediately raise an army to take back the Iron Throne. Viserys said in a panic, Don't kill him. Where is he now? The descendant of a loyal family deserves to be personally received by me. I want to see him immediately. Without waiting for Illyrio's answer, Viserys stood up and walked back and forth excitedly, muttering to himself, Army, army, tens of thousands of troops. Illyrio's face flashed with helplessness, and he said nothing. Viserys suddenly stopped walking, turned his head to stare at Illyrio, and said, My finance minister, why don't you answer? My Majesty, Earl Green is on the ship to Pentos. Also, I have to remind you that I heard that the nobles of the Crab Claw Peninsula have unique traditions. Viserys frowned and said impatiently, What tradition? Is it another strange tradition? Viserys replied patiently, Your Majesty, I heard that the Crab Claw Peninsula has a tradition of direct loyalty to the Queen. Viserys only had some vague memories of this, it seems. Yes, that's right, so what? Do I have to conjure up a queen now to subdue the Earl of Whispering Castle? Then, after a pause, Viserys said excitedly, Dany. I still have Dany. Illyrio sighed secretly, feeling a little tired. Your Majesty, Daenerys is not a branch girl. Her value is far higher than this. She can exchange for 10,000 Dothraki cavalry for you, Viserys said angrily. Do you think I'm a fool? I only need 10,000 soldiers to take back the Iron Throne. Why should I give my future queen to the barbarians? I will order Daenerys to gain the loyalty of the Whispering Keep from me, even if it's better than serving a stinking barbarian, right? Ha. Half-wildlings are better than barbarians. Viserys then remembered that the nobles of the Crab Claw Peninsula were called half-wild nobles. He didn't care whether they were wild or half-wild. He only cared about the army that could take back the Iron Throne. Beggar King Viserys has nothing in his hands now. Can he rely on his personal charm to make a military noble across the narrow sea surrender? Varys' intelligence said that Earl Green was living a good life. Therefore, Illyrio never had any extravagant hopes for this. Then what was the reason why Illyrio mentioned the tradition of loyalty to the Queen on the Crab Claw Peninsula and secretly led the topic to Daenerys? Illyrio and Varys are planning for the two of them, because in addition to the Targaryen in the open, they also hide another Targaryen. Under his conspiracy with Varys, Viserys' high profile and madness are enough to attract everyone's attention, which is one of his important values. Illyrio's lips hooked imperceptibly. Daenerys is indeed one of the candidates for the Queen. The premise is that Daenerys has the corresponding value, and everything is based on her final price. Therefore, the troops on the Crab Claw Peninsula should not be controlled by Viserys, but by Daenerys, who is easy for him to control. Illyrio and Varys have a perfect plan. My Majesty, you must first have your own army instead of relying directly on the private armies of the nobles. The army of Whispering Castle is first and foremost loyal to the Crab family. Please forgive my presumptuous advice, but it has only been more than a decade since the War of the Usurper. As wise as you are, you also need to guard against the ambitions of your subjects. This is my heartfelt advice. Viserys thought he could go to Westeros in a few days, but he still listened to Illyrio's patient persuasion. Viserys could not hide his disappointment. Illyrio, of course I understand the truth. It's a pity to have so many soldiers just as an insider. Then let's keep him for now, and I'll talk about it when I start the army. Illyrio shrugged his broad shoulders. According to my men, this time it was the false king who used conspiracy to force Earl Green to accept the mission. So, I said that the false king was too stupid. This is equivalent to guaranteeing your safety in disguise. Viserys raised his eyebrows and said, "What do you mean, Your Majesty? Daenerys was originally your candidate for queen. According to the tradition of the Whispering Castle for hundreds of years, this identity is enough to gain the loyalty of the Whispering Castle." Viserys frowned. Isn't Dany going to marry the Khal of the Khal soon? What will happen next, after Daenerys gets married? You can take control of the Whispering Castle on her behalf. The Crab family is a noble family of King's Hill. If they are used by you, it will not only be an insider. Red Castle, Prime Minister's Tower. In the Prime Minister's study, Jon Arryn asked the servants to leave, leaving only him and Varys. Varys glanced at the closed door and nodded. "Lord Jon, it is my honor to serve you. I am at your service." Prime Minister Jon coughed a few times and said kindly, "Varys, please sit down. I do have some things I need you to help me with." Varys first thanked him and then sat down gently on the chair. "Varys, a few days ago, you were also present when Queen Cersei recommended Duke Mace as a candidate for Prime Minister." Cough cough. Before he finished speaking, Prime Minister Jon couldn't help coughing. While covering his mouth and coughing, Prime Minister Jon stopped Varys, who was about to stand up. Under Varys' worried gaze, Prime Minister Jon finally stopped coughing. Prime Minister Jon's face flushed. "Ahem, Varys, I need you to find out more about the River Reach and the Westerly." Varys nodded without hesitation at first, then hesitated and said, "Lord Jon, are you suspicious about something?" Lord Jon stared at Varys and said, "Things happen too suddenly, and I have to doubt it. I hope you can investigate secretly. I want to know if the Lannisters and the Tyrells are planning something." Varys said solemnly, "Lord Jon, my little bird will help you get the information you need. Please pay attention to your health. The kingdom cannot do without you." Varys, thank you for your concern. Prime Minister Jon shook his head slightly and continued, "The kingdom can do without me, but it cannot be unstable. I may be really old. I always feel that the kingdom will be in turmoil again." Prime Minister Jon leaned back in his chair and said, "Varys, I hope you can do your best. We must always prevent the possibility of unrest." Varys said respectfully, "Lord Jon, don't worry, I will not let go of any clues." Prime Minister Jon nodded slightly, showing a satisfied look. After a pause, Prime Minister Jon said, "Varys, there is one more thing. What do you think of Earl Crab of Crab Claw Peninsula?" Varys clasped his hands together and was slightly surprised. "Earl Green is a good young man." Prime Minister Jon nodded in agreement with Varys' answer. "At a young age, he is very steady, which is rare." Varys then praised, "Yes, it is indeed rare, and he is also very responsible." Prime Minister Jon smiled and said kindly, "He is an interesting young man." Prime Minister Jon's tone suddenly became serious. "In fact, I am worried about Queen Cersei. We must be wary of her willfulness. Earl Green is also her chief affairs officer, and Crab Claw Peninsula has always been loyal to the Queen. Lord John, do you want me to monitor Earl Green? Earl John shook his head slightly and said, I want you to monitor the army of Whispering Castle. Although Green had been transferred away from Westeros by him, the army of Whispering Castle still remained in Crab Claw Peninsula. Duke John was just in case. Once the investigation of the royal bloodline was exposed, Queen Cersei would not be willful, but crazy. The Crab Claw Peninsula is located in the Crown, and Prime Minister John had to be on guard. This matter was too big, and he couldn't be honest with Varys, so Prime Minister John found a half-true and half-false excuse. Varys. Maintaining the stability of the kingdom is the highest honor for us ministers. Earl Green is young and easily bewitched by the remnants of the Targaryen, and the Crab Claw Peninsula is quite special. Just treat it as the old man's suspicion. Varys nodded slightly, and said solemnly, Lord John, I understand your worries. You are also doing this for the stability of the kingdom. I will make arrangements immediately. If I find any unusual movements, I will report to you immediately. Varys lowered his head slightly, but his eyes trembled slightly. Varys had already noticed something wrong. He felt that Prime Minister John seemed to be hiding something. Since the secret passage in the Prime Minister's study was discovered by Green, Varys could not directly obtain information from Prime Minister John as before. After all, the Prime Minister's study is an important place in the kingdom, and his little bird has no other choice for the time being. But this is not difficult for Varys. If Prime Minister John is really planning something in secret, there must be traces left. As long as he finds out about this, he will be able to guess the real purpose of Prime Minister John. It is related to Queen Cersei. Varys' heart moved. Could it be that the matter was exposed? Daenerys leaned against the window and looked at the bay. Here she could hear the chanting and prayers of the red-robed monks when they lit the night fire, and the laughter and noise of children playing outside the high wall. She is now like an object waiting to be taken away by her brother in exchange for his troops to take back the Iron Throne. Even if she is wearing tattered clothes, Daenerys hopes that she can play barefoot with them outside. Daenerys has a sad expression on her face, and her lavender eyes are dull. Beyond the narrow sea at sunset, there is a land of green hills, flowery plains, and deep rivers. There are great towers of black stone rising from the majestic blue-gray peaks, and armored warriors marching to battle under their bright banners. In the free cities, people call it Westeros or the Sunset Kingdoms. But Brother Viserys has a simpler name. He calls it our land. Viserys had always promised her, my dear sister, one day we will reclaim our homeland and take back the Iron Throne. Now Viserys' words have changed. It is no longer we that are the promises, but himself. Daenerys' eyes are red and puffy, and the corners of her mouth tremble slightly. Daenerys has pieced together the past in her mind through the stories she has heard from Viserys. Her elder brother Rhaegar fought the usurper to the death on the bloody trident and died for the woman he loved. The Lannisters and Starks sacked their King's Landing. Princess Aelia of Dorne begged, but watched helplessly as her and Rhaegar's children were taken from her, and the infants died bloody deaths while still suckling. The polished skulls of the last dragons hung high on the wall behind the throne room, watching from their empty blind eye sockets as the Kingslayer took up the golden sword and slit his father's throat. She only vaguely remembered Sir Willem Darry, who called her little princess, when they lived in a house with a red door in Bravos, which was her home. After Sir Willem died, they began their wanderings, and he always said that assassins sent by the usurper were chasing them, but Daenerys had never seen even one. At first, the governors, lords, and business magnates who ruled the free cities were happy to welcome the Targaryen descendants, but as the years passed and the usurper became more secure on the Iron Throne, their lives became increasingly difficult. They pawned all their jewels and even sold their mother's crown. People nicknamed her brother the Beggar King, and Daenerys couldn't imagine what they called her. You're standing there again. The sudden voice of Viserys made Daenerys' body tremble as if instinctively, and also interrupted her memories. Daenerys quickly wiped away the tears that had not yet fallen with the back of her hand, fearing that Viserys would find out. Viserys stood next to Daenerys, looked out the window and said, my sister, don't worry, over there. Viserys pointed to the narrow sea, my land, I will be able to get it back soon. Daenerys said timidly, brother, when you go there, what will I do alone? You are my only relative, and I don't want to leave you. Viserys looked at Daenerys and smiled faintly. Dany, I will not forget your contribution, and I will reward you with jewels that you will never spend." When she accidentally awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon, her brother would bully her, but Daenerys was more afraid of being abandoned by her brother. Daenerys' eyes were full of pleading. "Brother, I will never rebel against you again. I only beg you not to abandon me. Please, I am really scared." The smile on Viserys' face disappeared instantly, and his tone was sharp. "Aren't you rebelling against me now? What can I exchange for the army if I take you away? Do you want to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon again?" Daenerys said softly with tears in her eyes. "I dare not. I don't want to." "Very good." Viserys smiled and stroked Daenerys' hair lovingly. "I want you to do something. If something goes wrong, I will let you see the real wrath of the sleeping dragon." Daenerys misunderstood the meaning of Viserys' words. She thought her brother had changed his mind and would not marry her to a barbarian. Daenerys couldn't help but rejoice and burst into laughter. "Brother, I promise you, I will never let you down." Chapter 108 Targaryen 3. Viserys Targaryen showed a satisfied look and said, "This is my good sister. In a few days, I want you to meet someone. He is the Earl of Whispering Castle, named Green Crab." "The Earl of Whispering Castle?" Daenerys Targaryen's little face showed confusion. "Brother, is he from Westeros?" Viserys' smile deepened. "Dany, you guessed right. You have to get the loyalty of Earl Green on my behalf. You must do it. Do you understand?" After saying that, Viserys patted Daenerys' tearful face. Daenerys' eyes widened. "But, brother, how can I do it? Let a Westeros Earl pledge allegiance to her?" Even in her dreams, Daenerys had never imagined such a thing. How could she do it? Seeing Daenerys hesitant, Viserys' smile faded and frowned. Viserys' voice was cold. "Dany, are you going to resist me? Do you want to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon?" Daenerys was startled and shook her head hurriedly. "No, I don't want to. Brother, I'm worried that I can't do it and will disappoint you." Viserys' slender fingers slowly slid across Daenerys' shoulders. Viserys' movement seemed gentle, but it frightened Daenerys hard and she couldn't help but tremble. Viserys smiled and said, "My dear sister, why do you want to disappoint me?" Viserys' smile made Daenerys' bones stand on end. Daenerys didn't dare to move at all. She knew that if she made any unnecessary movements at this time, Viserys' anger would explode. Daenerys quickly denied. "No, brother, I'm thinking of a way. I dare not let you down." Viserys pinched Daenerys' fingers. "My dear sister, then tell me now, have you thought of a way?" Daenerys was actually very confused in her heart. Why didn't her brother come out in person? But she didn't dare to ask out loud. Daenerys could only nod. She didn't dare to say that she hadn't thought of a solution yet. Fortunately, Viserys didn't ask what solution she would use. Viserys once told Daenerys that the king only needed to focus on the result. This is the mind of a king. Viserys then loosened his fingers and looked at the thin Daenerys up and down. "Although he has some soldiers and horses, he is just a half-wild earl. I allow you to use his body, but you remember, your guard is, Targaryen never mixes with inferiors, barbarian, half-wild man." Daenerys felt desperate in her heart. Viserys clearly said that they were descendants of real dragons and had real dragon blood flowing in their bodies, but why did she let her face these? Isn't she a Targaryen? Viserys' words were contradictory, but Daenerys didn't dare to refute, and she was powerless to refute. She could only obey her brother's arrangement. What Daenerys feared most was being abandoned by her brother. As long as she could stay with Viserys, she might still have a glimmer of hope and wait for the original brother. Daenerys had always thought that the person she would marry when she came of age was Viserys. Viserys had told her countless times that, ever since Aegon the Conqueror married his sister, Targaryen royal family members had always married brothers and sisters for hundreds of years. The blood flowing in Targaryen's body is the blood of the king, the golden blood of the ancient Valyrian people, the proud blood of the real dragon. Only in this way can the Targaryen ensure the purity of their bloodline. The real dragon will never mate with ordinary beasts, and the Targaryens will naturally not mix their blood with that of the lower races. But now, barbarians, half-barbarians. Daenerys felt that her title of Princess of Dragonstone was a joke. Daenerys lowered her little face, tears in her eyes, and timidly said, "Brother, I will definitely remember it." Viserys' stiff and haggard face showed a hint of disgust. "Don't always look sad, keep your head up and your back straight, gods above, you are already flat enough. Dragonstone, table room." Stannis Baratheon stared at the brazier and gritted his teeth, making a crunching sound. Davos Thetis, who was standing aside, looked up at Stannis and said respectfully, Duke Stannis, there are more people interested in the position of Hand of the King than we thought. Stannis, with a tense face, snorted coldly and said, Renly and Mace are both useless people. If a stupid person sits on the position of Prime Minister of the Kingdom, it will ruin the kingdom. Davos stroked his chest and said, Duke Stannis, I suggest that you recommend yourself to Duke Jon as a candidate for the Hand of the King as soon as possible. Stannis's brows were twisted into a knot. He had been waiting for the results of Jon Arryn's investigation. The royal bloodline cannot be lost. If the results of the investigation are consistent with the speculation, Stannis will become the first heir to the Iron Throne. Because of Stannis's special identity and for the sake of fairness, he cannot personally handle this matter and can only hand it over to others to investigate. If Stannis reveals the truth about the royal bloodline, foolish people will mistakenly think that he is slandering in order to inherit the Iron Throne, and even the people involved will have an excuse to refute, and the authenticity of the evidence he has investigated will be doubted. Duke Jon still has a part of fairness in his heart, and as the Hand of the King, he has an obligation to deal with the issue of royal bloodline. Now, the issue of royal bloodline and the issue of the successor to the Hand of the King, the two issues suddenly intersect, making the situation complicated. There was silence in the hall for a while, and after a long while, Stannis nodded slightly. Seeing Stannis's serious expression, Davos said, Duke Stannis, there are quite a few royal nobles who directly support you, as well as the nobles of the Stormlands. Stannis' eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at Davos, who was clumsily trying to comfort him. What is the attitude of the nobles of the Stormlands? Davos nodded and said, at least 1/3 of them will directly support you. Stannis said coldly, they still prefer Renly's fine wine to my pure water. Davos explained, not all the rest support Duke Renly. Many people choose to wait and see. Stannis narrowed his eyes slightly. Loyal Davos, I am not surprised by this. Cunning people like to wait and see, but they only deserve leftovers. Davos echoed, Duke Stannis, it should be so. The brave enjoy delicious food. Stannis nodded his chin slightly and said, Davos, go to the Red Keep on my behalf and meet Jon. Tell him that I want to recommend myself as the new Prime Minister. Davos nodded and accepted the order. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Duke Stannis, would you like to meet King Robert as well? Stannis snorted and said, no need. My brother is not stupid. He knows very well that now, except me, no one can keep him from indulging in wine and sex. Pentos is one of the 9 free trade cities. Located in the west of Essos, bordering the narrow sea. It is the free trade city closest to King's Landing. On a sunny day, 2+3, ships flying the flag of the Swamp Marigold slowly docked at a pier in Pentos. After getting off the boat, Green looked around. He now had the feeling of coming from a backward civilization to an advanced civilization. Most cities in Westeros are dirty, but Pentos is clean and tidy. Not only the cities, but also the residents. This was the first impression Pentos gave Green. Seeing Green's figure appear at the dock, steward Roselle, who had been waiting early in the morning, immediately came up to greet him. Good day, my master, Roselle greets you. Under Green's arrangement, steward Roselle set off for Pentos ahead of time, holding Varys' handwritten letter to Illyrio. Green naturally would not use Varys' letter of introduction only to build relationships with Illyrio. Now that Green had the capital and ships, he set out to open up trade from Mermaid Harbor to Pentos. Varys treated Green so kindly, and Green couldn't be too indifferent. Others didn't know the relationship between Varys and Illyrio, but Green knew it very well. Green just borrowed Varys' skin and took advantage of Governor Illyrio's power to set up a clever Pentos trading company by the way, so as to settle down and trade at the same time. Green smiled and said, Roselle, thank you for your trouble. At this time, Rick Snow came over and said, Lord Green, our ships need to be repaired. When setting out, Green had 2 ships, plus 3 ships captured from pirates, a total of 5 ships. Where are the captured pirates? Lord Green has always judged deeds rather than intentions, and he will not let evil people join his Kleber Legion. Rick, check them carefully before repairing, and don't leave any hidden dangers. Ask Roselle for money then. After the wealthy Green finished speaking, his eyes moved and he looked at Mont and Wishu not far away. Mont noticed Green's gaze and immediately showed an honest smile. Green nodded his chin slightly, then retracted his gaze and said to Roselle, you lead the way, and tell me what happened here by the way. Roselle followed Green, thought for a while, and said, my master, because of the letter you asked me to bring, Roselle was honored to be personally received by His Excellency the Governor. Governor Illyrio expressed his expectation and welcome for your visit. After a pause, Roselle lowered his voice and said, I just started to inquire about the price of the house, and the governor's steward found me and recommended a mansion to me. The price is very reasonable. Green raised his eyebrows and said, I understand, you did a good job. Be more careful when choosing the Queen's gift. There are many people coming and going at the Duck, and there are too many hidden eyes and ears, so just have a brief chat. Your every move is under control. Illyrio's actions seem enthusiastic, but he also quietly flexes his muscles to them. Green has memories from before the time travel, and after coming to Westeros to learn additional details, he has guessed almost everything about Varys and their plans. Green chuckled. He was hesitating between Varys and Illyrio, which of the two of them to kill first. Around the Iron Throne of Westeros, Green would not allow a bigger behind-the-scenes manipulator than him, and he would kill one first when the opportunity was right. Green had no interest in playing a friendly game on the chessboard that Varys and his men had been planning for a long time. Lord Green set up a new card table himself, and everyone came to the bowl. The city of Pentos is not very friendly to horseback riding, and Green followed the local customs and got into the sedan chair. Green frowned slightly. Pentos is indeed cleaner and tidier than most cities in Westeros, but there is a strange smell floating in the air here. After leaving the dock, Green's ears were filled with strange chanting and prayers and the laughter of children playing. Green suddenly felt something in his heart and looked over, but he didn't find anything unusual. Green withdrew his gaze thoughtfully. At this moment, Petyr was the only one in the throne room. Petyr looked at Pycelle's chair and raised the corner of his lips. Although there was no direct evidence, he had almost guessed the hidden identity of Grand Maester Pycelle. He might have already defected to Lannister. As for Varys, he had to keep a close eye on him. He must be planning something in secret. Petyr believed in his intuition. The Imperial Council represented the highest stage for power players. The hearts of the ministers in the Imperial Council all had ulterior ambitions, including himself. Petyr's gray-green eyes stared at the Iron Throne on the high platform. The time is ripe. Petyr Baelish's eyes were flickering. It seemed that the gods were blessing him. With the help of Lysa Tully, Petyr had figured out what Prime Minister Jon was investigating in secret. Those so-called noble bloods are really good at playing. A hint of sarcasm escaped from the corner of Petyr's mouth. It's time for Prime Minister Jon to withdraw from the stage of power players forever. This is his last surplus value. Petyr seemed to have foreseen the chaos he created with his own hands, and there appeared a ladder for him to ascend. The smile on Petyr's face deepened. Tap tap. The sound of light footsteps came, interrupting Petyr's thoughts. Petyr just dispersed the expression on his face, pretending not to hear the movement behind him. Without looking back, he could know that the owner who could make such a weird footstep could only be the octopus spider. Varys stood beside Petyr and looked at the Iron Throne high up. Lord Petyr, sometimes I'm a little curious, what are you thinking when you look at it? Petyr glanced at Varys and said in a hoarse voice, maybe we are thinking about the same thing, Lord Varys. There was a hint of temptation in Petyr's answer. Oh? Varys said with interest, I am really a delight. Are you also missing the heroic figure of His Majesty Robert sitting on it? Petyr's eyes twitched, and he said coldly, Lord Varys, what do you seem to be hinting at? Varys clasped his hands and smiled, Lord Petyr, I am more timid, but His Majesty Robert can give me great courage. When the situation is sensitive, I always look forward to seeing the king. Isn't it the same for you? Petyr raised the corners of his lips, and said with sarcasm, Lord Varys, His Majesty is not here today, and it is a pity that he cannot hear your sweet words in person. Varys nodded slightly and said humbly, this is just what I say from the bottom of my heart. There are invisible ears everywhere in the Red Castle, but I always trust your Majesty's wisdom. Varys' words made Petyr's eyes tremble imperceptibly. The smile on Petyr's face was elegant. Lord Varys, your tongue is the sweetest. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Targaryen, and a few days later, Grim, dressed in a blue robe, was invited by Illyrio to the Governor Mansion. The Governor Mansion has a 12-foot high brick wall with a row of iron spikes on the top. It is a gorgeously decorated house that overlooks the entire port of Pentis. At the main gate, Grimm saw the Unsullied who were responsible for guarding the house. The Unsullied are widely used as guards in the free trade cities. They are castrated slave warriors who have been trained in Astapor since childhood. They are characterized by absolute obedience to their masters and fearlessness in the face of war. The most famous battle of the Unsullied was the Battle of Kahir, where only 3,000 Unsullied resisted the attack of more than 50,000 Dothraki led by Cal Timo. When he arrived at the main hall of the mansion, Grimm saw the fat Illyrio Mopedus. Illyrio's fingers were shining with gems, and his oiled yellow mustache was as bright as real gold. Green took the initiative to touch his chest and greeted, "Good day, Governor Illyrio. It is an honor to be received by you." Although Illyrio, who was born as an assassin, was bloated and fat, he walked with unexpected lightness and elegance. Illyrio's tone was kind. "Good day, Earl Green. Welcome to you. May you receive the blessing of the Lord of Light." After approaching, Green smelled the heavy perfume on Illyrio. Green's smile was pure, which was unique to a teenager. Mr. Governor, thank you again for your help, and thank you Lord Varys for your introduction. Illyrio smiled and said, "Varys and I are old friends. Unfortunately, we haven't contacted each other for a long time after he went to Westeros. I am very happy to see his handwritten letter this time." After a pause, Illyrio said again, "Earl Green, I think Varys is willing to recommend you. You must be a very outstanding young man. I believe in the eyes of old friends. It's just a small favor. Don't be too polite." Green smiled and nodded, and followed Illyrio into the inner hall. After they sat down, the waiter brought the exquisitely crafted cake and white amber wine. Green took a sip of the amber wine and put down the glass. "Mr. Illyrio, please forgive me for being so presumptuous, but I would like to meet Targaryen." When Green finished speaking, the hall suddenly became quiet. Illyrio stared at Green for a while, then suddenly smiled and shook his head. "You really can't underestimate my old friend. He really thinks highly of you." Green was stunned for a moment, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. Illyrio sighed lightly and said, "Since Varys asked you to meet me, you must have learned a lot. In the eyes of your king, they are the remnants of the Targaryen, but to me the war has been decided, and they are just poor homeless children." After a moment of silence, Green said, "Lord Varys means the same thing. Your Excellency Governor, I agree with this point. Baratheon has won the Iron Throne, and the Targaryens have left Westeros. I think the matter has come to an end and should end here." Illyrio said with pity, "The pursuit from Westeros has made them unable to sleep and eat. The two young people are like wanderers with no place to live. They are only staying here temporarily, and all I can do is provide temporary shelter." Green clenched his fists and then released them, saying, "Governor Illyrio, I now understand Lord Varys' good intentions. Hunting down the Targaryens is not an honor." Green nodded and said, "Your kindness is not only worthy of praise, but also admiration." Illyrio noticed a change in Green's expression, and the corners of his mouth curled up imperceptibly. Green first frankly recounted the past and embarrassing status of the Crab family. Seeing that Illyrio was listening carefully, Green said, "King Robert has always distrusted the Crab family. In addition, the pursuit of more than 10 years has been fruitless, so he appointed me as the general person in charge of the pursuit of Targaryen to test the loyalty of the Crab family." "What about you?" Illyrio showed an undisguised vigilance. Green shook his head slightly. "Your Excellency Governor, please rest assured. You can convey to His Royal Highness the Prince and His Royal Highness the Princess on my behalf that as long as I am in charge for one day, I will ensure that they will not be disturbed. Please rest assured." Illyrio looked at Green with a sincere face, and finally sighed. "Earl Green, today I understand what loyalty and fearlessness are." Faced with a compliment thrown by Illyrio, Green just sighed slightly. Illyrio's eyes moved slightly, and his tone was full of concern. "Lord Green, but if you do this for a long time, won't it be difficult to explain to Westeros?" Green shrugged and said, "No one will pursue it for the time being. I believe Lord Varys." Green's heart moved, and he continued, "However, Lord Varys is a very kind person, and I don't want to push all the problems to him." After that, Green stood up and stroked his chest. "Sir Governor, please forgive me for being presumptuous. At the appropriate time, I would like to arrange a chase scene in Pentis, so that there will be an explanation. This requires your approval." Illyrio asked in confusion, "A chase scene?" Green nodded, and replied, "It's a show for others to see. There are many people traveling between Pentis and Westeros. This way it is easier to appease some people with ulterior motives. I think Lord Varys will be more relaxed there." After listening to this, Illyrio seemed to agree on the surface, but he was a little wary in his heart. "Indeed, there must be many spies hidden in Pentos, so we should be more cautious." Illyrio asked naturally, "How do the prince and princess need to cooperate with you? Pretend can be real." Illyrio was testing. Although he had Varys' recommendation, he would never trust Green as easily as he showed. People's hearts are the most unpredictable. The two Targaryens in his hands would have different values in different places. For example, if they were placed in front of King Robert, Green would definitely get a great reward and solve the trust problem that has been bothering him. In response to Illyrio's question, Green shook his head and denied it. "Governor Illyrio, after all, they did not appoint me to be in charge of this matter out of trust. We also need to guard against assassins hiding in secret. This is what Lord Varys and I are most worried about. My men can just make some noise, and the prince and princess must not show up. This is also to ensure their safety. I believe they are the safest with you." Illyrio agreed. "You are right. I thought too simply. For the safety of the prince and princess, it is not excessive to be more cautious." Illyrio added, "Don't worry, I will arrange someone to cooperate with you when the time comes." What an old fox. Green showed gratitude and nodded his head to thank him. Illyrio said in a kind tone, "As for meeting the prince and princess, I will convey today's events truthfully. I think they will be very happy to meet you." Green muttered to himself, but after hesitating for a while, Illyrio continued, "His Highness Viserys has a deep memory of the war that happened more than a decade ago, and he has been hunted down for a long time. He is a little resistant to people coming from Westeros." Green expressed his understanding. "If it were anyone else, facing the same situation, it would be a bad memory. I admire His Highness Targaryen's tenacity." Illyrio nodded slightly and also expressed his agreement. "I guess Princess Daenerys will be very willing to meet you. Although she has no memory, she has always been very curious about Westeros. I have never seen a girl purer than her. Princess Daenerys is like an elf in the world." Green was not surprised that he could not see Viserys for the time being. Viserys was the mad dragon that he and Varys carefully cultivated. According to Varys' plan, he was the key to disrupting Westeros. Now Daenerys was just a tool to help Viserys exchange for troops, and then a victim to ignite the anger of the Horse King. Illyrio specially arranged for the blonde maid bought from the women's branch to teach Daenerys all kinds of bad moves. The beloved Khaleesi was assassinated by an assassin, and the target was Westeros. The sleeping dragon and the Horse King headed off. The mad dragon, Viserys, plus the Avenger Horse King, Westeros was flooded with blood. Varys and Illyrio's conspiracy is linked one by one. Tisk, they are really filthy. Green looked at Illyrio with relief. "Sir Governor, this is really good news. Thank you again for your help. I am waiting for the princess to receive me." King's Landing, a secret room in the women's branch of Shatea. Lyssa tightly grasped Petyr Baelish with a bitter face. Lyssa's voice was sharp. "Why? This is impossible. Little Robert, Robert Arryn, can't leave me." Petyr looked particularly weak today. "My Lyssa, I'm sorry. I just learned the news. Prime Minister Jon deliberately concealed it from everyone, including you and me." Lyssa paused and said in a panic, "Did he find out about us?" Petyr shook his head. Lyssa, who was nervous, breathed a sigh of relief and almost collapsed. Petyr reached out and supported Lyssa, and comforted her with a magnetic voice. "Lyssa, don't worry. You are not wrong. It's all my fault that I can't let you go. Even if I die, I will protect you and you won't be hurt at all." Littlefinger. Lyssa was moved and shed a tear. After hugging for a while, Lyssa suddenly said, "Tell me quickly, how does he want to arrange for my son?" Petyr's gray-green eyes stared at the anxious Lyssa, and his eyes showed reluctance. Petyr sighed helplessly and said, "Lord Jon feels that he may not be able to teach little Robert due to his health. He wants to send your son to Dragonstone to be the adopted son of Lord Stannis." Lyssa screamed, "What about me? He's my son. Why can't I teach little Robert myself? Why do you have to take my son away from me?" Petyr patted Lyssa's back gently and said, "After he became seriously ill, we all felt that Lord Jon became more and more stubborn. He would rather believe Lord Stannis, who is far away in Dragonstone, than those close to him." After that, he stared at Lyssa for a while, and then Petyr said, "My Lyssa, you should know that I love little Robert very much. I don't have any children, and I even treat him as my own child. I am the same as you in this regard. I don't want little Robert to leave his biological mother." Lyssa's plump, White and tender hands stroked Pedir's thin cheek, and said with emotion, "Little femur, my biggest regret is that I couldn't give you a child. You can treat little Robert as your own son. I know you love him more than Jon. Don't worry, I will go to Jon in a while. Without my permission, he can't take little Robert away from me." Pedir shook his head, his tone was tired. "It's useless. I have argued with Lord Jon," he said. "It's because he is worried about you that he wants to let little Robert leave." Lyssa screamed, "Old immortal, old immortal, why?" Looking at Lyssa, who had lost her mind and seemed to be crazy, Pedir secretly curled the corners of his lips. Jon was already an old man when he married Lyssa. Because of Lyssa's infidelity before marriage and a huge age gap between the two, there was no love in their marriage. After marriage, Lyssa had 5 miscarriages, 2 in the Eyrie, 3 in King's Landing, and 2 stillbirths before finally giving birth to Robert Arryn. The Eyrie is located in the Arryn Valley and is the home of the Arryn family. Robert Arryn has always been weak and sickly, so Lyssa dotes on this son extremely. After the last stillbirth, Lyssa has fallen into paranoia, always feeling that her enemies are everywhere, except for Pedir Baelish, who has always been mutually in love. Lyssa suddenly grabbed Pedir tightly. "Pedir, think of a way. You must have a way, right? I can't lose my son. Stannis will definitely kill little Robert." Pedir looked at Lyssa with tears in her voice and pleading on her face, and his face showed reluctance. Finally, Pedir nodded in Lyssa's expectant eyes, as if he had made some difficult decision. 3 days later, Illyrio's mansion. Daenerys, who had wrapped her silver hair in a rough cloth, stepped into the bathtub filled with hot water. The bath water was extremely hot, but Daenerys did not say anything because she liked this kind of heat, which made her feel very clean. Moreover, Viserys often told her, "People of the Targaryen family are not afraid of heat. We are descendants of the true dragon, and there is a raging fire burning in our blood." After bathing, Daenerys combed her hair until it was as bright as molten silver, and gently touched her body with flower and herbal essence. Then Daenerys put on a purple silk robe, the color of which set off her purple eyes. Daenerys put on gold-rimmed sandals and a gold bracelet inlaid with amethysts. After dressing up, Daenerys looked at herself in the dressing mirror. The silver-haired girl in the mirror was petite, timid and unconfident. Daenerys' little face showed sadness. Some time ago, her brother was busy giving her to the barbarians in exchange for soldiers to seize the Iron Throne. Today, her brother asked her to obtain the loyalty of a half-wild noble. Daenerys felt like a bargaining chip. She was very reluctant, but she was afraid of awakening her brother's wrath of the sleeping dragon. The servant had conveyed Illyrio's words. The half-wild was waiting in the courtyard and asked her to come out a little later. According to Illyrio's meaning, this would invisibly enhance the princess's dignity. Daenerys didn't understand what the princess's dignity was that Illyrio mentioned, but she knew that she had to succeed today. Only in this way would Viserys not abandon her. So what if he was a half-wild? There was nothing in this world that frightened her more than being abandoned by her brother. Daenerys took a breath, stood up, and looked at her dress again in the mirror. Daenerys turned towards the door, straightened her waist, put her hands on her belly, and slowly exhaled. Daenerys' always timid face showed a trace of determination. The sunlight shone in, lengthening Daenerys' thin figure. Chapter 110. Daenerys. The governor's courtyard was full of flowers of various colors and shapes. Sensing the movement, Grim and Illyrio moved their sights in one direction. The first thing Grim saw was the pale silver light flickering on the purple figure. Silver hair and purple eyes, petite and well-proportioned, with a slightly timid look, but it couldn't hide her unparalleled beauty. At such a young age, she already had white hair. Grim smiled. Grim touched his chest and saluted. "Good day, Princess. I am the Earl of Whispering Castle, Grim Crab, and I am honored to meet you." After Daenerys saw Grim's face clearly, her beautiful eyes widened slightly. She imagined that the half-wild man should be sturdy and fierce-looking. No one knew how much courage she mustered to come here. The half-wild man her brother mentioned was tall and thin, wearing a blue robe, a long sword on his waist, and a pair of deerskin boots under his white pants. The fair-skinned half-wild man with black hair and brown eyes had an outstanding appearance, a delicate face but no femininity, and a calmness that was not in line with his age. Is this the half-wild noble Earl Green? Her heart suddenly no longer resisted contact with the person in front of her. Seeing Daenerys staring at Green motionlessly, Illyrio on the side had to speak. "Princess Daenerys, the Crab family can really be said to be a model old minister of Targaryen. Although you are far away in Essos, they have always been concerned about your safety." Daenerys came back to her senses, hurriedly retracted her gaze, lowered her head slightly, and her little face was mixed with shyness and embarrassment. Daenerys carefully glanced at Green with the corner of her eye again, and when she saw that Green had no strange expression, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After listening to Illyrio's words, Green's eyebrows slightly raised. "Is Illyrio hinting at something?" Daenerys put her mind in order and said in a clear voice, "Welcome, Lord Green." Daenerys extended the back of her hand to Green, and her delicate and smooth skin looked even whiter under the sunlight. Green leaned over, gently held Daenerys' hand, and nodded symbolically. After the greeting, Illyrio smiled and said, "Princess Daenerys, I think you and Lord Green have a lot to talk about." After that, Illyrio waved his hand, and the waiter followed him out of the courtyard, leaving only Green and Daenerys. The perceptive Green had long discovered that Daenerys had been trying to remain calm. The unawakened Daenerys seemed to be just an ordinary beautiful girl. No, with a heavy identity of Targaryen, she is actually a little pitiful now. In the original drama, Daenerys paid the price of losing her brother, the Horse King, and her child before awakening the Queen's attributes. If she could do it again, would Daenerys be willing? Green smiled gently. "Princess, something seems to be troubling you." After speaking, Green did not wait for Daenerys' answer. He observed the flowers and began to pick the delicate flowers of various colors with the branches. After Daenerys noticed Green's action, she opened her mouth and moved, but she didn't know how to speak. Green's hands kept moving, and he smiled and said, "Princess, don't worry, there will be no traces." Driven by curiosity, Daenerys couldn't help but get closer to Green to watch. Green's picking was indeed very clever. If she hadn't seen more and more flowers in Green's hands, it would look no different from usual. Daenerys' heartbeat accelerated a little. She had the excitement of doing something bad with Green secretly. Green's hands were white, slender, and well-defined, as beautiful as his brother. "Is he going to give me flowers?" Daenerys, who was secretly happy, temporarily put Green's open and above-board stealing behavior behind her. Seeing that the number was almost enough, Green stopped and sat directly by the flower bed. Green did not give her the flowers he picked as she expected, but began to fiddle with the branches, as if he was going to weave something. "The Earl likes to play with flowers?" Daenerys couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Daenerys remembered her brother's mission again, but she didn't know where to start. Green looked up at Daenerys, who was hesitant to speak, and said in a gentle tone, "Princess, do you need my help with your troubles?" Daenerys couldn't help but nod her head, and her crisp voice was a little nervous. "Earl Green, can you be loyal to me?" Daenerys found that she couldn't weave beautiful words, but she didn't back down, but chose to speak frankly. Green paused and asked back, "I can consider it, but, do you have to let me know first? What will I get if I am loyal to you?" Green's tone was gentle, without any sarcasm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Daenerys didn't feel that Green was deliberately making things difficult for her. "Yes, what can I give him now?" This was a question she had never thought of. Daenerys' eyes turned red, and she thought of the answer she was most reluctant to face. She only had a body that her brother hated very much. She didn't want to awaken her brother's wrath of the sleeping dragon, and she was even more afraid that her disappointed brother would abandon her. Daenerys took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and her cheeks turned red, as if she had finally made up her mind. Daenerys was now a poor little girl who was manipulated at will. The kind-hearted Green originally intended to teach her the basics of the Game of Thrones. Daenerys' behavior now was very similar to Amparo, who misunderstood Green's words at that time. Green always knew that he was the one who was different from ordinary people in this world. Green stood up and reached out to grab Daenerys' little hand that had climbed onto her shoulder. Green noticed Daenerys' trembling at this moment. Green calmly placed a woven wreath on Daenerys' head. At the tournament in Westeros, the champion can choose the most beautiful unmarried woman present and put a laurel wreath made of flowers on her head. The wreath is named the Queen of Love and Beauty. Green took a step back and said, "Princess Daenerys, I am the scheduled champion of the next tournament and have the right to put the wreath on you in advance." This seems to be different from what her brother said. Daenerys felt Green's sincerity and kindness, which made her unconsciously reveal a natural and innocent smile. Daenerys blinked and found that Green's appearance had changed. He suddenly became more handsome than Viserys. Facing the little girl who was staring at him, Green smiled. Green's smile was dazzling, and Daenerys suddenly felt her cheeks a little hot. and she lowered her head embarrassedly. The atmosphere was too warm. Green coughed lightly, and said, "Princess Daenerys, let me guess, is there someone who wants you to gain my loyalty?" Daenerys remembered her brother's sleeping dragon's anger, which made her sober up from the momentary sweetness. Daenerys looked at Green. It was hard not to have a good impression of his gentle face. Daenerys whispered, "I only have myself now." Green shook his head slightly. "A true dragon will not marry a half-wild nobleman as everyone says. Did he already know?" Daenerys' pupils shrank, and she quickly denied, "Lord Green, you are not half-wild, that is a misunderstanding." Green shrugged. "People in the world will not pay attention to the truth, unless, when my sword is against their chest, they will be willing to face some problems they don't want to face. Princess Daenerys, power comes from the sword in your hand." "The sword in your hand?" Daenerys suppressed the trembling in her heart and glanced at the long sword on Green's waist. Her brother also had a beautiful sword, but she knew that her brother did not know sword skills. It was just a decoration for him to show his status as king. Thinking of this, Daenerys suddenly felt that she vaguely understood something, but it was not very clear. "Your Highness, you are still young and have a long way to go." "Don't worry, snap." After Green high-fived, two women who looked a bit strong in Daenerys' eyes came over. In Daenerys' puzzled eyes, Green introduced them. "I want you to introduce them. They are sisters. The one on the left is Barona, and the one on the right is Asanna. They were originally centurions of the Thorn Regiment of the Crab family. If you are willing, they will serve as your maids from today." Although Daenerys did not know swords, her intuition told her that Barona and Asanna were very powerful guards. Daenerys wanted to agree immediately, but she was worried that her brother would be angry because of her self-assertion. Daenerys also remembered the maid who died to protect her. Green understood the hesitation between Daenerys' eyebrows and eyes. "Princess Daenerys, as long as you are willing, I will personally deal with Governor Illyrio." Daenerys shook her head and said, "Earl Green, thank you for your kindness, I will always remember it." "Thank you, I will also protect them both." Daenerys realized at this moment that she could be very brave. The tragedy of that maid will never happen again. Green nodded slightly. "They are centurions of Crab, employed by you, and will only be responsible to you and loyal to you." After that, Green said to Barona and Asanna, "Warrior Barona, Warrior Asanna, do you understand your responsibilities?" Barona and Asanna held the hilts of their swords, straightened their bodies, and shouted at the same time, "Yes, Lord Green." Green spread his hands and said, "Anyone who hurts them without your permission is equivalent to declaring war on Crab." By now, Daenerys has roughly understood why Viserys wants to bribe Earl Green. Green has the soldiers that Viserys values most. Her brother's greatest wish is to regain the Iron Throne. Even for the Iron Throne, she believes that her brother will not hurt her new maid. Daenerys is completely relieved. No matter what, she will never repeat the tragedy of that maid again. Green held up a finger and said, "There is one more thing. The current Iron Throne has always distrusted the Crab family. It has been like this since the war more than 10 years ago. Therefore, I can't stay in Pentos for too long." Although it was their first meeting, Green gave her a sense of security she had never had before. This feeling came suddenly and strangely. Now that she heard that Green would leave soon, Daenerys couldn't hide the disappointment on her little face. Daenerys said timidly, "Didn't they ask you to be responsible for hunting down us? If we go back now, will we be blamed?" Green shrugged and said, "I am still the Chief Affairs Officer of the Queen over there. I need to take care of it." "The Chief Affairs Officer of the Queen?" Seeing Daenerys' confusion, Green smiled and explained, "It's a bit like a squire, but more free than a squire." "Green squire?" Daenerys sneered at something she didn't know what she was thinking of. Green smiled and shrugged again. After laughing, Green continued, "One of my people will stay in Pentos. He made a mistake, and for the sake of convenience, he will act here as the illegitimate son of Crab. His name is Dick. Dick is tall and thin. Well, he looks like a thief. These characteristics are enough to identify him." "Looks like a thief?" Daenerys couldn't help laughing again. Green explained helplessly, "This is an unavoidable feature, but you can try to trust him. I will leave him in Crab's business in Pentos. Riverbend, Highgarden. Ta-ta-ta." Margaery Tyrell's steps are much faster than usual. When approaching the terrace garden, Margaery gradually slowed down and returned to her normal walking speed. Margaery saw her grandmother and father, and after approaching, she first lifted her skirt slightly to salute. Mace Tyrell stroked his beard and said with a smile, "My dear Margaery, my daughter, as soon as you appear, even the most beautiful flowers will be eclipsed." Margaery's grandmother Olenna Redwyne, Queen of Thorns, glanced at her son and said, "Duke of Mace, you can really add color to these flowers." Duke of Mace laughed, not caring about his mother's ridicule at all, but seemed to be praised by her. Although she often heard her grandmother's ridicule of her father since she was a child, Margaery could not help laughing every time she heard it. Looking at her heartless son, Lady Olenna snorted at Duke of Mace. Lady Olenna turned to look at her granddaughter and said kindly, "Margaery, didn't you say you were going to embroider? Why are you here again?" Margaery immediately restrained the smile on her face and said, "Grandmother, father, the Prime Minister has written." Duke of Mace hurriedly said, "Margaery, is there any news?" Margaery nodded and said, "Father, the hand of the king, Duke Jon Arryn, invites you to the Red Keep to serve as Duke Jon's Prime Minister advisor. You are now one of the candidates for the next Prime Minister." Duke of Mace was stunned at first, and muttered, "Green is really reliable, I was not wrong about him." Duke of Mace immediately stood up with an excited look on his face, touched his beard, and said with emotion, "Mother, Margaery, this time it is finally the turn of our Golden Rose family to sit on the position of Hand of the King." Olenna was a little embarrassed to see the Duke of Mace's appearance at the moment, and stretched out her hand to Margaery. "Margaery, is there anything else?" Marjorie handed the letter over with both hands. "Grandma, the list of candidates for Prime Minister is a little surprising." Lady Olenna glanced at Marjorie, whose face looked a little heavy, and squinted her eyes to read the contents of the letter. Chapter 111, Endless Life. Highgarden, Terrace Garden. Duke of the North, Lady Olenna said as if she was talking to herself, and placed the letter on the coffee table next to her. Although more than 10 years have passed, the deeds of King Robert and Duke Eddard are still fresh in her memory. Lord Mace Tyrell noticed that his mother was silent, so he asked casually, "Mother, what's wrong?" Seeing her stupid son, Lady Olenna couldn't suppress her anger the most. Anyone with a little bit of brains should have realized that things were not simple. Although Duke Mace was covering it up, how could she not know that he was already immersed in the joy of being Prime Minister? Fortunately, Mace was born in the Golden Rose family. If he was born, never mind, he has already crawled out of her belly and can't be stuffed back. Boring assumptions are useless except for adding troubles. Seeing her grandmother sitting there in silence, Margaery took the initiative to explain, "Father, in addition to Renly and Stannis, we have estimated that there is an unexpected candidate for the Prime Minister, Lord Eddard of Winterfell." Duke Mace was surprised and said, "How is it possible?" But after thinking about it, he was relieved again. He waved his hand and comforted Margaery. "Margaery, don't worry. Northerners don't know how to govern a country. Northerners will not easily go south from the neck, and no one will like a Northerner to be the Prime Minister of the kingdom." The more Duke Mace spoke, the more he felt that it made sense, and a slightly smug look appeared on his face. Feeling the strong gaze from his mother, the Duke Mace, who was talking freely, looked over in confusion. He was very familiar with the look in Lady Oriana's eyes. She was looking at a fool. During this period, Duke Mace used the war theory of not fighting for the sake of fighting to steal the limelight in front of the nobles of the River Bay, which made him feel proud. The Duke of Mace couldn't help showing off in front of his mother, and by the way, he proved that his wisdom was actually misunderstood. Although he didn't know what was wrong with his words, the Duke of Mace still chose to believe his mother. This kind of thing doesn't require his military talent for the time being, so he should listen more. The Duke of Mace stopped talking and restrained the pride on his face, looking at his mother very humbly. Olenna saw the change in the expression on the Duke of Mace's face, took a deep breath, paused for a while, and then said, "Think about it with your big head. If it's impossible, then why did he suddenly appear on the list of candidates for the Prime Minister?" The Duke of Mace was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth. "Yes, why?" The Duke of Mace believed in his mother's wisdom, suppressed a joy in his heart, and frowned. The personal relationship between King Robert and Duke Eddard. King? Thinking of this, the Duke of Mace was immediately flustered. Could this be what King Robert meant? The Duke of Mace was strong and calm, looking at his mother with a calm face. The Duke of Mace smiled. "Mother, what do you think?" Lady Olenna rolled her eyes secretly. The only advantage of her stupid son was that he knew how to use the wisdom of others. No one can stop the Golden Rose from blooming in King's Landing. Olenna has always been the backbone of the Golden Rose family. After hearing her words, the Duke of Mace was no longer flustered. Alina looked at Margaret on the sight and showed a touch of kindness. "Margaret, tell me again about your agreement with that little guy." The Duke of Metz touched his beard. He was proud of his daughter. Seeing the mother's attitude towards Margaret, it already explained everything. Just being well behaved will not get the mother's special look. Margaret's usual intelligence is also worthy of her mother's attention. Margaret looked at my father, who looked pleased, and her eyebrows and eyes had a faint smile. Margaret's voice was calm and gentle. "Grandmother, Lord Green has revealed to us that Duke Renly and Duke Stannis will also compete for the position of King's Hand, and Lord Green promised that they will solve this problem." Although this was the second time Margaery said this in front of Lady Oriana, she was still very serious when she said it. Grandmother's memory was not declining due to old age. Grandmother was teaching her through various situations that actually happened. After listening, Olenna was silent for a while, raised her hand and patted the armrest of the chair. "What a cunning little fox. King Robert is not stupid. No matter whether it is Stannis or Renly, no matter who of the two becomes the King's Hand, King Robert will have a headache in the end. Renly is superficial, Stannis is stubborn, and he knows his own brothers best. If one of these two people becomes the King's Hand, can the king continue to enjoy himself without worrying about government affairs? Superficial?" This was the first time Margaery heard such an evaluation from her grandmother. Her grandmother always showed her admiration for Duke Renly in front of everyone. Margaery's pupils shrank. Grandmother did it on purpose. Marjorie's elk-like brown eyes looked at her grandmother. Lady Oriana knew the meaning of Marjorie's eyes and nodded her chin kindly, confirming her guess. Marjorie was not surprised, she just felt that her grandmother had taught her another important lesson. The Duke of Mace could not help but asked, "Then, what should we do now?" Olenna sneered, "Don't you wish the little guy was your own child? Why don't you ask him? How is that the same?" "I just admire that young man more," the Duke of Mace first explained with a smile, and then said, "I just remembered that Green and I discussed this possibility privately. He also made some suggestions, but I can't think of how to solve it for the time being." Margaery glanced at her grandmother and asked, "Father, what did you say at the time?" Mace thought for a while and said, "Green's suggestion is that if there is a competitor other than the Baratheon brothers, then find a way to make that person withdraw voluntarily." "That's about it," Olenna sneered, her tone sarcastic. "Sure enough, he has taken everything into consideration. He has the ability to become the Queen's favorite. This little guy reminds me of some old guys. Every time I ask them, they always give long speeches. At that time, I was still very young, assisting my husband wholeheartedly, and relying on those old guys. Later, I found out that I was doing all the specific things, while they were just sitting back and reaping the benefits. It seems to be comprehensive, but if you think about it carefully, it's all useless nonsense. It's a talent to learn this skill at a young age. The barbaric Crab Claw Peninsula really has an outlier." The Duke of Metz felt that his mother seemed to have misunderstood Green. He felt that Green was still very pragmatic. As long as it was his business, he was always more active than him. The Duke of Metz touched his beard with a smile. There was no need to explain it specifically. It was a good thing to be scolded by the Queen of Thorns. It was also a great honor. "I was pricked by her while growing up." Margaret glanced at her father's expression and raised her eyebrows. "Grandmother, Prime Minister Jon's health has not improved. I think we have to leave as soon as possible." Olenna glanced at her stupid son, nodded, and said, "Margaery, I'll go with you." A dozen days later, the Golden Rose team had just entered King's Landing, but heard the news that Prime Minister Jon had suddenly passed away. "Sorry, I was delayed by something today, so I can only code here 5555. I will make up for it later." Chapter 112, Endless Life, End. King's Landing, morning. In the spacious carriage, after listening to the servant's report, Olenna Redwine looked at Mace Tyrell and Margaery Tyrell. Lord Mace was shocked at first, then a little happy. Margaery frowned slightly, and when she noticed her grandmother's gaze, she looked over. Lady Olenna said kindly, "Margaery, what do you think of?" Margaery bent her fingers and replied, "Grandmother, I think it's too coincidental. As far as I know, although Lord Jon's health has not improved, his condition is not that serious. At least he shouldn't die suddenly." Lord Mace stroked his beard and interjected, "After all, he has been seriously ill, which is not surprising. It can also be said to be the mercy of the gods. In the Usurpers' War, the Golden Rose family was the last to choose to surrender. Since then, they have been excluded from the Red Castle by the Royal Council headed by Lord Jon. As the leader of the Golden Rose, Lord Mace naturally could not like Prime Minister Jon. This time he came to King's Landing as a candidate for Prime Minister, and he will first serve as the Prime Minister's advisor. The Prime Minister's advisor is only responsible to the Prime Minister himself and cannot participate in the royal meeting. Of course, the Duke of Mace will not be satisfied. Now, just after entering King's Landing, he heard the news of Jon's death, and he may directly become the Prime Minister of the kingdom. Duke Jon is a disgusting person and a roadblock to him. The Duke of Mace thinks that this is the gods blessing him, and he now feels double pleasure. Lady Olenna looked at her self-righteous stupid son and wished she could knock open his fat head with a wooden spoon. Lady Olenna took a breath and calmed down before speaking. Duke Wildboar, this is not good news for you. King Robert and Prime Minister Jon are very close, and he is one of the few people who can directly influence the king's decision. Duke Jon's heir is still a young son, and he must need more allies to ensure that the heir successfully inherits the Vale and protects the family. The old woman was thinking of using this as a basis to facilitate the transaction between the Golden Rose and the Vale of Arryn, and let him directly recommend you to the king to take over as the hand of the king. Originally, this was the simplest and most direct way. Duke Jon passed away suddenly. Now let me find someone to trade with so that you, a wild boar, can directly sit on the Prime Minister's chair. After listening to his mother's analysis, Duke Mace's good mood was instantly dissipated. Margaery patted the Duke of Mace's big hand and comforted him. Father, don't worry, you still have the best chance of winning. The Duke of Mace patted Margaery's little hand in return and said worriedly, Mother, what should we do next? After a pause, Olenna said, when we get there, Margaery and I will get off the carriage first and you can go directly to the September to express our condolences and show up in front of everyone to let everyone know that you are here. Margaery said to Olenna, Grandma, do you want me to accompany my father? Olenna waved her hand and said, how to pretend in front of everyone, our Duke of Mace is the best. Although the words were sarcastic, it was rare for the mother to praise him. And the Duke of Mace laughed. Her father was there with a smug look on his face, and seeing Olenna's disgusted look, Margaery couldn't help laughing. Olenna was finally angry and laughed at the shamelessness of her stupid son. King's Landing, Tyrell Mansion. In the afternoon, Margaery was called to the garden by Lady Oriana. Seeing Margaery coming slowly with her skirt lifted, Olenna showed a touch of kindness. Seeing Margaery always reminded her of her younger self. Grandma, Margaery sat opposite Olenna. Olenna looked at the flowers and said, the same variety of roses, in the same time, it has already bloomed in Highgarden, but it is just budding in King's Landing. Margaery's brown eyes moved slightly. She heard that Olenna's words were meaningful. Margaery, the people you face in the Reach are either family members or vassals. King's Landing is completely different from the Highgarden you are familiar with. This city is full of conspiracies and there are many bad guys like that little guy. Margaery nodded slightly. She would listen carefully to every instruction of her grandmother. Only a constant supply of new nutrients can keep the Golden Rose alive and well. This is why your father values King's Landing. As long as the Iron Throne is still here, King's Landing is the center of the Seven Kingdoms, and the Royal Conference is a place that the family cannot avoid. The Red Keep has its own rules of the game, and the game of power here is even more cruel. What you have to do is to master the rules of power here as soon as possible. This is very important for your future, Grandma. I understand. Olenna smiled kindly. Don't be too nervous. You have the Golden Rose behind you, and no one dares to challenge us head-on. Don't be too vigilant. Just think of it as an old woman bringing my granddaughter to play, and your task is to see more. Margaery nodded, and then said, Grandma, Brother Loras. Olenna shook her head slightly and said, don't disturb him. He is Renly's squire, but he is also a member of the Tyrell family. I am temporarily fulfilling his friendship. Only Renly would dare to treat the Tyrell family as his vassal because of the friendship of Loras. It is a compliment to say that he is simple. To get the support of the Tyrell family, our request is very simple. Send my granddaughter a queen's crown, and then the old woman can personally lead the horse for him. Margaery listened very seriously at first, but in the end she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Grandma, don't worry, I believe in my brother, he will always be our family. Olenna nodded slightly. So, no matter what he wants to do now, we should not disturb him. That friendship is also the connection between the two families. The Golden Rose will not give up any initiative. Margaery's brown eyes flashed a light. Grandma, I understand, our Duke of Mace is still busy for the time being and does not need our help. Some things will be better handled by us women. We need to meet Queen Cersei as soon as possible. Winterfell, the Lord's bedroom. Dong dong, the knock on the door interrupted Eddard Stark's meditation. My lord, Mr. Lewin is outside. He said he has something urgent to discuss with you. Lewin is a maester serving the Stark family in Winterfell. He delivered every child of Lord Eddard and also taught all the Stark children. Lord Eddard glanced at his wife who was woken up, frowned, and said in a low voice, Didn't I tell you not to disturb anyone? Today they received a raven message that Prime Minister John had passed away. And his wife finally fell asleep very late. The waiter outside the door replied cautiously, My lord, I'm sorry, Mr. Lewin insisted on seeing you and is very anxious. Lord Eddard casually put on a heavy robe, led him in. Catelyn covered her mouth and yawned, sat up on the bed, and pulled the blanket to her chin. Ned, Ed's nickname. Have you not slept all the time? Eddard walked to the window, looked at the night sky outside, and said, When I close my eyes, I always think of the past. Catelyn noticed her husband's sadness and comforted him. Grand Maester Pycelle gave him poppy milk. He left in a hurry, so Jon didn't suffer too much. I think this is the last bit of mercy. Lord Eddard sighed in a low voice, suppressing the grief in his heart. He can't be selfish and only care about his own sorrows and joys. Catelyn also needs care and comfort. Your sister and her children, have you heard from them? Northern men are not good at expressing their love with words, and his husband is even more typical. Catelyn felt a concern from the man in front of her, smiled and said, The letter only said that they are safe and have returned to the Eyrie. I really hope they are returning to Riverrun. The Eyrie is tall and lonely. It has always been her husband's home castle, not her home. The side of things reminds me of the past. The memories of Lord Arryn must linger on every brick and stone in the Eyrie. I know my sister very well. What Lysa needs most right now is the support and company of family and friends. Catelyn, your uncle is a Knight of the Bloody Gate appointed by Jon, and Brynden will do his best to take care of them. Brynden, full name Brynden Tully, Catelyn's father's younger brother, also known as Seer Blackfish. After speaking, he paused, and Eddard said, You can go to accompany her and take the children with you, so that her residence is filled with laughter and noise. The child needs the company of other companions, and your sister should not mourn alone, if possible. Of course I want to go, but, have you thought about it? If things suddenly change, will you go to King's Landing? Lord Eddard was silent for a while, and said, I'm still thinking about it. The wolf's instinct told him that this was the Stark home, and he should not leave the north easily. The head wolf was grieving, and Catelyn knew that it was not appropriate to discuss this now, so she did not continue to ask. After a while, the door was pushed open, and Maester Lewin entered the room. Maester Lewin, a thin man, wore a robe made of grey wool, trimmed with white velvet, which was the color of the Stark family. Maester Lewin waited until the door behind him closed before speaking, and then nodded and said, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Someone left a letter on my desk while I was taking a nap. As he spoke, Maester Lewin took out a tightly rolled letter from his sleeve. It clearly says that only Lady Catelyn can open it. I'm worried that it's very important, so I dare not delay for a moment. Catelyn saw the crescent falcon emblem of the Arryn family printed on the letter. She reached out to take the letter, not caring that she had no clothes on, letting the blanket slide off, and exclaimed, It must be a letter from Lysa, but I'm afraid it won't be good news. Ned, this letter contains endless sorrow, I can feel it. Lord Eddard frowned and said, Catelyn, don't panic, open it first. Catelyn opened the letter, glanced at the content and said, This is. Lysa and I invented a secret language when we were young, only she and I understand it. Catelyn lifted the fur and turned over to get out of bed. Eddard was stunned by his wife's sudden move. Catelyn, Maester Lewin is still here. Maester Lewin, who had already turned his head to the door, said, My lord, I think I'd better leave first. Catelyn picked up a nightgown and put it on, then walked to the candle. The words on the letter were very small, and she needed the help of candlelight. Ned, every one of my children was delivered by Master Lewin. Now is not the time to pay attention to hypocritical etiquette. Before she finished speaking, Catelyn's body suddenly froze there. Eddard noticed his wife's abnormality and walked over to support Catelyn. Are you afraid? Tell me, what is written in the letter? Catelyn looked at Eddard with an anxious face, her voice trembling. Lysa said Jon Arryn was murdered. Did she say who the murderer was? The Lannister family. Duke Eddard instinctively felt that this was impossible. Your sister is too sad. She doesn't know what she is talking about. Catelyn denied. Lysa herself is very impulsive. But she won't joke about such things. She even wrote a secret letter to tell me that Lyssa must be very scared, so she took her son to hide in the area. Catelyn stared at her husband, who remained silent, and said, "We really have no choice now. You have to go south in person to get to the bottom of it." Duke Eddard sighed. "The south is a place full of poisonous snakes and beasts. It is better to avoid it." At this time, Mr. Lewin said, "My lord, from the last letter, it can be seen that His Majesty Robert intends to let you take over as the Hand of the King. The Hand holds great power, enough for you to find out the real cause of Lord Arryn's death. If you find out that Lord Arryn was murdered, you can bring the murderer to justice. Even if the situation is not good, you have more than enough to protect Lady Arryn and her young son, and you can retreat at any time." Catelyn said again, "Ed, in the last letter, King Robert also mentioned that you should take Sansa with you. Don't you understand what Robert means? He intends to let his eldest son marry Sansa. Sansa Stark is the eldest daughter of Eddard and Catelyn, and their second child." Eddard finally spoke. "Catelyn, Sansa is only 11 years old, now is 298 AC in Westeros calendar, and I don't want my daughter to marry in the south. Eddard's father, brother, and sister all died in the south, which is a pain that he can never erase. As Eddard's wife, Catelyn is naturally very clear about these things, but no matter how sad she is, it is already in the past, and she doesn't want Sansa to be affected." Catelyn's voice was a little high. "Ed, this is the king's kindness. You can't always treat him as your good brother. The king's self-esteem is everything to him. Sansa may become queen one day, and her children will rule the vast land from the wall in the north to the mountains of Dorne in the south. Isn't this good? Oh, the Iron Throne." Ed looked tired and sad, but Catelyn knew that she couldn't hold him in her arms at this moment. For the sake of her children, she must first convince her stubborn husband. Catelyn said again, "You said you love Robert more than your own brothers. If what Lyssa said is the truth, do you think Robert will be safe? You know the cruelty of the Lannisters very well. Do you have the heart to see Robert in danger?" Ed moved his lips, turned around with a heavy face, and faced the narrow window. Catelyn didn't speak again, and Mr. Lewin didn't say a word. They were waiting silently. Ed said goodbye to his beloved North quietly. "Dear friends, please vote." Chapter 113, Endless Life, Supplement. Red Keep, Meagher's Tower. Cersei shook the jeweled wineglass, lowered her eyes to watch the red liquid swaying in the glass, her long eyelashes covering the sharpness in her eyes. When Cersei was still a girl, she went to see the witch, and under her threat, the witch predicted the future for her. She asked, "When will I marry the prince?" The witch replied, "Never, you will marry the king." She asked, "I will be the queen, right?" The witch replied, "Yes, one day you will be the mother of the world, until another woman comes. She is younger and more beautiful than you, she will overthrow you and take away everything you cherish." She asked, "Will the king and I have children?" The witch replied, "Oh, of course. 16 belong to him, and the other 3 belong to you. They will use gold as a crown and gold as a shroud." The witch replied, "One day in the future, when you are drowned in tears, your brother will strangle your pale neck and take your life." Cersei was overjoyed by the sudden death of Jon Arryn. The news made her very happy. When she heard the maid report that the Tyrell family wanted to see her, Cersei, who was already in a good mood, happily agreed to the request. Until Cersei saw Margaery Tyrell accompanying old woman Olenna, her good mood suddenly disappeared. Margaery is young and beautiful, not inferior to herself when she was young. This is Cersei's first impression of Margaery. The reason why she remembered the prophecy of the witch was not entirely because of Margaery's beauty, but the unique temperament of Margaery. This temperament is only familiar to Cersei, the queen. Cersei's eyes trembled slightly. She married Robert and had 3 children who belonged to her alone. The prophecy was coming true. So, the other woman is Margaery from the Tyrell family? Will she take away everything I cherish? Whether it is or not, Cersei has completely lost interest in joining forces with the Tyrell family. In the eyes of Queen Cersei, King Robert is no different from a dead man. When Joffrey inherits the Iron Throne, she will be the Queen Regent, a mere golden rose. What's more, now that Jon is dead, the Tyrell family is no longer useful. Robert is not dead yet, she is not the Queen Regent, and Cersei finally endured the murderous intention. When she becomes regent. Cersei took a sip of summer red and raised the corners of her lips. "Lady Ariana, you must be very tired after coming from such a distance, and..." Miss Rose, Margaery just smiled faintly and looked at her grandmother. Olenna's eyes were sunken, but deep and bright. "Your Highness, Queen of the Lannister family." Even though the old woman can't stand up straight, she still has amorous feelings when she sees a young man, but the old woman is too good at hiding it, so you can't find it. As she said that, Olenna patted Margaery's little hand, and then said, "I see that the Queen looks very bad. Is she troubled by the death of Prime Minister Jon?" The Tyrell family came to the appointment, and the old woman is also willing to serve the Queen. Cersei's hand that was gently shaking the wine glass paused for a moment, and replied casually, "The old Duke left very suddenly, and the people in the Red Castle were in panic. I am trying my best to comfort them." Olenna nodded and said, "My son, who never listened to his mother's nagging, behaved himself this time. He should also be trying to comfort people in the September now." Cersei was alert. She didn't want to lead the topic to her son's affairs. The Tyrell family brought Margaery, who was of marriageable age, to King's Landing. Did they want to marry into the royal family? Queen. Cersei clenched her wineglass. "Thank you, Duke of Highgarden." Olenna's tone was full of sarcasm. "My son is only suitable for running errands." Queen. "Don't expect him to do a good job." Cersei smiled and said, "Lady Oriana is too modest. I heard that the Duke of Highgarden led the army to besiege Storm's End. The defenders of Storm's End were desperate and could only slaughter horses, cats and dogs for food. They even almost ate the fallen soldiers." Cersei was not interested in war. She occasionally heard these from Green, who worshipped the Duke of Highgarden. Olenna's eyes were bright and bright. "This is a wonderful misunderstanding. The Duke of Highgarden must be so happy to hear this that he can't sleep." Cersei looked at Olenna with some doubts. Olenna shook her head and said, "I told him not to join in the fun. War belongs to true warriors. This is not what he should do. But my son is soft-hearted. He was easily instigated by his subordinates and led his troops to war despite my dissuasion." "Oh, what kind of siege is that?" "He has never been close to a real battlefield. For more than half a year, he consumed countless food and grass in the river reach, but the Lord of Highgarden only besieged his dining table." Cersei's lips curled up and said, "The process is not important. The truth is always written by the victor." Lady Olenna's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. "That is the historian's business. The old woman can only nag her children." Olenna grabbed the armrest of the chair and stood up tremblingly. "The old woman will not delay the Queen anymore. The Lord of Highgarden will share the rest of the worries for you." Cersei nodded perfunctorily. Olenna stared at Cersei and left with Margaery. Cersei looked at the two people leaving and wanted to call the guards to execute Margaery immediately. Cersei's beautiful eyes became sharp. There was only one outcome for her enemies, and that was to be wiped out. Ridiculous prophecy. As long as she eliminated all threats, would the prophecy still be a prophecy? Outside Meagher's tower, Margaery walked slowly with a silent Olenna. Margaery signaled to the maids with her eyes, and the maids slowed down and kept their distance. Margaery looked at Olenna and whispered, "Grandmother, Queen Cersei seems to be very hostile to me." Olenna's voice was filled with anger. "I never dreamed that Tywin's daughter would be so stupid that it is difficult to communicate." Margaery's face was heavy. "Grandmother, I am also surprised. Does Queen Cersei want to regret it? Our Duke of the Boar is still dreaming." Olenna continued, "Although it is ridiculous, that's the idea of that stupid woman in Meagher's tower." Margaery frowned slightly. "Is it because Prime Minister Jon has gone? So, she feels that she doesn't need the support of the Golden Rose." Margaery felt a little incredible after she finished speaking. Olenna snorted coldly. "A foolish person does not realize her own foolishness. She only thinks that she is very smart and can play with everyone." Margaery said, "Grandmother, this is an insult to the Tyrell family by Her Royal Highness the Queen." Olenna patted Margaery's hand that was on her arm. "Outsiders only see the splendor of roses, but always ignore the thorns on roses. The Golden Rose always holds the initiative." "Grandmother, what should we do?" Olenna's eyes were deep. "The Duke of Highgarden is already in King's Landing. Doesn't she want to go back on her word? Then let the Queen drive him away herself. The Golden Rose is not the Queen's servant. We will give in obediently with just one look from her. If she can really do it, the old woman will go directly to Tywin in Casterly Rock. Then I want to see how the Lannisters will repay their debts." Margaery nodded and said, "Grandmother, I understand. I won't tell my father about what happened today. My father's enthusiasm is just right. Let's wait and see how Queen Cersei breaks the contract." Olenna looked at her clever granddaughter with a touch of kindness. "There are green trees, birds singing and flowers blooming near Meager's tower. Olenna paused and stared at the sea of flowers for a while. Margaery, can you contact the little fox, Lord Green? Margaery replied, Grandmother, yes. Lord Green sent me a letter before he left Westeros. If you want to contact him, you can send the letter to his mermaid port, Margaery. Write him a letter as soon as you go back and tell him, his beloved Duke of Mace has encountered a problem. If he can't find a way to solve it, the old woman will beat his ass. Just write it. Margaery's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Although she was surprised by her grandmother's words, she nodded in agreement. Olenna took another step. Margaery, favorites have their uses. Do you know what favorites are best at? They are best at cleaning up the mess of stupid big shots. The little guy can become the favorite of the stupid queen, so he must know Cersei's character best. Without waiting for Margaery's answer, Olenna continued, we are not the ones who are anxious. The more anxious we are, the easier it is to make mistakes. In the Game of Thrones, we must first learn to be patient enough. Olenna's deep eyes had worry. Tywin, the cunning lion, protected Cersei Lannister very well. Anyone with a little ability would find out what was going on in the Red Castle. Most people's understanding of Cersei is more willful. Lannister was born in the light of the West, and she is also the queen. It is normal for her to be a little arrogant. However, after meeting today, Olenna found that it was not just a simple problem of willful character. Since the Golden Rose has come to King's Landing, she will not be satisfied with a king's hand. The ultimate goal of the Golden Rose is still to become the queen's family. Cersei doesn't know how to abide by the rules of power. As long as she continues to stay in the Red Castle, she will eventually be a major obstacle to the Golden Rose's plan for the position of queen. Pentos. Green looked up at the sky for a while and murmured, Lord Jon is dead. Green heard this news from the bustling streets. From King's Landing to Mermaid Harbor, and from Mermaid Harbor to Pentos, Green specially set up channels to transmit messages in order to control the movements of King's Landing. As a result, Green found that the news in the downtown area was much faster than his own channels. After Green came to Pentos, he was warmly received by cloth merchants and jewelers. Green purchased only the best items for Boss Cersei. Among the many flowing fabrics, red ones, the thinner the better. After Green selected them, the rest of the things could be handed over to Steward Roselle. It's time to go back. Governor Illyrio's mansion. Daenerys did not hide the disappointment on her face. Lord Green, are you really leaving? Since meeting Green gave her the peace of mind she longed for, which made Daenerys feel like she had returned to her childhood when Sir William was still around. Green smiled and explained, Princess Daenerys, I just got the news that Prime Minister Jon, who advocated suppressing the Crab Claw Peninsula, has passed away. I must go back as soon as possible to flatter the new Prime Minister to avoid causing trouble for the Crab Claw Peninsula again. The guards I left behind will protect your safety, and I can feel a little relieved that I am far away in Westeros. We still have a long way to go, and we will meet again in the future. Daenerys laughed at first, then shook her head. My brother, Viserys will lead his troops there sooner or later, and you will. Before she finished speaking, Daenerys' eyes gradually became misty. Green shrugged and said, the war more than 10 years ago almost wiped out the Crab family. We can't afford to fail again. So, I will hide first, and wait until the winner is decided, and then run out to please the Iron Throne. My territory is special, and we just want to live a more stable life. As for Prince Viserys, Green was silent for a while, and asked, Princess Daenerys, who do you think we will expect to sit on the Iron Throne? Of course, Daenerys stopped talking. She was wondering why Green asked this. According to her brother, the Iron Throne originally belonged to the Targaryens, but was temporarily taken away by the usurper. Many people will die. Green smiled at Daenerys, who was hesitant to speak, and then said, according to the law, the Iron Throne belongs to the Targaryen family of Her Royal Highness. The reason why Baratheon was able to sit firmly on the Iron Throne is largely because his grandmother was a Targaryen, and he sat there in accordance with the law of inheritance. The Seven Kingdoms have been stable for more than 10 years, but most of the lower-class people have just gotten rid of the impact of the war, including most of the small nobles. Daenerys thought for a while and asked, Earl Green, do you mean that my brother's army will be unwelcome? Green spread his hands and said, it depends on what your Royal Highness does. Most people are more concerned about whether their interests will be affected, or whether it can bring them more benefits. Daenerys quietly wiped the corner of her eyes and smiled. What about you? Under what circumstances are you willing to join the war? Green thought seriously for a while and said, whoever gives me the veil, I will give him, as a horse to ride. After speaking, Green couldn't help but look up and laugh. Daenerys was stunned for a moment and laughed out loud. Smiling, Green and Daenerys' eyes met. Green said gently, if Her Royal Highness, the princess, has an order, I will consider sending troops. Daenerys turned her little face to one side and whispered, thank you, my knight. Green still gave her an answer before leaving, and did not even make any requests, and left her with some manpower. Daenerys knew very well that her brother was most concerned about the troops. Now she could be said to have completed Viserys' task and did not have to worry about awakening the wrath of the sleeping dragon. Could he? Daenerys' little face turned around, her purple eyes moved to Green, and her lips moved. Green did not seem to notice Daenerys' abnormality. Your Royal Highness, I am honored to have your recognition, Viserys. Daenerys lowered her head slightly, took a deep breath slowly, and calmed her heart. When Daenerys raised her head, the hesitation on her face had dissipated. Daenerys smiled brightly, Earl Green, I believe we will not be apart for long, and you and I will see each other again soon, my lords, please vote and push. Chapter 114 The Wrath of the True Dragon. Pentos. At the port, Dick came to see Green off. Last night, with the cooperation of Governor Illyrio, Green's soldiers made quite a stir in Pentos. Green reached out and patted Dick's arm, and said softly, Dick, I leave the matter here to you. Dick nodded slightly. Lord Green, I will never let Crab down. After that, Dick's eyes swept around and lowered his voice. I feel that there are many eyes staring at us in the dark. Dick's behavior at this time was very much like a thief who had just come out of the house. Green smiled. Dick, no matter where you go, remember to bring enough guards. Green's words made Dick stunned for a moment. Is the Lord worried about my safety? Dick was moved, his face showed excitement, and he raised his voice. Lord Green, I will definitely not let you down. Green nodded slightly and said, remember the language of the tribe, unity is strength. I remember. Green patted Dick again, then turned around and stepped onto the mermaid. After the sailors were busy for a while amid the roar of lake snow, the mermaid slowly left the port of Pentos. Green stood on the deck at the stern, quietly staring at the governor mansion. Montweshu, wearing a coarse cloth robe and a warhammer on his waist, stood guard by the side. Green turned his head, glanced at Monton, and said, what's wrong? The fat on Monton's body shook visibly. Monton had the instinct of a beast, and it was this instinct that made him find the Beast King Green. Although Green hardly participated in the specific battle, Monton could sense Green's terror. Monton knew very well that as long as Green wanted, he could cut down all the enemies at any time like cutting cheese, including himself. Green has always been gentle, and he's even more friendly to his own people. Monton felt this most deeply with his innate talent. Under normal circumstances, Monton would not be startled by Green's plain question. The reason is that he is guilty. Monton scratched his head and said naively, the barbecue in Pentos has a unique flavor. I'm still wondering when Ange can come back. Green. Night fell at Illyrio's mansion. After nearly a month of contact with Green, Daenerys felt that she had suddenly grown up. Although the time was short, she also saw clearly many things that she didn't understand. Daenerys was born to be a king, she just needed a suitable opportunity. Daenerys sat upright in the chair, looking at Illyrio who was walking slowly, with a smile on her face. Illyrio noticed that Daenerys seemed different today than usual. Illyrio looked calm, but he was cautiously alert in his heart. After approaching, Illyrio took the initiative to greet and said, Good night, Princess. Daenerys nodded slightly and said, Governor Illyrio, has Lord Green left? Please take a seat. Illyrio nodded and thanked her. Princess Daenerys, please rest assured that today is a very suitable weather for sailing. At this time, Daenerys' new maids, Barona and Asanna, brought wine glasses and wine jugs. Barona and Asanna were both centurions of the Thorn Legion. Although they have changed their new identities, they seem to have adapted well. After placing the wine glasses for Daenerys and Illyrio, they picked up the wine jugs and filled them with wine. This is the summer red given to me by Lord Green. It is said to come from Dorne in Westeros. It has a sweet taste and I fell in love with it at the first bite. After that, Daenerys took a sip of the summer red and said, Governor Illyrio, you are so knowledgeable that you must have tasted it a long time ago, but I have been wandering around with the Viserys since I was a child, so this is my first time. Illyrio smiled humbly and said respectfully, Summer red is brewed from honey plums, cherries and black oak, which gives it the aroma of fruit. Everyone who tastes it can't help but admire its beauty. Summer red is very popular in Westeros. Whether it is beyond the wall in the far north, Dorne in the south, or King's Landing, it is the most popular wine at noble banquets. Daenerys listened with a smile, and when Illyrio finished speaking, she praised, "You are indeed very knowledgeable." Illyrio nodded and said, "When His Majesty Viserys regains the Iron Throne, the whole of Westeros will return to the Targaryen people, and every item there will be for you to enjoy." Daenerys raised the corners of her lips and said, "Where's my brother?" During this time, His Majesty Viserys has been busy raising warships to cross the narrow sea. Although the king is diligent, he misses the princess very much. He has just returned here. As long as we wait a while, the princess will be able to see His Majesty. What a coincidence. Daenerys smiled lightly. "I have to say this is good news." Illyrio's eyes moved slightly, and said, "It seems that your highness has good news to share with the king. His Majesty will be very happy." Daenerys did not deny it, and said, "Governor Illyrio, 10,000 soldiers are not enough to take back the Iron Throne." Illyrio's smile froze for a moment. "When His Majesty Viserys' troops set foot on Westeros, the princes and nobles will surely rise up to help and follow their true king. The people will roar with justice, fight for the true king, and sweep across the 7 kingdoms." Daenerys listened with a smile, and shook her head. 10,000 soldiers are still not enough. "How many soldiers does the barbarian husband you chose for me have?" Daenerys did not wait for Illyrio's answer, and continued, "Is his name Drogo? He leads the largest tribe of Khals in the Dothraki Sea. It is said that he has more than 40,000 howling warriors under his command." Illyrio's eyes trembled, and his face was calm and respectful. "That's the truth. The Earl of Westeros has found out a lot of information for you. I just contacted Khal Drogo. I will meet him in person in a while to discuss the marriage of Her Royal Highness the Princess." Daenerys has changed, and she has become a little strange to him. Illyrio suddenly felt that he and Varys should not facilitate a meeting between Daenerys and Green. "I live in fear every day, afraid of awakening my brother's wrath of the sleeping dragon, and afraid of being abandoned by my brother. During this period, I lived a peaceful life, and I also learned a lot from Earl Green. I kept thinking, you are the governor of Pentos. How could you not think that 10,000 soldiers are not enough to take back the Iron Throne? Until Earl Green said goodbye to me." Daenerys sighed softly and continued, looking at his back as he left, "I suddenly understood everything. Parting will be painful. What if it is death?" Daenerys raised her glass and took a sip of summer red. "Will the barbarian leader fall in love with my silver-haired wife? Maybe. It doesn't matter. At the right time, it is most important for me to be killed by the so-called usurper. I think it is best to let the barbarian leader see death in front of him, so that it is easier to be furious and ignite their fire of revenge." Illyrio's heart skipped a beat. Daenerys actually guessed his plan. How did she do it? Is this the blood of the real dragon? Illyrio suddenly felt a hint of danger. Daenerys smiled brightly, and said calmly to Lysana beside her, "Pour me some wine." After giving the order, Daenerys said to Illyrio, "Mr. Governor, I have always been grateful to you for taking my brother and me in, but..." Daenerys held the cup filled with wine. "I am the daughter of Aerys II, the sister of Viserys II, the princess of Dragonstone, Stormborn." Daenerys, as she spoke, Daenerys suddenly poured the summer red in the cup on Illyrio's face. Although Daenerys' change today surprised him, he also began to be wary of this abnormality, but he never thought that Daenerys, who has always been cowardly, would pour wine on him. Illyrio was an assassin when he was young, but he had been pampered for nearly 20 years. In addition, the distance was so close, so he was splashed in the face. Barona and Lysana exclaimed, and they picked up towels and handed them over. Illyrio wiped the wine on his face, his chest heaving, and he began to breathe heavily. Staring at Daenerys, who seemed to be indifferent, Illyrio took the towel handed by the maid and said, "Daenerys, you are slandering and insulting." Daenerys interrupted, "How dare you manipulate the real dragon at will? You have awakened the wrath of my real dragon. There is only one result for you, death." Illyrio first felt a chill on his neck, and then a pain in his heart. Barona's dagger cut Illyrio's throat, and Lysana's dagger pierced Illyrio's chest. The two of them acted quickly and neatly. Illyrio just instinctively covered his neck and stood for a while, then fell straight to the ground. Daenerys tried her best to hold back her trembling body and forced herself to watch the whole process of Illyrio being dealt with. Illyrio lay on his back in a pool of blood and died with his eyes open. She actually did it. She finally did it. Daenerys' heart relaxed and her body swayed. If she hadn't grabbed the chair, she would have almost fallen to the ground. Barona immediately walked over and helped Daenerys sit on the chair. Daenerys held Barona with trembling hands. Barona, and Asanna, thank you. Barona shook her head and said, Your Highness, we are your guards. We are at your disposal. Asanna nodded in agreement. Daenerys looked at Barona and Asanna and said, Illyrio is the governor after all. We must leave tonight. Asanna, leave this to Barona. You go to Crab's trading company right now and ask Dick to prepare the boat. Asanna nodded and took steps towards the door. Daenerys exhaled and said, Barona, move Illyrio into the house and prepare more fire starters. At this time, Viserys' angry voice came over. Who is that woman just now? Is she the new maid sent by Illyrio? Why didn't she bow to me? If it were the past, Daenerys would have been terrified to see her brother angry. At this moment, Daenerys didn't feel a trace of fear when she saw Viserys. She even wanted to laugh when she saw her brother's silver hair shaking while he was angry. Daenerys said calmly, She is not a maid sent by Illyrio. She is a guard sent to me by Lord Green. They are real warriors. Viserys smiled, and his smile was cold. Guard? Warrior? I don't quite understand, my dear sister. What are you thinking again, blood? Is this Illyrio? Viserys' pupils shrank, and he screamed, and stepped back in disbelief. If it weren't for the people behind him who helped him, he would have almost tripped over his heels. Daenerys' little face tilted slightly and looked at the strange man who appeared in the yard. The stranger was quite old, about 40 years old, wearing wool and leather, and a dark green coat with a black bear standing on 2 legs embroidered on it. Although his hair was gradually thinning, his body was still strong. After Viserys stood up, he shook off the stranger and stroked his hair. Viserys murmured to himself, My Iron Throne, my Iron Throne, my Iron Throne. The stranger felt the gaze from Daenerys and looked over. After seeing Daenerys' face clearly, the stranger was stunned for a moment. Daenerys nodded slightly and said, Stranger, please introduce yourself. After that, Daenerys' lavender eyes made a subtle gesture to Barona. The strange man glanced at Barona who was staring at him, took a few steps forward, touched his chest and saluted, saying, Good night, Princess. My name is Jorah Mormont. I come from the north of Westeros. I am a knight exiled by the current Iron Throne. His Majesty Viserys invited me here as a guest. Sir Jorah, why were you exiled? Jorah Mormont hesitated for a moment and replied, I secretly sold several poachers I caught to slave traders, which violated the law of Westeros prohibiting the slave trade. Chapter 115 The True Dragon Moves Its Nest. Daenerys Targaryen had a smile on her lips, and her violet eyes stared at Jorah Mormont who was answering the question seriously. After Jorah finished speaking, Daenerys nodded slowly and said, Sir, it feels bad to leave your home. I can empathize with you. You should start over. Daenerys lowered her eyes and looked at the golden bracelet that Illyrio gave her. The bracelet was inlaid with shining gems and looked exquisite and gorgeous. Sir Jorah, I want to hire you as a guard, Daenerys said as she took the bracelet off her wrist and handed it to Barona beside her. Is this item enough? After Barona approached, Jorah looked at her. Looking at Barona, Jorah remembered the women of Bear Island, who were all excellent warriors no less than men. Barona was tall and strong, and her whole body seemed to be full of strength. She was a warrior who had experienced many battles. The Ironborn or the wildlings from the frozen coast often raided Bear Island while the men were out fishing. The women on Bear Island had to take up arms to fight the invaders, which formed a unique warrior culture among the women on Bear Island. Jorah was once the Earl of Bear Island and the patriarch of the Mormont family. He was very familiar with this kind of women. Jorah looked away and glanced at the corpse lying on the ground. Either join or die? Jorah's lips curled up imperceptibly, and he sighed in his heart. Is it worthy of the blood of the Targaryen family? With a big hand, Jorah took the golden bracelet. Your Highness, you are generous enough. I am your guard now. Jorah witnessed the situation here, and Daenerys could only force him to make a choice. Hearing Jorah's clear answer, Daenerys was relieved. She didn't want to hurt innocent people. Viserys suddenly stopped muttering and strode towards Daenerys. Viserys' voice was sharp. Who did it? Was it you? Barona stretched out her hand to stop Viserys who wanted to approach Daenerys. Viserys was so angry that he wanted to jump up and down. Who are you? Do you know who I am? I am the Andal, the Rhoynar, king of the first men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms, protector of the realm, Viserys Targaryen III, the only true king of the Iron Throne. Daenerys trembled and took a breath secretly. When Viserys walked towards her aggressively, her legs wanted to run away, as if her legs suddenly lost control. Jorah, who was quietly paying attention to Daenerys, noticed her abnormality. Jorah stood beside Barona, his tall figure silently blocking in front of Viserys. You, Viserys looked left and right, and screamed, Jorah Mormont, how dare you betray the king? Jorah tightened his grip on the hilt of the longsword at his waist, nodded, and said, sorry, I didn't betray you. I was your guest before, but now I am a guard hired by Her Royal Highness the Princess. My duty is to protect the princess' safety. You, Viserys' eyes were filled with hatred, Jorah Mormont. I will never forget your betrayal. Facing Viserys' threat, Jorah remained indifferent and stood in front of him very firmly. Daenerys finally regained control of her legs. Daenerys stared at Viserys. Brother, I executed Illyrio. Are you trying to attract the unsullied guards outside the yard? After a pause, Viserys pointed at Daenerys through the guards and said, it's you. You ruined my plan. Without Illyrio, how can I take back the Iron Throne? Viserys lowered his voice, but Daenerys could still hear the anger in his voice. Daenerys' petite figure walked over. Thank you, we can't waste any more time. Please move the people on the ground into the house and prepare more fire starters. Jorah raised his hand to stop Barona, who was about to act, and said, leave it to me. Barona understood what Jorah meant, nodded her chin lightly, and continued to guard the princess without moving. Brother, Illyrio wants to control us. On the surface, he seems to be helping us with all his strength, but his real purpose is to train you into a puppet that he can manipulate at will. Viserys was stunned at first, then sneered, how did you know? Besides, so what? After I take back the Iron Throne, I will kill him. Daenerys opened her mouth. She wanted to tell her brother that Illyrio would kill her first. In addition, Illyrio was cunning and treacherous. How could her brother be his opponent? At that time, everyone around Viserys would probably be Illyrio's men. Under such circumstances, when her brother has a child, it will be his death, because the baby is easier to control, and he can even legitimately regent the kingdom. The various exchanges with Green these days have played a role, making Daenerys think of a lot in an instant. Is this Illyrio's conspiracy? Brother, give me some time, I will help you prepare an army enough to take back the Iron Throne. Viserys looked at his thin sister with contempt. You? How long do you want me to give you? 10 years, 20 years? Daenerys shook her head slightly, her eyes firm. 3 years at most. Viserys' eyes moved, and he couldn't help but probe. Do you really have a way? But 3 years is too long. I can't wait to kill all the usurpers tomorrow. I can give you 1 year at most. Daenerys hesitated, nodded and said, okay, just 1 year. Viserys' list was stunned at first, then a joyful expression appeared on his face. My dear sister, you are the only one who understands me best. I only need 10,000 soldiers and horses, and I only need the Iron Throne. As long as the Iron Throne is recaptured, I will not forget your contribution. Brother, I have a condition. Viserys suppressed his ecstasy. You say, I will agree to anything you say. Daenerys glanced at Barona with her purple eyes and said, after recapture of the Iron Throne, I hope you can enthrone Grim Crab as the Duke of the Eyrie and let him rule the valley. Viserys' smile faded and he frowned. Daenerys said again, when my brother's troops set foot on Westeros, Earl Grim will raise 10,000 troops to help. Viserys smiled, plus his 10,000, that's 20,000 troops, enough. Dany, since it's your request, of course I will agree. I am a generous king, this is the king's promise. When I take back the Iron Throne, I will hand over the Vale to Earl Green. Viserys added bitterly, the usurper war was instigated by Duke Arryn, and then the whole family of Arryn will be executed. Daenerys couldn't help showing a satisfied look. A real dragon must ride a horse. After everything was ready, Jorah handed the torch to Daenerys, who was standing still. Thank you, sir. Daenerys took the torch, stared at the house for a while, and threw the torch in her hand over. Let's go. Daenerys turned around, and she was ready to take advantage of the fire and swagger away from Governor Illyrio. Wait, Viserys stopped Daenerys. Dany, are you going to go out of the gate? Have you forgotten that it was you who executed Illyrio? Brother, no one knows yet. We have to leave as soon as possible. Someone will pick us up at the dock. Because of being chased by assassins, Viserys has been hiding with his sister since he was a child. He has a lot of experience in this area. Thinking of his previous experience, Viserys' face sank. I know a place where we can go faster and avoid the guards. Daenerys did not doubt Viserys' words. Although she had never seen the assassin her brother mentioned, They had developed a tacit understanding since they were young. As for the assassin her brother mentioned, either it was her brother's hallucination, or her brother had always protected her very well. "Brother, we will follow you." Viserys was very satisfied with Daenerys' attitude. He felt that he had regained the initiative. The fire had started and there was no time to waste. Viserys stopped talking and took steps in another direction, the port of Pentos. Daenerys saw Dick, who looked like a thief in Green's mouth. Watching Dick salute, Daenerys pursed her lips and tried to suppress a smile. Dick turned his eyes and quietly looked at the silver-haired man and woman in front of him. "Good night, Princess, the ship is ready and can set off at any time." "Dick of Crab is at your service," Daenerys smiled. "Thank you, Dick." Everyone stepped on the wooden board and stepped onto the ship. Daenerys was petite, and Dick walked beside her, leaning down and lowering his voice. "Princess, this ship was left by Lord Green for you. Although the ship is a little small, it is very fast. In addition, I brought all the 20 guards that Lord Green left for you at the merchant's house. Together with the sailors on the ship, they will follow and protect you wherever you go." Daenerys couldn't help but curl her lips, coughed lightly, and said, "Dick of Crab, you did a good job. Thank you for your help." Dick was proud, raised his chest and raised his head, and did not hide his joy. Daenerys raised her eyebrows slightly. Thief Dick was a little unsteady, but also smart. At this time, the captain of the ship shouted, "Hurry up, port patrol." Daenerys paused, looked back, and found a little fire in the distance. Isana drew her sword with a bang and said, "Your Highness, it is forbidden to sail at night in the port of Pentos. Barona, you stay here to protect the princess. I will take people to deal with the patrol." Daenerys nodded slightly. "Isana, be careful, I'm waiting for you here." Isana nodded to Daenerys, called a few soldiers directly, stepped on the wooden planks, and walked off the ship. Barona urged the busy sailors, "Are your legs weak? Hurry up." The patrol also followed a fire. Sure enough, someone was going to sail at night. There were 8 people in the patrol. They all unconsciously showed greedy smiles. There was an unexpected fortune tonight. "Stop, everyone on the boat, get off." Shouting, the patrol team quickened their pace, and soon they found Isana and her group standing silently. "Don't you know?" Before she finished speaking, Isana swung her sword and cut the patrol leader's neck. Isana's movements were swift, her sword pierced into the enemy's chest, and she kicked the enemy away, blood slowly sliding down the sword. The other enemies reacted and drew their weapons. Isana stabbed the nearest enemy's neck with another sword, and everyone engaged in close combat in an instant. Puff puff puff. The advantage of the Crab Claw Peninsula was fully demonstrated at this time. The soldiers from the Crab Claw Peninsula were all elites who survived countless wars of all sizes. The patrol team of Pentos was almost knocked down in a pool of blood as soon as they met. A soldier said contemptuously, "So weak." Isana wiped the sword casually on the enemy's clothes and sheathed it. The sound of the arrows breaking through the air was unusually loud in the silent night. "It's me." Ange's tall and thin figure quietly appeared from the darkness. Isana's hand left the hilt of the sword. "Ange? How come you are here?" "Actually, there are 9 of them in total. One of them followed alone. Just now, he tried to sneak away, so I took action." Ange pointed in a direction and explained. In small-scale battles, the soldiers of Kleber hated people to steal heads the most, because this was related to personal military merit. After being taught a lesson by his companions several times, Ange, a natural archer, completely corrected some of his habits. Ange has always been looking forward to large-scale wars. The more enemies, the better. In his eyes, those are all walking military merits. Isana laughed heartily. "That head is yours." Ange shrugged. "Lord Green asked me to stay and take care of Dick secretly." This was an excuse on the surface. Ange's real mission was to find an opportunity to assassinate Illyrio. Green's order was not to reveal his identity, and he was given a year. But now, Anguai saw that the governor's mansion was on fire, and thought it was the god's blessing that allowed him to complete the task ahead of schedule. After sneaking in and investigating, he found that it seemed that Governor Illyrio had died in the fire. The shortcut to knighthood was gone, and the mood was indescribably lost. Anguai could only sigh to the sky. "By the way, me and Barona, who are you going to choose to marry?" On the ship, Viserys witnessed Daenerys' guards face to face and knock down the enemy like cutting vegetables. His eyes lit up. "Are these Earl Green soldiers? Are you too strong, or are they too weak?" "I understand this," Dick answered consciously. "Your Majesty, we are too strong. The crab soldiers are born to fight and die for fighting. Each one is an elite. This is also the reason why the usurpers have been suppressing us. They are afraid that we will take revenge when we regain our strength. Isn't our enemy the valley? Although Barona was puzzled by this point, she didn't say anything because the rest of his words were well said. She just nodded in agreement with Dick, which increased the credibility of Dick's words. Viserys looked relieved. The usurper is a thief, who is most afraid of revenge and lives in nightmares all day long. Lord Green is great and a loyal minister of Targaryen. I will not forget your contribution, for Viserys, as long as he can send troops to help him regain the Iron Throne. He is a loyal minister of the dragon family. Daenerys watched everyone talking about Crab's fighting power with a smile on her face. Soon, the sailors began to put away the planks, and Asana and others returned to the ship. Angway, who followed Asana onto the ship, took the initiative to greet Daenerys. Good night, Princess. I am Lord Green's personal guard. My name is Angway. Viserys saw Angway saluting his sister first, and was a little angry at first, but when he heard Angway's name, he lost all interest. A mere civilian was not qualified to know a real dragon. Personal guard? Could it be? Daenerys shook her head secretly, denying this possibility. Daenerys asked directly, Good night, warrior Angay. Why are you here? Daenerys' beauty was dazzling. Angay looked away, scratched his head embarrassedly, and explained, Lord Green has always been worried about you living in the governor mansion, so he deliberately kept me here. My mission is to secretly protect your safety. I saw that Her Royal Highness was leaving Pentos, so I had to show up, because this was the obvious reason. Angay prepared in advance. He thought this explanation was very reasonable, and nodded after speaking. Barona suddenly added, Your Highness, Angay is the strongest archer in the Crab territory. Barona stared at Angay with sparkling eyes while speaking. After hearing Angay's words, Daenerys felt her cheeks slightly hot. Ange, thank you. How do you want me to arrange you? Ange stroked his chest and said, Your Highness, I will follow you temporarily. Although the plan has changed, my mission is still to protect your safety. Although there was an accident with a mission target, Ange felt ashamed to return to the territory like this. Moreover, the atmosphere has been set here. Strictly speaking, the princess is now on the run, and he can't leave immediately. At least he has to wait until the princess settles down. In addition, Ange is a natural archer, and his intuition tells him that there may be a greater merit waiting for him. Daenerys looked at the blazing governor's mansion for a while, then turned and walked towards the bow. Everyone naturally followed behind the petite figure. Viserys saw it, clenched his fist, and didn't let go for a long time. I'll only wait for 1 year. If I break the promise, he will let his sister see the real wrath of the sleeping dragon. Princess Daenerys, where are we going? Tell the captain that we are heading south. The next day, the narrow sea, the mermaid. In the distance, where the sea and the sky meet, the morning sun is rising slowly, shining like a red gem. The first mate suddenly shouted, Captain, we found a pirate ship. Rick Snow, who was in a daze, suddenly woke up and walked over quickly. After observing for a while, the smile on Rick's face became deeper and deeper. You are not wrong, it is indeed a pirate ship. Rick, did you encounter a pirate ship? Hearing that it was Green's voice, Rick immediately turned around. Facing Rick's expectant eyes, Green's eyes twitched. After a pause, Green lightly nodded his chin. Rick got Green's approval and excitedly ordered loudly, Found a pirate ship. Come over. Yes. Captain, he wanted to seize the opportunity when Green was on the ship. Rick had already seen the horror of the Lord's bow and arrow, and he wished that there would be more pirate ships to expand the size of Crab's fleet. Green looked at Rick, who had the highest morale, and smiled. Martyr, get your bow and arrows ready. The sea is vast, and it is not easy to encounter a pirate ship. If possible, Green also hopes to encounter more pirate ships during the voyage. The main purpose is to take the opportunity to train the newly recruited sailors and capture a few pirate ships. Since it is called the Crab Fleet, there must be at least 10 warships in the initial stage, and then gradually expand the scale. Green pinched his chin. Prime Minister John has passed away, and only King Robert is left. The adaptation training of sea transport troops also needs to be accelerated. Green has been staring at the chrysanthemums in the valley for a long time. 10 days later, Mermaid Harbor. The morning mist evaporated on the sea, forming a layer of light gauze, and 9 ships flying the flag of swamp marigolds were looming. The mermaid that Green was on slowly docked at the pier. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Rule. Mermaid Harbor, Government Hall. After reading Margaery's handwritten letter, Green rubbed the thumb of his right hand against his index finger. Margaery's handwriting is beautiful, and the words she chooses are quite bold. Her grandmother. It's hard for little Rose, but fortunately Lord Green has always been open-minded and never cares about trivial matters. Green put away the letter, got up, walked to the window, and looked outside. The breeze blew, and ripples appeared on the sea. Under the sunlight, the sea surface sparkled, like countless gems shining. Duke Mace, Duke Eddard, Duke Stannis, Duke Renly. Thinking of these dukes, Green's eyes trembled slightly. Green thought of Petyr and Varys again. Although they each had their own thoughts, their goals were the same, and they all wanted to plunge Westeros into chaos. Green was a little tired after thinking for a long time. He really preferred to push forward. So, who does Green envy the most in this world? Of course, it was Dragon Mother, who had a cool script with a heroine. Although she was a little pitiful in the early stage, her life later needed no explanation. King Robert, who could summon hundreds of thousands of troops with just a call from a high place, was still there. Keep steady. Don't waste time in the early stage. For the sake of the tribe, Chief Green regained his spirits. Green returned to the table and picked up the quill. First, he dealt with military affairs. For example, Green notified the captains of each regiment that he would personally meet with the 30 captains recommended by them at the regiment's garrison and directly select them. Then there were private letters. The first letter was written to Queen Cersei, and the content was, "I have just arrived at Mermaid Harbor and will be able to return to the Red Castle soon." The second letter was written to Daenerys, and the content was, "He has arrived safely in Westeros, and I hope she will take care of herself in Pentos." The third letter was a reply to Margaery, and the content was, "He will arrive in King's Landing soon, and I hope to meet the old lady who wants to spank him." The next day, Green folded his legs and leaned on the armrest of the chair. Opposite him sat Brother Zari from the Grand Master of King's Landing. Brother Zari was middle-aged, with a high hairline, a plump figure, and a kind face. The faith of the Seven Gods is the most important religious belief in the Seven Kingdoms. People often simply call it the Church. In the continent of Westeros, only the North, the Crab Claw Peninsula, and the Iron Islands have the least influence of the Seven Gods. The old gods of the North and the Crab Claw Peninsula and the drowned god of the Iron Islands are more respected. Therefore, in order to distinguish from the ancient beliefs, the gods of the Church are sometimes called new gods. When Green began to recover the old land of Crab Claw, the monks stationed in the Crab Claw Peninsula had contact with a Whispering City. Chapter 15. The Crab Claw Peninsula is located in the Crownland, but it is independent of the Crownland. The Crab Claw Peninsula is said to believe in the old gods, but under the hundreds of years of fighting that has never stopped, the people of the Crab Claw Peninsula are more inclined to use force. Green needs the faith of the Seven Gods to better integrate the Crab Claw Peninsula into Westeros and to consolidate Crab Claw's rule over the Crab Claw Peninsula. But Green remembered that their old archbishop had said that the king's law is one thing, and the law of the gods is another. For Green, Crab Claw Peninsula is his private property. He is willing to put on a beautiful coat for it, but he will never tolerate anyone overriding Kleber's ruling power on Crab Claw Peninsula. Respected Brother Zari, I only care about one issue, whether the power to appoint and dismiss the bishop of the territory is in my hands. Green said respect, but his current sitting posture has already shown his attitude. Brother Zari's voice is not hurried or slow. Lord Green, we are very grateful for your trust and support. May the gods bless you. Green raised his eyebrows and silently said, "But." Brother Zari's tone is sincere, but the Archbishop hopes to increase this precious trust. Earl Green, we are unanimous. We have been praying that the mercy of the gods can reach this area, and we also hope that the Kleber family will bring permanent peace to Crab Claw Peninsula. Brother Zari said a lot, which sounded good, but Green didn't hear anything practical. So, Green hates people who paint cakes other than himself. Green slightly increased the angle of his body and frowned slightly. Brother Zari, please be frank, do you agree? After a pause, Brother Zari said, "To be honest, we have never had such a precedent." Green shook his head slightly. The situation in the Crab Claw Peninsula is special. I think you understand this very well, Green continued. My territory is preparing for a new round of war. If everything goes well, the Crab Claw Peninsula will usher in a rare peace, and my responsibilities will also change accordingly, which is to maintain the stability of the Crab Claw Peninsula. Brother Zari smiled and nodded slowly. Earl Green, thank you very much for your honesty. We are also looking forward to peace. We are the same. Green sat up straight very naturally, and his tone was equally sincere. You are right. The most important thing between people is honesty. We have to admit that there have been problems with our mutual trust over the past decade. You have to admit that this is not my personal idea. We cannot ignore things that we think are in the past, because existing problems will not disappear for no reason, so my conditions are not excessive, and it can even be said that I have always been sincere. Brother Zari still looked kind to Green's frank words, but he was speechless for the time being. When they were flattering the king's hand, who would have thought that such a person would suddenly appear in Crab Claw Peninsula? The monks who often stayed in Crab Claw Peninsula knew more than the big shots in the Red Castle. Some people even privately called Earl Green the king of Crab Claw Peninsula. Brother Zari said, we can feel your sincerity, which is also precious to us. We will cherish this precious trust even more. Green frowned and said, it seems that you brought a negative answer. Brother Zari explained, I brought the most sincere sincerity. Green waved his hand to interrupt, and said in a sarcastic tone, no, this monk, you only brought sweet words. I only feel contempt and arrogance in your words, which are almost exactly the same as the memory I am about to forget. Brother Zari finally couldn't maintain his calm expression. He was about to speak, but was interrupted impatiently by Green. Sister Zari, Crab Claw Peninsula does not welcome arrogant guests. But I still respect the guest rights of you and your companions. You can leave my territory safely. Why did he suddenly overturn the table? Brother Zari looked annoyed. Earl Green, we are the monks of the Seven Gods, Green said coldly. This monk, have you forgotten Duke Stannis? Brother Zari was stunned. Duke Stannis will always be their unspeakable pain. When Stannis was 13 years old, he witnessed the ship carrying Duke Stephen and his wife sinking in the broken ship bay, and the Duke and his wife both died. From that day on, Stannis hated the seven gods who cruelly took away his parents. He swore to the sky that he would never worship any cruel god who drowned his parents. Stannis is always a person who is consistent in his words and deeds, especially on Dragonstone Island, which is the most impressive. Frequent activities in a certain area will make the monks very familiar with the area because they have a wide range of channels to obtain intelligence. Brother Zari remembered that Duke Stannis seemed to value Earl Green very much, and heard that Duke Stannis also found a priestess of Arhalar. Thinking of this, Brother Zari lost his temper instantly. Brother Zari regained his amiable look. Earl Green, please don't worry. The most difficult thing between people is mutual understanding. We are sincere. Sighing, he continued, you care about peace, which is the most beautiful character. The gods are kind. May the gods bless you. Be flexible in doing things. He is all for creating a new chapter in the history of our church. The next day, Green reluctantly bid farewell to Brother Zari, who was rushing to the Grand Master at the dock of Mermaid Harbor. When Green was still regretting that he could only accompany him to the dock, he received information sent by the Pentas Trading Company. Daenerys stabbed Illyrio? Is this an early awakening? Green's slender fingers rubbed his black hair. Will it be another version of the heroine's cool script? King Green took steps towards the government hall. King's Landing, meager tower. Cersei Lannister, with a red mark on her face, said angrily, I will take this as a medal of honor. Robert Baratheon said in a loud voice, then wear it quietly, or I will honor you again. Queen Cersei raised her chin stubbornly and glared at King Robert in front of her. Damn it, every time I come back here, it's all a headache for me. Robert complained first, then shouted to Cersei, Jon is dead. Joffrey is my eldest son. I allow him not to pretend to be sad, but he must not celebrate. You also sent him wine and food to encourage his ridiculous behavior. Damn, what kind of mother are you? Gods, this stupid woman is actually my queen. Queen Cersei shouted, Joffrey is not only the heir to the Iron Throne, he is also the son of Cersei Lannister. The Red Castle is his home, he can do whatever he wants. You? King Robert's face flushed with anger at Cersei's ridiculous words, and he couldn't help raising his hand again. Facing the furious Robert, Cersei took a step forward without fear. Damn it, Robert, who still had his sanity, put down his hand. If he didn't control his anger, Robert was worried that he would become the first king to slap the queen to death. Thinking about his eldest son and his wife, Robert wanted to drink. Jon died suddenly. In addition to his two younger brothers, there was also that cowardly inflatable fish that came from such a far place to join in the fun. Also, why is there no news about that bastard Ned? Will the wolf run also spend the winter? Robert warned, Cersei, don't let me find out about your stupid teachings again. If it happens again, I will send Joffrey to Storm's End. At that time, unless I die, you will never see him again, Cersei said angrily. Why? Because I was sitting on that iron chair. Robert snorted coldly, said nothing more, turned around and strode out of the room. Cersei stared at Robert's leaving figure and trembled all over. She was so angry. Outside the door of the room, Robert found Jaime Lannister standing in front of him and glaring at him. King Robert taunted, another Lannister? How come the Kingslayer wants to go back to his old ways? Jaime's eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger, like an enraged lion. King Robert said in a contemptuous tone, Lannister, if you don't dare to stab me in the back, then put away your useless anger. After that, Robert's majestic body directly knocked Jaime away, leaving behind a cold snort. Jaime's teeth were grinding, and the veins on the back of his hand holding the hilt were throbbing. The Great September of Baelor is located at the top of Visenya Hill in King's Landing. It is also known as the September of Baelor. It is the center of the seven gods' faith and the residence of the High Septon. The September itself is a magnificent marble dome building with 7 crystal towers standing in between. The corridor inside the September. Varys clasped his hands and complimented, Duke Mace, only the scent of roses can soothe people's sorrow of losing their prime minister. Your timely arrival has given them hope again. Duke Mace stroked his beard and said, we are all looking forward to Prime Minister Jon's recovery. His death is inevitably sad. Varys, I can only do my best. Varys nodded and said, you are so kind and humble. Compared to you, I am only left with a panic of suddenly losing Prime Minister Jon. Pettir's dress was still straight, but he could not hide the tiredness on his face. Prime Minister Jon trained me to become the Lord Chamberlain. This is something everyone knows. After saying this, Pettir shook his head bitterly and continued, I always thought that I was serving the kingdom. Now I can see clearly in my heart that I am actually serving Lord Jon. My lords, I am very confused and I don't even know how to go on in the future. Pettir was sincere and Duke Mace quickly comforted him. Pettir, you are too modest. I have also heard of your abilities in Highgarden. It is not easy to manage the kingdom's finances. Pettir showed gratitude. Duke Mace, your arrival has soothed my confusion. It is my great honor to be praised by you. Duke Mace patted Pettir on the shoulder. The Lord Chamberlains are the pillars of the kingdom. I hope you will get out of your sorrow soon. The kingdom's government affairs cannot be separated from your hard work. Varys smiled and said respectfully, Duke Mace, your words make people happy. You have inspired us unintentionally. We will do our best. Pettir curled his lips and said, you see, everyone is inspired by you. You are the real pillar of the kingdom. Duke Mace stroked his beard and said, as long as we can work together, the kingdom will soon be stable. Well said. Everyone agreed. A cold snort broke the friendly and pleasant atmosphere. When Stannis, with a tense face, appeared in front of everyone, the corridor suddenly became quiet. Stannis said coldly, I heard your laughter from a long distance away. Is this a wedding? Haha. Renly walked over from the side with a loud laugh. Stannis, although I have seen your ability to break the atmosphere many times, I still admire you every time I see it. The sky gradually woke up from the darkness, and the first ray of sunlight penetrated Amidst, covering King's Landing with a soft warm color. Ding 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 ding. Green stood on the deck at the bow, gazing at the majestic King's Landing and the towering red castle, the tune from his previous life reappearing in his mind. I, Green, am back again. Chapter 117, Night of Flowers. As soon as Green entered King's Landing, he learned from Joffrey that the bigwigs in King's Landing had gathered in the September of Baelor. Green's heart moved and he drove his horse directly to the Red Keep. The Red Keep, Meagher's Tower. When approaching Meagher's Tower, the perceptive Green noticed the solemn atmosphere. Green frowned, flicked his blue cloak, and quickened his pace. Ta-ta-ta. The only sound in the empty Meagher's Tower was Green's hurried footsteps. When Green approached the Queen's bedroom, he soon found Jaime Lannister guarding the door. Jaime's face was dark, and he looked a little embarrassed standing there. Green glanced at the half-open door and saluted. Good day, "Sir Jaime, where's Her Majesty the Queen?" Jaime smiled bitterly, reached out and patted Green's arm. "Good day, Cersei." "Queen, it's not convenient today." Before Jaime finished speaking, Cersei Lannister's voice came from the room. "Come in." Green and Jaime looked at each other. "Green, what's inconvenient?" "Jaime, let's go in and take a look." Green curled his lips, retracted his gaze, stretched out his hand to push open the door, and entered the Queen's bedroom with Jaime. Queen Cersei, wearing a burgundy off-shoulder long dress, sat beside the bed. The red mark on her left cheek was very conspicuous, but she had no intention of hiding it. Cersei straightened her waist and raised her smooth chin slightly. Before Green and the others saluted, Cersei's green eyes moved slightly and said, "Lord Green, come here." Green's figure paused for a moment, but he walked to Cersei and lowered his body without stopping. Green glanced at Cersei's swollen cheeks, and his voice contained suppressed anger. The king did it." Cersei did not speak, but Green saw a thin layer of mist in her beautiful eyes. "She is acting me. Cersei is not a weak woman." Green sighed in his heart at Cersei's talent. She knew some characteristics of men very well. The atmosphere has been set to this point. In order to maintain his usual personality, Lord Green could not retreat. At this moment, Jaime gave Green a full sense of security. Green's eyes were cold and he gritted his teeth and said, "Queen Cersei, please give the order and I will kill him immediately." Cersei leaned down and held Green's head in her arms. The corners of her lips curled up imperceptibly. So soft. Green was thinking, should he wear a helmet next time? "Green, this is a medal of honor." Cersei stroked Green's hair and said, "What really makes me angry is that Robert dared to threaten me with Joffrey. He wants to send Joffrey to Storm's End and forcibly separate us mother and son." Green spoke in a muffled voice, "Your Majesty, what do you want to do?" Cersei felt a warmth and curled the corners of her lips. She slowly lowered her head, left a warm touch on Green's head, and then let go of Green, who was a little stiff. Boss Cersei is very skilled in manipulating men. Green was stunned for a moment before he stood up and walked back to stand beside Jaime, who was acting as if nothing had happened. "Well, the men of Westeros only care about one thing, cough." Green retracted his thoughts and looked at Cersei. "Jaime, Green, that drunkard dared to threaten my son. I can't swallow this breath." Thinking of Robert's threat to herself, Cersei's anger was ignited again. Jaime said, "Queen Cersei, we will find a way." After saying that, Jaime nodded his chin imperceptibly. Cersei's eyes trembled slightly, her anger dissipated immediately, and she raised the corners of her lips in a happy mood. Green seemed not to notice the secret interaction between Cersei and Jaime. Green lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, "Your Majesty, I heard that Duke Renly looks a lot like His Majesty Robert when he was young." Cersei snorted coldly and didn't want to answer, but thinking that Green, this favorite minister, had never disappointed her, she nodded slightly. Seeing Cersei nod, Green said, "His Majesty Robert made you angry, but he is the king after all, so we can tolerate it temporarily. But Sir Jaime and I will go and teach Lord Renly, who looks like him, a lesson, to vent your anger for you, Queen. Is that okay?" Jaime had been holding his breath, and he was a little tempted when he heard it, but after thinking about it, he said, "Lord Green, Renly is the Duke of Storm's End. He is not only the king's brother, he is also the Lord Chancellor of Justice. Even a small matter can easily turn into a big one." Although Jaime rationally spoke out to stop Green, he remembered that Renly once planned to harm Cersei. To be honest, he was actually very tempted by Green's proposal. Cersei was quite interested. "Lord Green, what do you want to do?" Glancing at Jaime, who was quietly listening, Green pursed his lips and said, "Your Majesty, my method is not very clever. Sir Jaime and I are both swordsmen, and swordsmen have their own methods. I heard that the bigwigs in King's Landing are now gathered in the September of Beeler because of the funeral of Prime Minister Jon. It should be very lively there now. Doesn't Lord Renly often show off how powerful his guards are? Sir Jaime and I can deliberately provoke Lord Renly. This problem can be left to me to deal with. After all, Sir Jaime is a Lannister, and some things are more sensitive." Green did not intend to let these so-called adults maintain a friendly atmosphere. Since they gathered to seek their own interests, they naturally had to match the corresponding atmosphere. The devil is often hidden in the details, starting with provoking small conflicts. Jaime raised his eyebrows and interjected, "You don't worry about yourself." Jaime was well-intentioned. He was implicitly reminding Green that Renly was not easy to mess with. Green shrugged and said, "So, I need your help, Sir Jaime. Green is a noble of the crown, and Renly is not his feudal lord. As long as the scale is handled properly, there will be no problem." Jaime thought of this and tacitly agreed to Green's proposal. He was still holding back his anger, and this idea seemed to be a good one. This kind of small fight did not interest Cersei. If Green was going to kill Renly directly, she would be very interested. Now, the premeditated plan was only one step away, and Cersei had some patience. Today, Jaime made a clear statement, and Green's performance also made Cersei very satisfied. In a happy mood, Cersei was reluctant to encourage the childish behavior of the two men. Cersei's tone was unusually gentle. "Two swordsmen, I'm waiting for you to return victorious." Green and Jaime were not going to fight, and if they brought too many people, it would be easy for people to mistake them for coming here on purpose to provoke. Although they did come here on purpose to provoke, they couldn't leave too obvious excuses. Everything had to happen naturally. Green kept a low profile and only brought 4 cleaver blue robes. Jaime chose 12 Lannister red robes, which was the minimum standard for his trip. Under Cersei's encouragement, Jaime's morale was a little too high. On the way, Green worriedly told him, "Sir Jaime, your main task is to watch the show." Jaime, who was driving his horse, had fluttering golden hair and a fluttering white cloak, which was very handsome. Jaime's face was slightly dark, and he glanced at Green and said, "Count Wildling, don't you like to make a big deal? Is Sir Jaime good at speaking?" Green spread his hands. "Sir Jaime, I won't break my promise." Jaime understood that Green meant what he promised him before to plan for Renly. Jaime's mouth curled up slightly. "Lannister, debts must be paid." The Great September of Beeler, the White Marble Square. Jaime pulled the reins and raised his chin in one direction. Green looked in the direction Jaime pointed, and he found a green figure under the fluttering crown and stag flag. The green figure was surrounded by the crowd, and Green could hear laughter from time to time. Renly is really high profile. The atmosphere is still so joyful. It seems that Lord Jon's funeral has not ended yet. Is this the Westeros style of people leaving and tea being forgotten? Green jumped off the horse and handed the reins directly to the guard. Green said to Jaime on the side, "Sir Jaime, looking at Lord Renly at this moment, do you think he loves Tyrion more deeply?" Jaime shrugged. "He has only some minor problems, but he has always been excellent." Green sighed lightly. "I heard that Lord Renly had just come of age, and Lord Jon summoned her from Storm's End to the royal meeting and made her the Minister of Justice. It can be said that he trained her with all his heart." Jaime looked at Green with a strange look on his face. Jaime has always had a good memory. He clearly remembered that Green wanted to execute Prime Minister Jon himself before. In addition, there is hatred between Crab Claw Peninsula and the nobles of the Vale headed by Lord Jon. Jaime said perfunctorily, "Maybe he has recovered." As Green and Jaime talked, they walked towards the direction of Renly and others. "Sir Jaime, the atmosphere here is so cheerful. Is someone holding a wedding? Didn't you say that Lord Jon's funeral hasn't ended yet?" Green's words came suddenly, and the laughter of Renly and others stopped abruptly. Without waiting for Jaime to answer, Green pointed to the flag again. "Isn't that the crowned stag flag of the Baratheon family? Could it be that Lord Stannis is here too? This is very different from the scene he imagined." Jaime's face was calm, but he was very embarrassed in his heart. Jaime still remembered their purpose. "It is very likely that Lord Stannis and Lord Jon have always had a close relationship." "Jaime, didn't you see me?" Lord Renly walked towards them with a mischievous smile. Renly was about 20 years old, wearing a green robe, tall and burly, with black jade-like shoulder-length hair that set off his neatly trimmed face. His face was very handsome, and his pair of smiling blue eyes made people feel good about him. Jaime shrugged and said, "Now I see it." Lord Renly seemed not to mind Jaime's indifference and laughed. Performance expert Green commented in his heart that Renly's boldness lacked some naturalness. Robert's boldness was a natural expression from the inside out. "Is this a younger brother who likes to imitate his brother?" Green approached Jaime and asked, "Who is he?" Green has not met Renly yet. Green seemed to lower his voice, but the people around him heard it clearly. Renly's smile froze for a moment. Jaime's lips curled slightly, and he answered seriously, "This is Renly Baratheon, Duke of Storm's End, and Lord Chancellor of Justice." After listening, Green frowned slightly and saluted, "Good day, Duke Renly. I am Earl of Whispering Castle, Green Crab." Renly maintained a smile on his face and nodded his chin slightly. Green placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, glanced around, and said, "I heard the laughter and joy here from a distance. I just returned to King's Landing." Has the funeral of Prime Minister John ended? When Green finished speaking, the air around him seemed to freeze suddenly. Whispering Castle? Whispering Castle on Crab Claw Peninsula? Some of the royal nobles wanted to teach this half-wild noble on Crab Claw Peninsula a lesson, but looking at Jaime next to Green, the two were obviously in the same group. After thinking for a while, they did not act rashly and planned to wait and see what would happen. They could all hear that the words of the Earl of Whispering Castle just now were suspected of being deliberate. They felt that things were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. "My Lord Minister of Justice, please forgive me for being presumptuous. My question may not have anything to do with the law." Green raised his eyebrows and continued, "Duke Renly, please believe my honesty. I am just a little curious." Jaime's green eyes moved and looked at Green, who stood up. How could this be a provocation? Was he going to question the character of a duke in person? I knew it would be like this. He had the nerve to worry that I would make a big deal on the way here. "I did a great job." The smile on Renly's face faded, and his blue eyes stared at Green motionlessly. Green said with a gentle face, "Duke Renly." The atmosphere became visibly solemn, and the people around watched this scene silently. Not long after, a young man in golden armor suddenly strode out from behind Renly. He shouted loudly, "You are deliberately offending Duke Renly." The young man was slender, with long and flowing brown hair and a pair of beautiful golden eyes. His facial lines were gentle and elegant, and he looked very handsome. Hiss, Green had to admit that he felt a little pressure on his appearance. Green recognized this person as Loras Tyrell, known as the Knight of Flowers, Renly's personal bodyguard. Green seemed not to see the conspicuous golden rose badge on him, and asked Jaime, "Sir, who is he?" "All for Cersei." Alice. Jaime glanced at Green and replied, "The Golden Rose of Highgarden, Sir Loras Tyrell." Green nodded perfunctorily and asked, "Sir Tyrell, how did I offend Lord Renly? Please tell me frankly." The handsome Loras moved his lips, not knowing how to start. After a pause, Green raised his eyebrows and said, "Sire, are you slandering the Queen's chief steward?" Just now, Green mentioned the position of the Queen's chief steward, which was neither high nor low and neither light nor heavy. But it was very special, because when the Queen's chief steward was away, it could be said that he represented the Queen to a certain extent. Chapter 118 Golden Rose. Green Crab did not insist on Loras Tyrell. Green silently stretched out his right hand, palm up, as if feeling something. He looked up into the distance, sighed softly, and showed regret. "I thought King's Landing was filled with sadness." It was crying. The crowd was silent. At this moment, looking at this scene, the people who were still laughing and talking just now suddenly felt complicated. Some people were ashamed, some were embarrassed, and some people didn't care, all kinds of people. Renly's face was heavy, and the anger in his blue eyes was almost unable to hide. Since Renly was a child, no matter where he went, people around him would compliment him, like the moon surrounded by stars. Renly still had some disbelief in his heart that a little noble would want to embarrass him in public. Renly's eyes moved slightly and glanced at Jaime standing next to Green. Could it be a conspiracy of Lannister? He didn't like Lannister in the first place, and Green's behavior was too incredible, so Renly couldn't help but think too much. Renly stared at Green, his eyes arrogant and with a warning. Renly's gaze was too intense, so Green turned his gaze to Renly. A look of contempt flashed across Green's face, which Renly could just catch. Green said in a gentle tone, "Lord Renly, are you sad about the old Duke's passing?" Renly was furious at Green's flash of contempt towards him just now. The language of the Baratheon clan is rage spreads all over the land. The sharp Green caught Renly on the edge of rage spreads all over the land. Renly felt that everyone was watching him, and he nodded his chin stiffly. Renly was not a time traveler Green. He was only in his early 20s and had not yet reached the stage of mental maturity. Moreover, the person he was facing was a Green who was indifferent to the level of blood. With the status of Duke Renly, he could ignore Green's question. But he was now a candidate for the king's hand. If he did not respond positively today, who knows what kind of rumors would spread tomorrow. Green respected the rules of the game and nodded to thank Duke Renly. Green raised the corners of his lips, and a look of conspiracy emerged on his face. Renly's eyes trembled slightly. "I was right, it was indeed a Lannister conspiracy." Then, Green spoke slowly. The handsome man Loras suddenly stood in front of Renly and faced Green. Loras shouted coldly, "I said, Lord Renly should not be offended. Green raised his eyebrows and looked at Loras, whose face was like a layer of frost. Sir Tyrell, are you trying to slander me again? Loras's golden eyes seemed to be spewing fire, and his hands tightened the hilt of the longsword at his waist. I don't engage in verbal disputes. The gods will be fair, and my sword is the proof. Green looked at Jaime beside him with amusement and said, Sire, he doesn't want to challenge me, does he? Jaime shrugged. Obviously, Green's contempt made Loras furious, as if he was about to burst into raging rage. The smile on Green's face disappeared instantly, and his eyes flashed coldly. Everyone present could witness it. Green's momentum suddenly changed, and Loras felt as if he was stared at by a beast. Loras shook off this ridiculous idea. He had absolute confidence in his sword skills. The crowd around him retreated, leaving space for the two to duel. He wanted to teach this guy who dared to offend Renly a lesson. With a bang, Loras drew his sword. Loras, who drew his long sword, looked like a sharp sword, and the onlookers could not help but marvel. Then, he fell down, and Loras fainted directly under Green's heavy blow. The Knight of Flowers was too handsome, and the kind Green did not hurt his handsome face. The changes on the field came too suddenly, and everyone had no time to react, and they all stood there in a daze. Renly didn't care about anything else, and hurried over to check on Loras's condition. Renly lowered his body and reached out to hug Loras. Loras closed his eyes tightly, looking a little embarrassed, but still handsome. At this moment, Loras looked very similar to his sister Margaery. Renly's eyes were sharp, and he slowly swept his gaze over Grim and Jaime. Jaime raised his chin, his eyes were sharp. The golden lion never feared a crowned stag. Grim held the hilt of the sword in his right hand, and the long sword was placed at his side, with a nonchalant look. Grim felt the hateful gazes from the noble ladies in the crowd, which made him feel that he was some kind of villain. Grim sighed in his heart, they are all beautiful men, why should they be treated differently? Grim, who had just destroyed the flower with a ruthless hand, set his sights on Renly's other guards. Anyone else want to try to slander him out of thin air? Renly's guards glared at Grim. Renly handed Loras to the servant, stood up and raised his hand to stop the guards who wanted to draw their swords. Renly came over, first glanced at Green, then said to Jaime, Sir Lannister, I will remember your greetings. Jaime raised the corners of his lips and said coldly, Duke Renly, I will also remember your greetings. Renly was referring to what happened today, while Jaime was referring to Renly's plan to hurt Cersei. Now is the stage of big bosses making harsh remarks. Baratheon of the Stormlands versus Lannister of the Westerlands. Green looked at the two people calmly, but in his heart he was thinking whether to add fuel to the fire. Too much is as bad as too little. Green quickly suppressed his further thoughts. Green suddenly thought of Petyr and Varys. It seemed that the three of them were planning a chaotic situation. Unfortunately, they all had their own positions, and their positions conflicted with each other. Otherwise, if the three of them joined forces, the so-called great nobles might not know how they died. When Green finished sighing, Renly's cold snort came. Renly glared at Green again, turned around and left the marble square with his guards. The crowd dispersed. Jaime smiled and said, Lord Green, your provocation is really unique. Renly must be deeply impressed. Green's tone was full of regret. Unfortunately, the others were stopped by Duke Renly. Jaime curled his lips. I don't underestimate your courage. Aren't you worried that Renly will retaliate? Green raised his eyebrows. Will Lannister worry about Renly's revenge? Green made his attitude clear. We are one family. Jaime smiled and patted Green's arm. When we meet in the tournament, we will compete with each other. Jaime was in a good mood because he could make Renly lose. This was a bloodless contest between the great nobles of Westeros, and the winner was Jaime Lannister. Jaime said goodbye to Green. Green guessed that Jaime was eager to return to the Red Castle to ask for credit from Queen Cersei. As for the reward, it's better not to say. Green walked towards the interior of the September of Baelor. Green walked in the Hall of Lights, where many colored lead glass balls were hung on the ceiling. To enter the interior of the temple from the main door, one had to pass through this long corridor. Not long after walking, Green heard laughter coming from not far away. Green frowned slightly, and took a closer look. Mace Tyrell, who was burly but a little fat, Petyr Baelish, who was thin, and Varys, who was plump, and other Red Castle ministers. The Duke of Mace, who was surrounded by everyone, was the happiest. Green's lips curled slightly, and this picture reminded him of an inflatable fish being stared at by two foxes. Green slowed down his pace and walked towards the direction of the Duke of Mace and the others. Green did not forget that he had just beaten the Duke of Mace's son outside. Everyone gathered for the benefit of the family, and there was no need to deliberately mention such things. Unless Loras was the patriarch or the heir of the family, Loras alone could not represent the entire Golden Rose family. For example, Loras defected to Renly, which did not mean that the Golden Rose family also defected to Renly. At present, Renly is still the competitor of the Duke of Mace for the position of Hand of the King. "Hey, isn't this Green?" the Duke of Mace said loudly and in a very happy tone. Green was about to approach to say goodbye, but the Duke of Mace found him first. Green said with a joyful tone, "Duke of Rose, I am honored to see you again." The Duke of Mace laughed and stroked his beard. Good. I heard that you were entrusted with an important task by His Majesty Robert and were sent to the other side of the narrow sea. I didn't expect to see you so soon." The Duke of Mace might be in a good mood, and he treated Green very warmly, as if he were his own nephew. Green replied respectfully, "Things have come to an end for the time being, and I will return to King's Landing." The Duke of Mace stroked his beard and said, "Green, it is a good thing to exercise more when you are young. I believe in your ability." After that, the Duke of Mace patted Green on the shoulder as if to encourage him. Green said gratefully, "Thank you for your teachings, I will definitely remember it in my heart." "What a humble child." The Duke of Mace nodded slightly with satisfaction. Green greeted the others again. There was no need for formal greetings at this time. Simply greeting each person one by one according to their status was enough, starting with a person of higher status. Everyone present could see that the Duke of Mace was very close to Green. In addition, he was the Queen's chief affairs officer. Everyone had a friendly smile on their face and waited patiently for the greetings to be over. Green said to the haggard Petyr with concern, "Lord Petyr, you seem very tired. You look like you need a good rest." Petyr shook his head slightly. The old Duke left too suddenly. There were so many things to do, and I could only barely cope with it. Varys nodded and said, "It's indeed tiring. The kingdom needs money every day, and the Government Affairs Office cannot do without Lord Petyr's presence." After a pause, Varys said regretfully, "Lord Petyr and Lord Duke have a deep relationship. I have to say that he is the saddest person present." Petyr's eyes twitched. Green smiled and said, "Lord Petyr, now that Lord Mace is here, you can relax a little. I hope you can recover soon." Just as Lord Varys said, "The kingdom's finances cannot do without your hard work." Lord Mace stroked his beard. "That's right. That's what I meant." Varys linked his hands together. "Lord Green is right. It should be so." Green and Varys' eyes met quietly, and they nodded to each other imperceptibly. Illyrio was stabbed by Daenerys. The two of them still need to contact each other privately about this matter. Now that one person is missing, will Varys and Illyrio's joint plan continue? Green thought that the plan that had been carefully prepared for more than 10 years could not be abandoned halfway. From Varys' perspective, in a way, perhaps Daenerys helped Varys. In order to absorb the various legacies left by Illyrio, Varys must be busy for a while. Petyr raised his lips and said, "Lord Green, thank you for your kindness. I will recover as soon as possible." As he spoke, Petyr nodded slightly to the Duke of Mace, and then said, "When I met the Duke of Mace, I had actually regained my confidence without realizing it." Varys also nodded and said, "We have reached a consensus on this point." Green put his right palm on his chest and said, "My lords, I think so too. I have always felt that the Duke of Mace is the pillar of the kingdom. This young man's tongue is so sweet." Everyone was silent at first, and then they all agreed, praising the Duke of Mace for being worthy of being the pillar of the kingdom. The Duke of Mace smiled and stroked his beard for a while before he said, "One stone cannot build a high wall. What the kingdom needs is the concerted efforts of all the lords." "That's great." Everyone praised again. Green mixed in with the crowd, admiring their master performance. Although the Duke of Mace had gained some weight, he was still handsome. His words and deeds seemed to be worthy of being the supreme commander of the River Bay. Inside, it's not important. The superficial Green only cares about the Duke of Mace's appearance. The shark Green suddenly felt a chill. Green turned his head and saw Duke Stannis coming from a distance. Green left the crowd of flatterers without leaving a trace. Green Crab Lannister Tyrell Targaryen unexpectedly felt like he was in a sure field. Green thought about it. He didn't remember the Baratheon who defected to Dragonstone. Could it be that Duke Stannis had already regarded him as a subordinate in advance? Green secretly winked at Duke Mace, but it was a pity that Duke Mace was drowned in the flattery at this time, and had no time to care about anything else. Green pulled away a little, thought about it and winked at Petyr again. The shrewd Petyr noticed it quickly and looked at Green. Green pointed a finger in a direction. The courtier Petyr glanced over naturally. Although he was still a little far away, he recognized Stannis at once. The most taboo in the Game of Thrones is to place bets too early. Petyr decisively and quietly withdrew from the crowd of flatterers. Petyr secretly observed that Green had the best position, so he came to Green. The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. As for Varys, his hands were holding the hand of the Duke of Mace affectionately, and Green also found the traces of powder he left on the sleeves of the Duke of Mace. Green was embarrassed to disturb them. Chapter 119, Wolves Heading South. After waiting for a while, seeing that they were close enough, Glyn Crab winked at Petyr Baelish. Petyr nodded his chin, and the two of them took the initiative to greet Stannis Baratheon, who was walking towards them. Petyr raised his lips and nodded slightly to Stannis. His movements were very elegant. Glyn greeted and said, "Good day, Lord Stannis." Glyn nodded to Davos Thetis, who was following Stannis. Lord Stannis's eyes were sharp, as if he could see through the secrets in people's hearts. His eyes moved slightly. He first looked at Petyr, and then moved his gaze to Glyn. "At least you two know that a funeral is being held here." "Lord Green, have you completed your mission?" Green answered seriously, "My Lord Duke, I took the soldiers to Pentos with the information provided by Lord Varys. I just made some noise here, and then I encountered the incident of the governor of Pentos being buried in the Sea of Fire. The situation in Pentos is quite sensitive now, and all outsiders will become objects of suspicion. In order to avoid unnecessary conflicts, I temporarily returned to King's Landing." Stannis nodded slightly. "Deal with every matter you encounter and cherish the opportunity to exercise yourself." Petyr raised his eyebrows slightly. "I seem to see Duke Stannis encouraging Green. Is it an illusion? How could this be the Stannis he knew? First it was Duke of Mace, and then Duke Stannis." Petyr looked at Green and felt a little sour in his heart. This feeling flashed by, and Petyr himself found it funny. At this time, the people who were flattering also discovered Stannis, who was emitting low pressure, one by one, and their voices gradually dropped. Varys had already let go of Lord Mace's hand, and he lowered his head with his hands clasped together. Lord Mace stroked his beard and smiled at Stannis, who had a tense face. Neither of them had forgotten the siege of Storm's End. As long as they swore allegiance to him, King Robert was willing to pardon those who had been his enemies in the Usurpers' War, but Stannis, who had a strong personality, would never compromise. Lord Mace understood Stannis's character. He had forced this man to eat rats to survive, so he could say that he dared not forget the feud between the two. Stannis glanced at the people present with his sharp eyes, and everyone was silent. Stannis snorted coldly and took steps towards the door, and everyone made way for the passage. After Stannis left, the smiling Duke Mace sighed and said, "Stannis is just like that. He didn't mean to target you. Now is the time when we need to work together. You are all important ministers of the kingdom. The kingdom cannot do without your hard work. I think you all understand this principle better." As soon as the Duke Mace finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became harmonious again. Green thought that if the Duke Mace was the hand of the king, the working atmosphere in the Red Castle would be particularly harmonious. Then, if it was the Duke Stannis who became the hand of the king, the ministers in the Red Castle would probably be dragged out and hanged. Then, if it was the Duke Stark who took the position of the hand of the king, it's better not to mention it. Petyr came to Green's side, and the two of them looked at the crowd that was lively again. Petyr's voice was hoarse. "Lord Green, who do you think will be appointed as the new Prime Minister?" Green's tone was somewhat helpless. "Lord Petyr, you know better than me that our opinions are actually irrelevant. It depends on the final choice of His Majesty Robert." Petyr didn't show it on his face, but he was a little surprised by Green's honesty, and the smile on his face deepened. Green hesitated for a moment, lowered his voice and said, "I heard that His Majesty Robert and the Duke of the North have a deep relationship. We can't ignore this." Petyr raised the corners of his lips and said, "So, the answer is still unknown. In addition, Queen Cersei's opinion cannot be ignored. She seems to prefer the Duke of Highgarden." Green and Petyr talked, and the two walked away from the crowd in tacit understanding. Green rubbed his hair and said, "Lord Petyr, to be honest, I am a little difficult to grasp the Queen's thoughts." Petyr showed an understanding smile. You are not alone. All the ministers in the royal court are facing the same problem as you." At this time, Varys walked over with a smile. Varys nodded slightly at the two of them. "Lord Petyr, Lord Green, I see you are having a great time talking, and I can't help but be attracted. Please forgive me for joining you." Green shrugged. "Lord Varys, you are the chief of royal intelligence. Your joining will definitely make our discussion a lot simpler." Varys seemed very interested. "That's really delightful." Petyr smiled elegantly, but it was a shallow smile. "We are guessing who will be the next prime minister." Green spread his hands. "We talked about the personal friendship between His Majesty Robert and Duke Eddard." Varys linked his hands. "Duke Eddard grew up in the area with His Majesty Robert as Duke John's adopted son since he was 8 years old. They have a deep relationship, like brothers. Whether it was the Great War more than 10 years ago, or the expedition to the Iron Islands Rebellion 9 years ago, Duke Eddard has always firmly supported His Majesty Robert." Western Crab Claw Peninsula. The night had fallen, dyeing all the flags black. More than 100 campfires had been lit in the crab camp, and the crab soldiers were resting by the campfires. Some young crab soldiers practiced blocking and thrusting skills in the gradually dimming light, with sweat dripping down their chests. In the tent of the Legion commander, Pili put his thumb and index finger into the salt dish and sprinkled a large handful on the roasted meat. "Impero, you need to replenish some food." The march was long that day, and Impero looked a little tired. She reached out and grabbed a piece of meat and said, "Sir, the Thorn Legion is ready. I think the mountain savages in the west will definitely be surprised." Per's mouth curled slightly. "This time we have sufficient armaments, and we must try to reduce our casualties. We must save more strength. After the westward march is over, the war between Crab and the Valley will not be too far away." Impero chewed the roasted meat and looked at the swamp marigold flag hanging in the tent. Both of them were taciturn people. For a while, the only sound in the tent was the occasional crackling sound from the brazier. After a while, Per, who felt full, clapped his hands and said, "Impero, when you are knighted, Sir Mason and I will be witnesses." Emperor swallowed the food in his mouth and nodded his thanks. "Sir, it will be my great honor." Per was always serious in front of the soldiers, and he rarely smiled. In the future, the entire Crab Claw Peninsula will be Crab's military camp, and Lord Green needs more loyal and reliable knights to guard him. "You have proved your loyalty and reliability with your actions, Emperor." The next day, the sky was slightly bright. The color of the sky gradually transitioned from darkness to soft blue, presenting a tranquil beauty, as if the whole world was waiting for the beginning of a new day. Woo 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 woo, the low and long military horn sounded, like the cold wind of a long winter, chilling. When the military horn gradually died down, the archers sprinkled a rain of arrows. The arrows fired by the Thorn Corps were like hail, hitting the enemy in hundreds, thousands, and countless in an instant. Many mountain savages were hit by arrows and fell to the ground, and their shouts turned into wails. At this time, the second wave of attacks had fallen from the sky, and the Kleber longbowmen put the third arrow on the bowstring one after another. On the east side of the battlefield, Per stood in front of 1,000-man phalanx of soldiers. Lord Green kept hitting the Golden Dragon, which made the weapons of the Kleber soldiers have a qualitative improvement. Their weapons were like a slowly blooming steel rose in the morning light, with thorns shining. The baptism of the Thorn Corps' rain of arrows slowed down, and Per shouted, "Beat the war drums!" Boom, 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 boom. The rumbling sound of war drums rang out. With a bang, Per drew out the long sword from his waist and said in a loud voice, "Fight for Lord Green." Per waved his long sword, and the voices of thousands of people responded immediately. "Long live Kleber!" Under Per's command, the soldiers shouted slogans in unison and marched towards the enemy. In front of the Thorn Corps was a half-moon formation of spearmen like a steel hedgehog. Impero observed the movement of Per's side, estimated the distance, and shouted to Reyna beside him, "Pass my order." The last 3 arrows, on the battlefield, spears stabbed from all directions, and a warhorse fell down with a bang, vomiting blood and died. A mountain savage screamed and rushed towards Per, but was hit in the chest by the battle axe of a Kleber soldier and died instantly. The Kleber soldier raised his battle axe and gave a terrifying shout. With this shout, the blood-stained battlefield was filled with war shouts that seemed to respond. Winterfell, Lord's bedroom. Eddard Stark sat quietly beside the fireplace. His neatly trimmed beard had begun to turn gray. Eddard raised his head and said, "Catelyn, you stay in Winterfell." For some reason, when Catelyn Tully heard her husband's words asking her to stay here, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Catelyn suddenly felt scared. "Ned, please, don't leave me here." Lord Eddard's tone was unquestionable. "No, you must stay." Catelyn looked stubborn. After a pause, Eddard explained, Winter is coming, and I am a little worried about Robert. I will go south as soon as possible. During this period, you must manage the north on my behalf. Winterfell must be ruled by someone from the Stark family. Robb is already 14 years old and will soon grow up. He must start learning how to rule, and I can't be with him to teach him. Catelyn, you must personally take him to your confidential meetings and cultivate his ability to be independent. He is my heir, and you must be fully prepared. Her husband's words were like ice piercing Catelyn's heart. Ned was not saying goodbye to her, but making the worst plan. Catelyn was even more afraid. Would she never see him again? Never get her husband's warm embrace again? Catelyn took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to ask the question she was most afraid to hear the answer to. Where are the other children? Lord Eddard stood up from his chair, walked over and hugged his trembling wife in his arms, and said in a very gentle tone, "Except Sansa and Arya, the other children will stay here to keep you and Robb company." Her husband's warm embrace soothed Catelyn's uneasy heart. She raised her head and asked in confusion, "Arya?" Thinking of his youngest daughter Arya Stark, Eddard's mouth corners unconsciously curled up slightly. Arya should have learned the rules and etiquette of the South. In a few years, she will also be ready to get married. I hope it's not too late. Catelyn couldn't help but sneer. Their little daughter really needs to learn some rules. Eddard kissed the tears that had not yet fallen from Catelyn's eyes. I know this is painful, my dear Catelyn. Thank you. Catelyn closed her eyes and shook her head slightly. She couldn't bear to leave anyone in her family. After a pause, Catelyn suddenly opened her eyes, stared at Eddard and asked, "What about Jon?" Catelyn was talking about Lord Eddard's illegitimate son, Jon Snow. Catelyn knew from a young age that it was common for noblemen to have illegitimate children outside, so she was not surprised at all when she learned that Ned had an illegitimate child with a peasant girl during the battle soon after her marriage. Ned and her reunited for a few days after the marriage and hurried south to fight the Targaryens, leaving her safely in Riverrun, which was behind the battlefield. The two were separated, and at that time her mind was on Robb, who was still in her cradle, and she rarely thought about her husband whom she hardly knew. Catelyn could understand that her husband was wandering between life and death, and naturally sought comfort, and once he left a seed, she also hoped that he would at least make the child worry-free. But the Stark family was different from others. Ned brought his illegitimate child home and called the illegitimate child his son in front of everyone. No matter how Catelyn said it, she just couldn't convince him to send the illegitimate child out of Winterfell. At that time, Catelyn was thinking that no matter who Jon Snow's biological mother was, Ned must have loved her deeply. This was something she would never forgive him for. Catelyn had learned to love her husband wholeheartedly. As long as he didn't appear in front of her, she could turn a blind eye to how many illegitimate children Ned had outside. However, Jon Snow in Winterfell was always visible and tangible, and she felt it was annoying no matter how she looked at him. What Catelyn hated most was that this illegitimate child looked more and more like Ned, even more like her sons. Lord Eddard hesitated and said, "He and Robb have a good relationship." "I hope," Catelyn interrupted angrily, "he must not stay. He is your son, not mine. I won't let him stay here. Jon must leave." Catelyn knew that this was a bit too much, but she was also telling the truth. If Ned leaves Jon Snow in Winterfell without him, it will not be good for the bastard himself. Lord Eddard's face was bitter. "You also know that I can't take Jon south. There is no place for him in King's Landing. A child with a bastard surname will be ostracized. You should know very well how others will gossip." Catelyn didn't want to give in, or she wanted to take this opportunity to completely solve the problem that had troubled her for many years. "I heard from your dearest brother that our King Robert also had many bastards in King's Landing, and they are living well there." Lord Eddard's voice was a little angry. "Catelyn, how can you be so cruel to him? He's just a child." Catelyn could sense that Ned's eyes were full of pain when he looked at her, and there was a silent appeal in his eyes. Seeing her husband's appearance at this time, Catelyn felt extremely distressed, but she gritted her teeth and hardened her heart. She must not compromise this time. The Tully family motto: family, responsibility, honor. Catelyn Tully, the daughter of the Tully family, did everything to protect her beloved family. Lord Eddard looked out the window, and his long face remained silent for a long time. Finally, Lord Eddard sighed. His tone was tired. "I will take him south with me." Ned finally agreed, and Catelyn was so happy that she wanted to kiss her husband immediately and comfort him. Catelyn didn't show anything on her face. She knew her husband. It would take time for Rowan to figure things out. Now she was too excited and it would only make Ned angry. She would prepare more gold dragons for him, at least so that the child could have no worries about food and clothing in King's Landing in the future. Chapter 120, Crab Barracks. Crab Claw Peninsula, Whispering City. Samuel's fat body leaned over the table, and the quill pen kept waving in his fat hand. Since coming here, Samuel's life has become very busy. During the day, he assisted Mr. Al in handling various territorial affairs, and at night he read the books collected by Mr. Al. Samuel put the quill pen aside and exhaled. Mr. Al's voice was low and trembling. "Sam, you can take a break and have another glass of marigold ale." Samuel wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand and smiled shyly. "Mr. Al, thank you for your concern. I'm thirsty." He got up from the chair awkwardly and picked up the wine pot and wine glass. Gulp, gulp. After drinking a large glass of marigold ale in one breath, Samuel couldn't help but make a comfortable sound. Samuel is not good at expressing his emotions. He feels that a fire is burning in his heart. Samuel has found his place in the crab territory. Thinking of this, he felt that he had endless strength. Just as Lord Green said, a new chapter in his life began. The people in the Kleber territory are simple and honest, and everyone is very friendly to him. Samuel has long regarded this place as his new home. Everything is good, but the girls here sometimes make him feel a little scared, but at the same time he still feels a little happy in his heart. Should I get married earlier? Samuel's eyes dodged, as if others could see his inner thoughts. Good boy, I smell the scent of love. Although Mr. Al's tone was kind, Samuel's cheeks suddenly became hot and he scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. Mr. Al stopped teasing the shy fat boy and said, "Sam, the Legion's westward advance has begun. We have to sort out the territory laws within this month." Samuel quickly restrained the smile on his face. "Mr. Al, I have carefully read the old territory laws and the newly added territory laws. There is no problem with time." "Oh," Mr. Al was a little surprised and praised, "You are a diligent and good boy. If you encounter any problems, you can consult me at any time." Samuel scratched his head shyly. "Mr. Al, I found a problem, that..." Samuel was thinking about how to start the conversation more appropriately. Mr. Al put down the book in his hand and said, "It's okay. There are only two of us here. Mr. should learn to be good at discussion." Samuel nodded gratefully. "Mr. Al, I found that the old territory laws are not much different from other laws in Westeros, but the newly added territory laws, I feel that they are more like laws applicable to the army." After a pause, he continued, "When Lord Green asked us to sort out the territory laws, he told us that these will become the laws of Crab Claw Peninsula in the future." Mr. Al smiled gently and said, "Are you wondering why the laws of the people and the laws of the Legion are almost the same?" Samuel nodded. Mr. Al's turbid eyes seemed to be recalling something that happened a long time ago. "At that time, I remember that Lord Green had just inherited the territory of the Crab House." Mr. Al grinned, revealing a few rare teeth. "It was an evening, and there was a drizzle outside. Lord Green revealed to me for the first time that he wanted to build the territory into Crab's military camp." Samuel was surprised. Turning the territory into a military camp? Mr. Al smiled and nodded, saying, "Good boy." I was also surprised at the time, but later I soon understood that Lord Green was referring to the entire Crab Claw Peninsula. He wanted to end the chaos of the Crab Claw Peninsula for hundreds of years. Mr. Al looked very pleased. "Lord Green told me. King's Landing has the capital garrison, the Wall has the Night's Watch, and our Crab Corps owns the Crab Claw Peninsula." King's Landing, Crab's mansion. In the study, Green sat at the table, his upper body leaning on the armrest of the chair, his right hand supporting his cheek, looking at the map of Westeros hanging on the wall. Green's sight swept over Raven's Roost, stopped at Maiden Spring for a while, and finally settled on Gulltown in the Vale. The book Genealogy and History of the Principal Nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Green's brown eyes trembled slightly, and the thumb of his left hand rubbed against the index finger. Today, Green learned from Varys that Lord Eddard of the North had not left Winterfell. Under the current situation, King Robert will not confirm the candidate for the new Prime Minister before Lord Eddard arrives in King's Landing. This period is about a month. Will King Robert directly preside over the affairs of the kingdom? The affairs of the kingdom cannot be delayed all the time. Green guessed that according to King Robert's habits, he would choose someone to act as Prime Minister. Duke Mace, Duke Stannis, Duke Renly. King Robert is not a fool, and none of the three of them is suitable. The candidate Green thought of was Grand Maester Pycelle, who is easy to get and put. Green sighed in his heart. If only he were the minister of the royal council now, 1 month would be enough for him to clean up the Vale nobles in King's Landing. The Crab Claw Peninsula and the Vale nobles are irreconcilable. Dong dong, after the knock on the door, the figure of the steward Serana appeared at the door. My master, Lord Tyrion Lannister is visiting. There is a beautiful garden in the backyard of Crab's mansion, surrounded by rows of neatly trimmed shrubs and green trees trimmed into various shapes. In the pavilion of the garden, Tyrion took a sip of summer red and grinned. Green, how about Pentis? Green naturally knew what Tyrion meant. The night entertainment there is more exciting than here. If you go there, you will definitely linger. Tyrion leaned forward and almost fell on the small round table. Tell me more about it. Green took a sip of the summer red wine and said, the colors are rich and colorful, hard to describe. You can only understand it if you see it with your own eyes. Green's answer was simple, but Tyrion, with his smart brain, seemed to think of a lot of good things and laughed. Tyrion's wretched appearance made Green laugh. Tyrion stopped laughing and suddenly said, when we have time, let's go to the north together and see the legendary wall with our own eyes. Green raised his eyebrows and said, Tyrion, you jump so far with this topic. You were just fascinated by the beauty of Pentis. Why do you suddenly mention the wall? I'm a little worried that the next sentence will be that you plan to stay on the ice wall and join the glorious Night's Watch. Tyrion grinned. I don't want to be a bachelor all my life. How can that be possible? The women of the Seven Kingdoms will protest. Tyrion laughed for a while and then said, I just want to find an opportunity to climb up the wall and pee on the edge of the world. Green shrugged. It's a good idea. I think you can enjoy the fun of battle with the Rangers. Tyrion said suspiciously, do you want to use me to make the wildlings outside the wall laugh to death? I just don't know if this counts as a military merit. Green curled his lips and blinked his eyes. I'm not laughing to death. Think about it. A dwarf holding a big shield will give the wildling archers a headache. Tyrion laughed. I think the Black Brothers will be very excited. Hearing you say that, it really makes my heart beat. Damn, you really deserve to be captured by the White Walkers. After a pause, Tyrion said gloatingly, Green, I heard that you knocked out the Knight of Flowers in the September of Baelor? Did you know that half of the girls in the Seven Kingdoms want to sleep with him? You are now the object of hatred of all women in King's Landing. It won't be long before this news spreads throughout the Seven Kingdoms, and you will soon become the public enemy of women across the country. Green held his forehead and looked up at the sky helplessly. It's over. It's even harder for me, a half-wild earl, to find a marriage partner. Tyrion covered his stomach and laughed. I should sympathize with you. At least it's hard to do today. After laughing for a while, Green said helplessly, well, I can tell you the reason, my Lord Tyrion. Tyrion said with a smile, Lord Green, you always speak to my heart. I really want to kiss you. Green spread his hands. His Majesty Robert took action. Queen Cersei is very angry, and Sir Jaime and I are going to cause trouble for Lord Renly. Tyrion's eyes turned. If you can't teach the king a lesson, you will teach the king's brother a lesson? Fortunately, my brother Jaime is more stable. Sorry, I came back late today. I will make it up to you later. Chapter 121 Variables. At dusk, the sky gradually transitions from azure blue to soft golden yellow. Green's tone was gentle. Tyrion, people who are too calm can easily appear ruthless. The smile on Tyrion's face gradually faded. Green, you really saw through my intentions. After that, he shrugged his little shoulders, and continued, it felt too simple when I talked to you. I took it as a compliment. Green raised his glass and gestured to Tyrion, took a sip of summer red, and said, no matter what the method is, we must vent Queen Cersei's anger. Tyrion raised his eyebrows and smiled. Is it that simple? Green spread his hands. The main reason is that she likes it. Don't forget what my job is. Others. You can ask Sir Jaime. You should know his character very well. Tyrion said helplessly. Well, I always think too much in my little head. No wonder my sister doesn't like to kiss my little face. Then, Tyrion grinned. I have time to learn from you the skills of serving Cersei. Green smiled and said, I'll give you a good suggestion. It is said that Queen Cersei likes to watch juggling recently. Tyrion laughed. Forget it. Her hobbies are always fickle, unlike me. As he said, Tyrion suddenly lowered his voice. What did you gain from this trip to Pentis? I was asking about the Targaryen dragonlets. Green raised his eyebrows. What else can we do? The Red Keep has never given up the hunt, so we can only wander around. Tyrion scratched his hair. What a pity. Unless the gods may bless me, I don't think I will be able to see a dragon with my own eyes in this lifetime. If the Targaryens had dragons, they would not have run across the narrow sea. The last 2 dragons hatched on Dragonstone at that time, 2 deformed dragons, not much bigger than a hound skull. They were the last 2 dragons recorded by the Targaryen family, and perhaps the last 2 dragons in the world. I should have given up long ago. Tyrion has had a morbid fascination with dragons since he was a child. When he attended the wedding of his sister and Robert Baratheon, he made up his mind to take a look at the dragon heads hanging on the wall of the Targaryen throne room. By that time, King Robert had replaced the dragon heads in the throne room with banners and tapestries, but Tyrion still did not give up, and finally found their collection in the dank cellar. Tyrion thought the dragon heads must be amazing, even awe-inspiring, but he never imagined that they would be such beautiful things, black as agate, smooth and shiny, and seemed to sparkle in the light of the torches, so beautiful that it was stunning. Tyrion spread his hands and gestured. When my sister got married, I saw dragon bones in the cellar of the Red Keep. Its bloody mouth was terrifying. I think it could swallow a whole bison in one gulp, or the legendary mammoth roaming the icy wastes. Looking through the historians' books, the Lannister ancestor, King Lorne of Casterly Rock, faced with the 3 dragons of Aegon the Conqueror, King Lorne quickly chose to surrender to the Targaryen family. After seeing the huge dragon bones, I can only be grateful for it. Green nodded. The bard called it the Raging Fire about 300 years ago. The coalition forces of the King of Casterly Rock and the King of the Reach fought against Aegon the Conqueror. Nearly 4,000 soldiers were burned to ashes by the dragons in one day, including King Mon of the Reach. Tyrion took a sip of summer red and continued, all the sons of Mon Gardner IX were also burned to death by dragon flames. The ruling family of the Kingdom of the Reach, the Gardner family, was almost extinct. Harlan Tyrell, the steward of the King of the Reach, offered Highgarden to Aegon the Conqueror, so Aegon the Conqueror gave both Highgarden and the Reach to the Tyrell family and made them the supreme lords of the Reach. Green placed the wine glass on the table, the golden rose that never ceases to exist. Tyrion grinned. The steward offered up the master's land, but became the master of the original master's land. The golden rose had to work hard. This is the craft that the golden rose is best at? I am more curious about what they will offer this time and what they want to get. Green's eyes moved slightly and looked at Tyrion. You seem to have found the answer, Tyrion asked back. The choice of the new prime minister, Crab Claw Peninsula, will not bet. Green undisguised his contempt. Sir, I am the chief affairs officer of Queen Cersei. The tradition of Crab Claw Peninsula is to be directly loyal to the Queen. Tyrion smiled and said, now, do you understand my answer? Green frowned slightly, was silent for a while, and then said, His Majesty Robert is still very young, and there are too many variables during this period. The Golden Rose will not ignore this problem. King Robert is only 36 years old this year, born in 262 AC. Normally, Robert I. Baratheon's rule will continue for a long time. Tyrion and Green discussed the issue from the perspective of Casterly Rock. Jaime, who should have been the heir to Casterly Rock, became a king's guard. According to the territorial inheritance law of Westeros, Tyrion Lannister is now the legal heir to Casterly Rock, but he has not yet been recognized by his father. Tyrion leaned back in his chair. As a friendly neighbor, I have to pay more attention. I heard that the Queen of Thorns in Highgarden is an old lady who is quite difficult to serve. And there are those half-hearted ministers, everyone's good friend Petter, the elderly and venerable Grand Maester, and the missing second son Varys. King's Landing is really lively. Green smiled and said, we speculate that Duke Eddard is likely to be the next prime minister. He and King Robert have a deep relationship, and they trust each other. Tyrion nodded first, then grinned and said, Our Majesty the King can enjoy himself without worry again. I really envy him, Tyrion said. What about you? Although you are Cersei's affairs officer, this does not prevent you from trying to please the future prime minister in advance, Green said with some disgust. My lord Tyrion, are you serious? Are you sure the Starks in the north will buy into this? Tyrion laughed. The Red Castle is no longer filled with sweet talk, but rather the strict affairs of the kingdom. You can imagine the scene at that time. I think it must be very interesting. Green smiled and said, if there are no other variables, they will not be used to each other's way of doing things, and it will take a long time to build trust between each other. Tyrion asked thoughtfully. Variables? Green replied. Don't forget that the Golden Rose is also in King's Landing. They have come from afar, but have to go back empty-handed. This will make them very uncomfortable and embarrassed. Tyrion thought for a while with a serious face, and said, At the beginning, Cersei recommended the Duke of Highgarden as the candidate for Prime Minister at the royal meeting. What is my sister's attitude now? Green shrugged and said, you don't want to know, huh? Tyrion's tone was sarcastic. Well, this is my dear sister. Fortunately, we have a kind and amiable father together. Green nodded secretly. Duke Tywin was indeed easy to approach. Tyrion scratched his golden hair in pain. The truth is often cruel. Now I realize that it is ridiculous to stay here and complain to you. What kind of person is Earl Green? He is a man who combines humility, honesty, compassion, wisdom, bravery, honor, etc. Cough. He reached out and patted Tyrion. Don't worry about Queen Cersei, and don't worry about the Golden Rose. No matter what the situation is, it will not affect the safety of Her Majesty the Queen. My sword can guarantee it. Tyrion's movements froze, and he said awkwardly, Green, why did you suddenly change? Green's eyebrows and eyes were smiling. Tyrion, your little actions betrayed you. At least now I believe that the Lannisters are a loving family. Tyrion grinned. Yes, my father is kind, my sister is gentle, my brother is strict, and my brother is well behaved. Huh. After laughing for a while, Tyrion said, you are unexpectedly reliable. I can return to the arms of beauties with peace of mind. They only love my golden dragon. Green smiled. Sir, please enjoy the wonderful time. Tap, tap, the sound of footsteps sounded. Green turned his head and found Cyrana's figure. Tyrion still pays more attention to his image, and immediately restrained the vulgarity on his face. My lord, this is the invitation to the dinner that has just been delivered. Green took the exquisite invitation with a golden rose emblem and opened it to take a look. Green raised his eyebrows. Tonight, after a moment of silence, Green said, Cyrana, answer for me, I will be on time. After Cyrana left, Tyrion teased, is the Golden Rose going to thank you for knocking out their Knight of Flowers? Green tapped the table with his fingers a few times and said, the hand of the king. There is no doubt that they are targeting Sister Cersei's favorite minister. After saying that, Tyrion climbed down the chair awkwardly. After seeing Tyrion off, Green made a simple preparation and went to Tyriel's banquet venue surrounded by guards. As night fell, the stars in the sky gradually appeared, and the moon began to show its figure. The breeze brushed across his cheeks, making Green feel a little cool. Green arrived at King's Landing early this morning, and then went to meet her Targaryen the September of Baelor. Today was a very long day for him. The invitation was written by Margaery Tyrell. Green guessed that it was the instruction of Olenna Redwyne, because this hasty invitation was very much in the style of the Queen of Thorns. The North has always been far away from King's Landing, and most people would be surprised to see the name of Lord Eddard suddenly appear on the list of candidates for the Prime Minister. Everyone is well aware of the friendship between the wolf and the stag, so naturally they would be a little anxious. Lord Green is considerate. About half an hour later, Green and his group arrived at the gate of Tyrell's mansion. The main entrance of Tyrell's mansion is tall and imposing. The heavy oak door was pushed open, and Green entered under the guidance of the waiter. When he arrived at the hall, Green saw Margaery, who came to greet him. Margaery was wearing a simple green dress, and her long brown curly hair was lazily draped over her shoulders. Margaery smiled brightly. Good night, Lord Green. I'm glad you're here. Welcome. Margaery gently extended the back of her hand to Green. Good night, Miss Margaery. It's my honor to be invited. Her fingers were slender and long. Green gently raised her fingertips and symbolically tapped the back of her hand. My grandmother is upstairs. Margaery's body slightly tilted, and she stretched out a hand towards the stairs, her movements light and graceful. Green paused and said, your grandmother. Queen of Thorns. Margaery glanced at Green. Don't mention this title in front of her, Lord Green. Margaery didn't mean to blame him. Her behavior made the relationship between the two of them very close. Green recalled the past. When he was in Highgarden, he and Margaery were more polite, never as close as today. Green's eyes trembled slightly. One played the red face, the other played the white face. Is this the role distribution today? Green smiled gently. Miss Margaret, thank you for your kind reminder. You are so considerate. Margaret looked at Green with her elk-like eyes and smiled gently. Let's go over quickly. My grandmother is waiting for you. Her patience is not very good. Next to the wooden door upstairs, stood two guards wearing gold-plated half-helmets, green robes with gold thread piping, and golden roses of Highgarden embroidered on their chests. Both of them were 7 feet tall, with broad shoulders and thin waists, and muscles all over their bodies. The two had the same strong jaws, the same deep blue eyes, and the same thick red beards. Green just glanced at the twins who were difficult to distinguish, and stood in front of the door. Margaret next to him took the initiative to introduce, "The two are my grandmother's personal guards, one is called Eric and the other is called Eric. Because it is difficult to distinguish them, my grandmother simply calls them the left hand and the right hand." Green nodded and said, "It's a very wise name, Eric." And Eric looked straight ahead and slowly opened the wooden door. In the fireplace, the fire crackled, and at the head of the long table sat a withered old woman with white hair. Margaery led Green to the old woman, and she folded her hands on her belly. "Lord Green, I am honored to introduce you to my grandmother, Lady Olenna, the widow of the former Duke of Highgarden, Lord Roose Tyrell, and the mother of the current Duke of Highgarden, Lord Mace Tyrell." Green touched his chest and saluted. "Good night, Lady Olenna, it is my great honor to meet you." Green smelled a strong scent of rose perfume. Lady Olenna stared at Green's face for a while with her cloudy eyes, and then said kindly, "Sit down, child. I am glad that you are willing to have dinner with an old woman like me." Green first thanked Lady Olenna, and then he nodded slightly to Margaery, and then sat down. After several waiters quickly filled the long table with various delicacies, they left the room, leaving only Green, Olenna, and Margaery. Lady Oriana's tone was up and down. "Child, there are not so many rigid rules here. Let's eat. I heard that you just arrived in King's Landing today, and you were busy beating my little grandson. You must be very hungry now." Chapter 122 Green's Talk. The flames in the fireplace flickered, making crisp sounds from time to time. Lady Olenna was thin and small, and her eyes were bright and seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The old lady in front of him was very good at putting pressure on people. After hearing Olenna's words, Green's expression did not change, but he picked up the wine glass and shook it slowly. "Dear Lady Olenna, are you reminding me to be safe?" After taking a sip of the golden wine from the arbor, he continued, "Well, all the women in King's Landing have hated me, and Sir Loras is deeply loved by women." After speaking, Green glanced at Margaery Tyrell, who seemed to be glaring at him. "Why is little Rose glaring at me?" Although Green was confused in his heart, he pretended not to notice it. He was a broad-minded person. Why did Margaery glare at Green? Green's superficial behavior was polite, but she felt that Green's attitude towards her grandmother was a little perfunctory and lacked due respect. Is it really like he said last time, that Earl Green only has the Queen and people other than the Queen in his eyes? If it is true, how can the Red Castle or King's Landing accommodate Lord Green? The smile on Margaery's face became gentle. She was a very patient observer. Lady Oriana, with wrinkles all over her face, smiled and said, "Green, you are a funny person. I, an old woman, haven't seen a young man as funny as you for a long time." After a pause, Green shook his head slightly. "Thank you for your praise. I always feel that the Red Castle lacks a sense of humor." "I am learning," Olenna said bluntly. "I understood one thing a long time ago. The Red Castle has never done anything without reason. Lord Green has always been frank. Queen Cersei doesn't like Her Majesty Robert's younger brother very much. I just arrived at Meagher's Tower today and happened to know about this. I am the Queen's Chief Affairs Officer, so Queen Cersei entrusted me with an important task." Margaery's rosy lips opened and closed, and she thought for a while and didn't speak. Olenna's tone was a little sarcastic. "It's rare and unusual that the noble queen doesn't like the flashy duke as much as the old woman does." Green's eyes moved, and he said casually with a puzzled look on his face, "This is a good thing." Margaery said at this time, "Grandmother, Duke Renly is brave and gentle, and very loved." Olenna said sarcastically, "He knows how to dress himself beautifully, and he knows what kind of smile can win the favor of others. Renly always imitates his brother the king poorly." Margaery said helplessly, "Grandmother." Green couldn't help laughing. "Lady Olenna, you have a keen eye." Green's words made the atmosphere at the table stiff for a moment. Margaery responded quickly, "Lord Green, Duke Renly is of noble status. She glanced at her grandmother and Green, who looked indifferent, and continued helplessly, "Don't offend lightly." Green shrugged. "Are there any other ears here?" "Miss Margaery, we are family." Margaery's eyes twitched slightly, and she stopped talking and turned her beautiful eyes to her grandmother, who was sitting in the first seat. Alina's eyes were sunken, and her voice was slightly raised. "Little Green, very good. We have a lot of common ground, which will make our conversation more and more pleasant." Green smiled and nodded slightly at Olenna. After a pause, Olenna suddenly said, "I heard that you admire my stupid son very much." Green answered without hesitation, "Lady Olenna, I have always respected the Duke of Mace very much. Although I am just a small lord, I also know that it is difficult to govern a territory, not to mention the Great River Bay. Last time, I was fortunate to see the prosperity of the River Bay. The achievements of the Duke of Mace are really enviable. Margaery moved her lips, and her eyes moved and met her grandmother's. Margaery, grandmother, look at him. Olenna silently retracted her gaze, stared at Green for a while, and said, you have a flexible tongue, and it is very sweet. No wonder our Duke of Highgarden loves you so much. You must know some news better than me. I am already a half-deaf old woman. The chief intelligence officer in front of the king revealed some information to us, and that guy seemed to think that the Golden Rose should thank him for this information. Everyone has a desire to be known or unknown. If I tell the truth, in my opinion, Varys' most useful part as a man has been cut off. Apart from the ambition for power, what else can bring him joy? Your eyes are sharp, grandmother, Olenna said nonchalantly. When I was younger than you, I knew that every stone in King's Landing has ears. There are also many spiders in the flowers of Highgarden. As long as they abide by the rules, I will let them go, but if they dare to get in the way, I will step on them to death immediately. Green did not move and closed his eyes for a while. After he opened his eyes, he looked at Margaret and said, don't worry, Miss Margaret. At least there are no hidden ears in this restaurant. Margaret smiled appropriately and thanked him politely. Earl Green, you are very careful and thoughtful. How could there be unauthorized ears and eyes in the Golden Rose's mansion? Margaret clenched her fists under the table. Green continued, when I was in the September, I discussed the issue of the new Prime Minister with several friendly ministers of the court. Everyone felt that the Duke of Winterfell would be appointed Hand of the King by King Robert. Lord Varys was also present at that time. Olenna snorted lightly, staring at Green with deep eyes. The Red Keep is full of deception and trickery. The old woman really wants to know what you plan to do next. Green raised his eyebrows. Madam, you seem to have something in mind. Olenna's tone was faintly angry. Is the Lannister queen planning to break her promise? Green spread his hands. Lannister never breaks his promise. Queen Cersei personally nominated the Duke of Mace as the candidate for Prime Minister at the court, and also confirmed the Duke of Mace as the candidate for Prime Minister to temporarily serve as the former Prime Minister's advisor in the court, assisting the former Prime Minister in handling the affairs of the kingdom. Sighing, Green continued, I think you must have known about these things. Everything was going well, but, Green shook his head. A trace of sadness appeared on his face. Margaery glanced at her grandmother who was staring at Green, and said, Lord Green, although there was an accident, we hope to have a beginning and an end. Green nodded with a serious face. Miss Margaery, I agree with your point of view. A thing must have a beginning and an end. But, hearing this, Margaery recalled the words that Green made her father laugh at the High Court dinner. He said, but the previous words were meaningless. Margaery was nearby at that time. She heard it clearly and was impressed. Green continued, after the death of the old Duke, Queen Cersei has lost some of her interest. Margaery asked, Part? Please be frank, Lord Green. Miss Margaery, when we saw the name of the Duke of Winterfell appear on the list of candidates for the Prime Minister, we all had the answer in our hearts. We still remember what happened under the Iron Throne more than a decade ago. In some ways, the relationship between the wolf and the stag is unbreakable. We must admit this. Margaery was speechless after hearing Green's answer. Lady Ariana, with wrinkles all over her face, suddenly said, Little guy, I heard that you like the millet in the River Bay very much. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at Margaret first, then said, Yes, madam. My territory is still at war, and my 30,000 soldiers consume a lot of food every day. Lord Green has always been frank. There are more than 30,000 people in the Crab territory. To him, every person is a soldier of Crab. When she heard about 30,000 soldiers, Oriana's pupils shrank slightly. Oriana seemed to be mocking. The old lady's ears are not good, but the ears of Golden Rose are not deaf. You have recovered the old land of your family, and the war could have stopped. Are you going to swallow the entire Crab Claw Peninsula into your stomach? Green corrected, Lady Oriana, I have to explain that the ancestors of Crab once ruled the Crab Claw Peninsula. I am just restoring the Crab Claw Peninsula that the Crab family lost. Margaret raised one eyebrow. In order to understand Green, Margaret took the time to read many books recording the history of Crab Claw Peninsula. The civilization of the Crab Claw Peninsula has always been backward, and it has rarely received attention in Westeros, so the records are extremely scarce. According to legend, Clarence Crabble, who brought a brief peace to the chaotic Crab Claw Peninsula. He could pull up a pine tree with one hand and throw it half a mile. When Margaery saw these contents, she doubted the authenticity of the records. Now, this story is used by Green as the legitimacy of the Crab Claw family's rule over the Crab Claw Peninsula. Maybe this is one of the special features of the Crab Claw Peninsula in Green's mouth? But Margaery saw more of a kind of power tactics in the game of power. As long as you have the strength, you only need a reasonable excuse, and that is the right to rule. It has been hundreds of years, and some stubborn and annoying guys still think that the Golden Rose's rule over the Riverlands is untenable, but so what? The Riverlands is thriving under the endless rule of the Golden Rose. After saying that, a trace of kindness emerged on Olenna's face. Child, it's a good thing to have needs. It's much better than doing nothing like our mediocre Duke of the Wild Boar. Come on, let's put the fickle Lannister woman aside first. I would like to hear your advice more. The old woman likes young people who are full of vitality the most. The thorn of fickleness pierced a queen of thorns. Green was more fond of Olenna's evaluation of Cersei. After a moment of silence, Green said, I am now very worried about the safety of Duke Eddard. I heard that the next swamp is the only way for them. That area is soaked in the swamp and dense trees. It will take at least 10 days to get out of there. Margaret immediately felt the solemn atmosphere. She didn't show it on her face, but she was shocked by the deep meaning implied in Green's words. Before Margaret could sort out her thoughts, she heard Green say, but if something really happens, it is easy to associate it with Duke Mace. King Robert is a person who doesn't like to listen to advice, because the invincible hammer is his truth. We can only ask the gods to bless Duke Eddard and let him arrive in King's Landing smoothly. But again, Margaret clenched her fists under the table again. Olenna stared at Green and nodded slowly. You raised the question and then denied it. I know you are telling the truth that most people don't like to hear. The old woman can bear it, so please continue. Green nodded and continued. People in the north are not good at dealing with complex situations. There is no place more complicated than King's Landing in the Seven Kingdoms. It won't be long before Duke Eddard, who is exhausted from dealing with it, will soon realize that he needs a reliable ally. Green spread his hands. Madam, this is easy. You just need to send the Light of Highgarden to Winterfell, and the alliance between the Wolf and the Golden Rose will be unbreakable. The heir to Winterfell is a combination of the North and the Riverlands. It is rumored that Robb Stark inherited the red hair and blue eyes of the Tully family, and his blood is noble enough. Once the marriage is completed, His Majesty Robert will also trust the Duke of Mace, and he will safely hand over the kingdom to the two dukes to govern. From now on, the rose of King's Landing will never wither. When Green's voice fell, the hall suddenly became quiet. Margaery opened her beautiful eyes wide, and although she was trying to hide it, she couldn't hide the incredible expression on her face. The picture Green described was too beautiful, and the scene of roses blooming all over King's Landing seemed to be right in front of her. Margaery couldn't help but turn her little face to look at her grandmother. Olenna remained silent, and Margaery just looked at her without saying anything to interrupt her. After a while, Olenna's eyes were sharp, and she slowly said, Lord Green, why not marry the Stark girl to the warm Highgarden? Green shrugged. The answer is obvious, Lady Olenna. Olenna turned to Margaery. Margaery, you are the smartest? Tell your half-deaf grandmother. Margaery blinked, thought and said, Miss Sansa Stark. Prince Joffrey. Will the Starks marry the royal family? My granddaughter. Give your hand to your grandmother. Olenna's wrinkled hands grabbed Margaery's outstretched hand. The Tyrell family finally has a smart person. After saying that, Olenna patted the back of Margaery's hand with relief. Seeing other young people with smart minds, she would inevitably worry about the future of the Tyrell family. Only Margaery, who was smart since childhood, could comfort the Queen of Thorns. Green had a smile on his face and praised, Miss Margaery, I only found out some things through someone I know in the Red Castle, but you were able to quickly deduce the answer through just a few words. You are worthy of being the light of the River Reach. Margaery looked at Green with a sincere face, and suddenly felt her little face itchy. Olenna had a kind face, and she patted the back of Margaery's hand again. Olenna put down her granddaughter's hand and said to Green, Tell me, what do you want to do? This old woman is really curious now. The Earl of Crab Claw Peninsula. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Green's Talk, and Green first looked at Margaery, then was silent for a while, and then said, Madam Olenna, Crab Claw Peninsula needs more support, not only grain and weapons, but also farmers and blacksmiths. Olenna stared at Green with her stupid eyes for a while, and said, Child, you seem very anxious? It takes enough patience to govern the territory. Olenna's tone was very kind. She showed the kindness of an old person, as if encouraging Green to say more. Lady Ariana, Miss Marjorie, the hatred between the Crab Claw Peninsula and the Valley is a secret. Green frowned slightly and continued, after the war more than 10 years ago, the Valley nobles, with the tacit consent of the former Prime Minister, blockaded and suppressed the Crab Claw Peninsula for more than 10 years, making the chaotic situation on the Crab Claw Peninsula even more unbearable. As he spoke, Green's tone became cold. In order to compete for limited survival resources, we have shed a lot of blood, and this is the result of the behind-the-scenes calculations of the Valley nobles. There has long been a blood feud between the Crab Claw Peninsula and the Valley. After a pause, Green spread his hands. It won't be long before Kleber will establish the rule of the Crab Claw Peninsula. Under normal circumstances, the Crab Claw Peninsula will usher in a rare peace in hundreds of years. Green shook his head slightly, but the result is just the opposite. The Crab Claw Peninsula is very special. Without the blood of the Valley, even if Kleber establishes the rule of the Crab Claw Peninsula, he cannot eliminate the deep hatred of the people of the Crab Claw Peninsula towards the Valley. Blood debt must be paid with blood. This is a tradition that even I, as a lord, cannot stop. Margaret listened quietly and understood what Green said, but she found it incredible. Earl Green, a royal noble, dared to provoke a war of revenge against the Kingdom of the Vale? This. Margaret's beautiful eyes widened slightly and said, Earl Green, are you going to go to war with the Vale of Arryn? Green shrugged and replied, Miss Margaret, this is inevitable. Even the Lord cannot go against the unanimous wishes of all the people in the territory. After that, Green added with a contemptuous tone, I will also not forget that they almost forced Crab to exterminate the clan. Now we just lack the right opportunity. Green seemed confident, as if he could smash the powerful Vale with one punch. In Margaret's opinion, Green's behavior of hitting a rock with an egg was no different from suicide, which was contrary to the impression Green had always left on her. With Earl Green's wisdom, it was impossible for him not to foresee the consequences of challenging the Vale. Could it be that hatred blinded his eyes? Margaret felt that there were many ways to take revenge, and she wanted to persuade him, but when she thought of her grandmother beside her and that this was Crab's private matter, she did not speak. Olenna spoke slowly. The ideas of young people are really making me, an old woman, more and more frightened. You should know very well that the Seven Kingdoms will not allow your revenge. It seems that the timing you mentioned is very important. Green nodded and said, Yes, Mom. If you agree to my proposal, I will arrange everything. You just need to wait and see, and then we will each get what we need. Olenna smiled and said, The old woman just needs to sit quietly and watch the show. Green reached out and picked up the wineglass, gestured to Margaret, and said, The Golden Rose can avoid unnecessary fights and conflicts, and wait for the right time. Olenna stared at Green with deep eyes for a while, and said, Earl Green, the Golden Rose likes your proposal, and your frankness also makes me, an old woman, very happy. Margaret looked at her grandmother, and she saw her grandmother nodded slightly. Margaery said solemnly, Lord Green, no fourth person will know the content of our conversation today. This is Tyle's promise. Green nodded and said solemnly, Miss Margaery, you will see the opportunity within half a year. This is Crab's promise. Seeing that the deal was reached, Olenna patted the table and said loudly, Margaery, your grandmother doesn't like leeks. Ask the waiter to take the broth away and serve me the cheese. The night sky of King's Landing was full of stars, as if it was dotted with bright diamonds. After the meal, Green said goodbye to Olenna, and Margaery saw him off. The night was very quiet. As she walked, Margaery suddenly said, Lord Green, please forgive me for being so presumptuous. You should be very clear about the consequences of going to war with the Vale. Margaery's steps were light. Although the green dress on her body was simple in style, it showed her graceful figure very well. The full moon was hanging high in the sky, and Margaery's beauty and the moonlight complemented each other. Green slowed down his pace and said in a gentle tone, You mean well. I am grateful, Miss Margaery. A trace of hesitation flashed across his pretty face, and Green said again, Some things are unavoidable. And we will see good results? Margaery raised her little face and looked at Green. Earl Green, I heard that you don't have a fiancé yet. Green raised his eyebrows, and he seemed to smell the smell of pancakes. Margaery continued, you have met in Highgarden. Her name is Elo Tyrell. Elo is my cousin. She is very charming, and smart and clever. Elo Tyrell? Green remembered the beautiful and slim girl in Margaery's maid group. It seems that she is only 11 or 12 years old this year. Green chuckled, Miss Margaery, the delicate flowers of the south can't adapt to the Crab Claw Peninsula full of wild people. Green's words revealed a tactful refusal. Green sighed in his heart. It seems that the marriage partners of the half-wild nobles have quietly upgraded without knowing it. The morale of King Green was secretly rising. After a moment of joy, Green began to analyze rationally. Was it Olenna or Margaery herself? Green was more inclined to think that it was Olenna's instruction. Did the old lady like Crab's troops? Taking advantage of this transaction, she trained him to be a loyal thug of the Golden Rose? Green suddenly felt that marriage was a useful political means. Margaery's elk-like eyes blinked. She was a little surprised by Green's answer. She couldn't guess the reason for Green's refusal for the time being. Seeing Green's refusal, Margaery changed the subject. Lord Green, Tyrell's merchant ship will soon transport the supplies to Mermaid Harbor. Green nodded and thanked. You are very thoughtful, Miss Margaery. There is an ancient fish beam tree in the center of the Godswood Forest in Winterfell. A human face is carved on the trunk. The face is long and melancholy. And the deep eye sockets full of dried red sap are weird and full of warning. Catelyn and Mr. Luwin found Eddard Stark under this fish beam tree. Duke Eddard sat on a moss-covered rock, holding a piece of oiled leather in his hand and gently wiping the blade of ice. The ice had a dark luster. It was 400 years old, but it was still as sharp as when it was first forged. Catelyn called softly, Ned. Eddard looked up at his wife and said, Catelyn? Where are the children? Ned's first words were always to ask her about the whereabouts of the children. Catelyn had been accustomed to this sentence a long time ago, but when she heard it today, her heart was inexplicably tightened. Catelyn quickly calmed down, and she smiled gently. They are all gathered in the training ground. Eddard's lips curled up and said, We will leave tomorrow, and the house will be left to you, Catelyn. Catelyn's eyes suddenly reddened, and she nodded silently. Eddard said to Luwin, who looked heavy-hearted, Mr. Luwin, I have always treated you as my own flesh and blood. Give Catelyn more advice on matters big or small, and teach my children the knowledge they must know. Don't forget that winter is coming. Luwin nodded and touched his chest. My Lord Duke, I will fulfill my duties. God bless you and let you return home soon. Happy holidays. I updated less today, TT, I will make up for it later. Chapter 124 Big Fish Eat Small Fish. The next morning, the servant Meagher brought Cersei Lannister's handwritten letter. Green took the letter with Queen Cersei's seal from Steward Cyrana with a little doubt. Queen Cersei gave Green a new task. He will be responsible for Prince Tommen's swordsmanship class and Princess Myrcella's horsemanship class for the next period of time. Cersei's plan is very big. She will not reveal the specific content to Green, but it does not prevent Green from staying in King's Landing for appropriate reasons. At this time, Cersei's heart Green's ability and loyalty are more reliable, because Green also has other arrangements in her plan. After reading the content with his head down, Green rubbed his hair. Green felt that there were actually many reasons, and he didn't have to take care of his boss's children. No matter what the idea is, Green will gladly accept it. He can teach the prince and princess part of the course. This reflects not only Queen Cersei's trust in Green, but also an honor. Earl Green pinched his chin, and it seemed that defeating the Knight of Flowers also played a role. Wouldn't the Knight of Flowers think that he was just accidentally attacked by Green after waking up? Loras and Grimm are the same age, and they are full of vigor and vitality. Shouldn't they shout I was accidentally tricked by you last time and challenge again? Lord Grimm really wants to use Loras to improve his reputation. If there is another chance, he will fight a little more excitingly and provide more materials for the bard. Martyr, put on armor for me. Meagher Garden. Tommen is 7 years old this year. He is a fat boy with golden curly hair and green eyes. Lord Grimm, I heard that you defeated the Knight of Flowers. Tommen's hair was as bright as gold foil under the sun. Grimm lowered his body and said, Your Highness Tommen, the Knight of Flowers' swordsmanship is one of the best in the 7 kingdoms. Although I defeated him, I cannot deny his superb swordsmanship. Grimm was very humble. He listed the victories that the Knight of Flowers had won in various tournaments. Although the Knight of Flowers was defeated by the more powerful Grimm, we will not deny his previous achievements. Tommen's eyes lit up. Earl Green, you are an upright and powerful knight. Green waved away the servants who were about to come forward and help Tommen put on the protective gear. Tommen, who was gentle in character, was very excited today. I like apple cake and cream cake the most. After that, the little fat man added, I don't like beets. Green's hands kept moving, and he couldn't help but smile when he looked at the chubby little prince. After putting on the protective gear, Tommen looked even rounder. Green stood aside, and Tommen began to do some basic movements. Soon the little fat man began to sweat. Your Highness Tommen, your sword skills are very smooth. You are awesome, strong knight Tommen. Please bravely meet the challenge. It won't take long for you to defeat the Knight of Flowers. Tommen, who was panting, suddenly became morale boosting, and waved the wooden blunt sword in the air again. Seeing that it was almost done, Green called a halt and handed the towel to Tommen, who was sweating profusely. Tommen was confused for a moment, then stretched out his little fat hand to take it, and wiped the sweat awkwardly. Green smiled. Compared with Joffrey, who always had a pout on his lips, Tommen looked much cuter. Tommen's voice was crisp and childish. Lord Green, can I become the champion of the tournament in the future? Green smiled gently. Your Highness, you have excellent talent, you can definitely do it. The little fat boy seemed very excited to get Green's affirmation. Narrow sea. The petite Daenerys Targaryen stood on the deck of the bridge, with Dick and Verona behind her. Daenerys stared at the battle below expressionlessly. She tightened her black cloak, and the wide cloak covered her trembling body well. Isanna led the guards left by Green and the sailors on the ship to fight the pirates on another merchant ship. While sailing south, Daenerys encountered a large merchant ship and a pirate ship fighting on the board. The kind-hearted Daenerys ordered the captain to bring their ship over with the purpose of helping to repel the pirates. When they approached, the guards and pirates on the merchant ship were fighting fiercely. Daenerys' little face was tired. The night they left, the excited Viserys talked to Dick all night, and he started to have a fever the next day. Since her brother fell ill, Daenerys has had nightmares every night. She only remembered that the dream was very scary, but she couldn't remember the specific scene after waking up. After getting up this morning, the ship's doctor told her that Viserys' fever had finally started to subside. Daenerys, who had been worried, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Another one fell. Daenerys frowned slightly. Although Daenerys didn't understand military affairs, she now knew that the Crab Claw Peninsula warriors given to her by Earl Green were rare elites. There were a total of 20 guards, and seeing several of them fall, Daenerys felt heartbroken. After the battle, Isanna came to report, Princess Daenerys, this is a merchant ship that sells slaves. When we passed by, the slave traders on the ship had been killed by pirates. Daenerys ignored the blood on Isanna's body, stretched out her white hand, and hurriedly said, Isanna, are you hurt? Isanna shook her head. Her smile was very simple. Don't worry, this is other people's blood. Those people can't hurt me. Daenerys still looked at it carefully with concern, and then nodded her chin slightly. Dick's eyes turned, and his voice was excited. Princess Daenerys, their master is dead. Strictly speaking, you are now their new master. Dick is the person who reads the most in Daenerys' team, and it can be said that she is the only clerk. She was entrusted by Daenerys with the position of chief financial officer. Daenerys shook her head. Her tone was firm. I don't need slaves. I want to give them freedom. After that, Daenerys led everyone to the direction of the merchant ship. The cabin door was pried open, and Daenerys walked slowly down the wooden ladder surrounded by guards. What did Daenerys see? She saw shackles and countless pairs of empty eyes. Daenerys, who had been wandering around the free trade gangs with her brother for many years, had seen slaves before, but this was her first time experiencing such a scene. Daenerys was deeply shocked to see living people imprisoned in a small and dark space like animals. Daenerys' petite figure walked among the lifeless crowd, and her eyes were slightly red. Daenerys returned to the wooden ladder, raised her feet and climbed a few steps, then turned to face those empty eyes. Daenerys wanted to tell Green, who was far away in Westeros, that she was easily nervous when facing so many eyes. Her body would tremble unconsciously, and she was still a little scared in her heart. Daenerys took a breath slowly. She needed courage, at least now she had to learn to rely on herself. Daenerys slowly raised her smooth chin and said in a loud voice, I am the daughter of Aerys II, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the princess of Dragonstone, Daenerys Targaryen, born in the storm. I am not a slave owner. I will not enslave you. I will also break the shackles, and when we dock at the next port, you will have the freedom to leave. After leaving this sinful ship, your freedom belongs only to you. If you want freedom, each of you must fight for it yourself." After Daenerys' voice fell, the bed cabin fell into silence for a long time. A beam of sunlight came in from the cabin and shone on Daenerys' body, covering her with a layer of golden light. Countless pairs of empty eyes produced a slight fluctuation, as if they saw a goddess walking in the world. 1, 2, clanking. The cabin was full of the sound of shackles colliding, and everyone knelt down devoutly in the direction of Daenerys. Under the shade of the tree, Green leaned against the tree, watching Myrcella and Tommen playing in the garden from afar. Green's ears moved, he heard light footsteps and smelled lemon-scented powder. Varys, wearing a loose orange silk robe, came to Green with a smile. Varys' eyes were focused on the distance, which was the direction where Myrcella and Tommen were playing. Varys' tone seemed to be sighing. "The Red Keep is full of the ears of big shots. Sometimes this is the most relaxing place for people. Your little bird has the most." Green nodded in agreement. "Lord Varys, whenever I enter the Red Keep, even if I am wearing armor, I feel like I am not wearing any clothes. I can always feel the prying eyes from time to time." Varys smiled. "The Red Keep has always been full of darkness. Earl Green, you will get used to it sooner or later." Green shrugged. "I think I will never get used to it in this life. The longer I stay outside, the more I miss my hometown." Varys clasped his hands together. "You may be the only one who can resist the charm of power. This is really admirable." Green smiled and said, "I am ashamed of your praise. I may just be unable to adapt. Every day here requires caution. It is easy to get tired as long as the time is a little longer." Varys nodded slightly, and spoke with a small tone. "Storms come and go, huge waves wash over, big fish eat small fish. This is the center of the Seven Kingdoms." Green smiled and said with admiration, "Lord Varys, what a vivid metaphor. It seems that those who can sit still are people with excellent paddling skills." Varys covered his mouth and laughed for a while, then suddenly said, "Earl Green, have you also received the news from Pentos?" Green nodded heavily and said, "The Kraber Trading Company in Pentos sent the news as soon as possible. I heard that it was a fire. It's very regrettable. Although we haven't had much contact, I know that Governor Illyrio is a very upright gentleman." Varys looked sad. "I didn't expect that my old friend would suddenly suffer misfortune." Green also sighed. Chapter 125 Big Fish Eat Small Fish, and Green was silent for a while, and then said, "After that night, she also disappeared, including the guards I gave her." His brown eyes moved, and he added, "I hope my men can protect your highness' safety." Varys looked at Green, and the smile on his face had long disappeared. "It seems that the murderer is obvious." Green shrugged. "She is a kind girl, and something incredible must have happened. Could it be her brother?" Varys smiled faintly. "The dead are gone, and the living are gone." Green raised his eyebrows slightly, Varys implicitly indicating that he would not pursue Illyrio's death. Varys' smile deepened. "I also want to congratulate you on your successful trip to Pentos. It's really enviable." In Varys' eyes, Targaryen Viserys and Daenerys have become political bargaining chips in Green's hands. Daenerys created an accident, and perhaps this sudden surprise forced Varys to adjust his careful planning for many years. Green sighed in his heart. It seems that Cersei and Dany are both good at giving people surprises. Green was very frank. "Lord Varys, it's too coincidental. I even suspected that it might be a conspiracy by someone, but then I thought, it might be a moment of good luck." Varys clasped his hands together, and his tone was relaxed. "The result is gratifying. In the future, Crab will be able to move freely." Green rubbed his hair. It was an unintentional move arranged out of concern for the princess's safety. "Your words sound wonderful." Varys nodded slightly. "Lord Green, the fight for the Iron Throne is not over. Baratheon has not yet firmly sat in the Seven Kingdoms. My little bird told me that there has been an undercurrent. Without Illyrio, Varys has lost control of Viserys. Because the situation in Westeros has not been disrupted, Varys' little Aegon still needs to continue to lurk. Now, Varys, who is hiding behind the scenes, can only go into battle himself." Green's eyes trembled slightly, and his tone was heavy. "Lord Varys, this is difficult." Varys said sincerely, "Earl Green, you are not alone. I will lend you a helping hand." Green stared at Varys. "I am very grateful for your kindness, but I still want to advise you, because I can only see the danger. King Robert will never forgive those who help the Targaryens." Varys advised instead, King Baratheon will never give Crab the same trust as the Targaryens. We all know this. Green's face changed. He hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Lord Varys, I am satisfied that I can protect the princess's safety in secret. Varys reached out and patted Green. Your original intention sounds simple, but it is difficult to do, because no one can stop the Targaryens' determination to take back the Iron Throne. Sighing lightly, he added, how can we avoid being involved? Don't forget, the big fish eat the small fish. Green looked at Myrcella and Tommen, who were chasing and playing. The children's laughter was crisp and childish. Varys also looked over, and his question seemed very casual. What kind of king do you think is a good king? Green's tone contained a hint of sarcasm. I have never thought about that kind of thing, but after I came to the Red Castle, I knew what a good king should be like in the minds of the great nobles. Oh, he does whatever he's asked to do, and that's like a good king to them. Varys smiled and shook his head. I am really surprised. Your answer is really to the point. Green shrugged. You seem to have found the answer. Varys' tone was solemn. A good king should understand that ruling is his responsibility, and his people are the first priority. His rule and survival are for them. Green was stunned for a moment before saying, Lord Varys, everyone will look forward to such a king, but please forgive me for being frank. Can we have such a king? Varys' eyes lit up a little. In order to avoid Baratheon's pursuit, Prince Viserys has been wandering around with his young sister since he was a child. He has witnessed the suffering of the lower-class people with his own eyes. He has long understood the feeling of hunger, the feeling of being hunted, and the feeling of fear. Because of these hardships, when the prince becomes king, he will understand his responsibilities, and he will do everything he can to make sure that the people no longer starve and live in fear. Grimm's eyes moved slightly. Did the bald eunuch want to kill him? Varys knew that the process of re-establishing a trusting relationship was time-consuming and laborious. If he approached Grimm, who seemed to have temporarily gained Daenerys' trust, it would be easier for Varys to gain the trust of Targaryen. What if he got a direct ticket and a valuable gift? For example, a dragon egg? It seems that Varys has successfully received Illyrio's inheritance. If everything goes well, Varys will soon regain control of the Targaryen in public with his means, and his plan will continue to be promoted as planned. Viserys will return to Westeros with enough troops, and Varys will hide in the dark, causing wars to break out in the Seven Kingdoms. The great nobles will be weakened, and Viserys will die at the right time. Finally, with the waving of the flag of young Aegon, he will win the hearts of the people of the Seven Kingdoms and can sit on the Iron Throne with a clear conscience. Unfortunately, the time traveler Green is the nemesis of the octopus spider Varys. Green believed in Varys very much. He said with regret, it's a pity that I couldn't meet His Highness Viserys in Pentos. Varys smiled and said, it's only a matter of time. I think His Highness Viserys will trust you. Why did Green think Varys wanted to kill him? Although it was Illyrio who approached Viserys before, Varys must know Viserys as well as Illyrio. What kind of character is Viserys? He only has the Iron Throne in his eyes, so he doesn't care about the suffering of the people. Moreover, Viserys can't play the role of a kind prince like Varys said. Varys was sure that Green couldn't meet Viserys, so he made up this lie that would be exposed as soon as they met. Although the two of them talked lightly on the surface, the content of their discussion was no different from rebellion. Afterwards, it can't be regarded as a painless thing, because it is a deception. Deception and conspiracy go hand in hand in the Game of Thrones. Green's slender fingers touched the hilt of the longsword at his waist. As the self-proclaimed guardian of the Crab Claw Peninsula, Green was inevitably influenced by the simple folk customs of the Crab Claw Peninsula. Varys insulted Myrcella and Tommen, and the loyal Green couldn't help but stab the rude minister on the spot. Let the two children testify. Forget it, don't lead the children astray. Lord Green is an upright knight. At worst, we can have a trial by combat. Green's eyes were a little hot, which well concealed his murderous intention. Lord Varys, you care about the kingdom, and I am willing to introduce you to Princess Daenerys. However, please give me some time to consider other things. The chaos of the Seven Kingdoms cannot be separated from Petyr and Varys for the time being. Although these two like-minded people are hidden behind the scenes, from Green's perspective, they are in the front stage, and he is behind the scenes. He can't be indifferent. King Green is going to go back and plan how to control little Aegon first. Also, we have to contact Daenerys in advance. The kind-hearted Dragonstone princess can be easily deceived by people with ulterior motives. Yes, Green doesn't believe that Varys will only rely on him to contact the real dragons on the southward journey. Don't forget that Varys has 8 claws. This is the Game of Thrones. Those who believe in Green or Varys' words have already lost half of the game before it even starts. Varys smiled gently, his eyes flickered. It should be so, Lord Green. Shortly after Varys left, Myrcella and Tommen, who were tired of playing, came to the shade of the tree where Green was. The well-trained Meeker maids quickly took care of the prince and princess. Myrcella's green eyes were bright, flashing with curiosity and innocence. Lord Green, I heard that you defeated the Knight of Flowers in Highgarden. Although he is the child of Cersei's boss, Green is in a rare relaxed mood when he stays with him. In the blue sky, white clouds are floating slowly, rolling and surging like waves. Sometimes they gathered together, sometimes they dispersed into wisps, leisurely in the sky. At this time, Green was sitting under the tree, leaning against a tree. Hearing the voice of Myrcella, he retracted his gaze. The matter of defeating the Knight of Flowers made Green one of the hot topics in King's Landing, and he was moved again. Green looked a little distressed. Yes, Princess Myrcella. I heard that no girl doesn't like the Knight of Flowers. I am worried about this. Many friends advised me not to go out easily recently. The girls in King's Landing hate me so much now. After hearing Green's words, the fat boy Tommen laughed very happily. Myrcella's lips raised with a sweet smile. You need to pay a little attention to safety. After saying that, Myrcella couldn't help but chuckle. The little princess's golden curly hair danced gently in the wind, exuding vitality and innocence. Green's body movements were a little exaggerated. Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. I will bring enough guards. In the evening, Green left the Red Castle and returned to the house. Swish, 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 the quill on the desk was waving. Green was writing a troop mobilization order. He planned to mobilize 100 soldiers from the territory to King's Landing first. Green put the written letter into the envelope, sealed it with a thud. The envelope was placed aside, and Green pinched his chin. He was considering the time to leave King's Landing. Sometimes, if you want to do everything, you end up not doing it. He has to make a choice. Green folded his hands behind his head and looked up at the roof. Although the vanillin is an integral part of the Crab Claw Peninsula, it is easy to indigest and drain the essence of the Crab Claw Peninsula by military means alone. So political means must be taken seriously. Green is thinking about whether there is a chance to plan for a seat in the Royal Conference. Well, Green, the Prime Minister. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.